I was thinking I've got to be up early in the morning to get here before you. So the weather was great.
Isn't it wonderful?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that particular day.
The 10:30 start, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's the one. It's fine, honestly.
Saturday.
Yeah, yes, they sent me a ticket, and they take the train more, but
Very meticulous. Would you come down by rail? I thought they might. Still going on. Best estimate is 50.
yes, you really want to.
Yeah.
Didn't say they want to. And I just, I forgot.
table, is it how does shutting people up regardless of the September results? Or do you have to win one or two or
They do. I mean, I was looking at it.
If Durham win,
Oh, hello.
get maximum points, they knock Sussex out of the picture, and if other results go their way this week, they could be promoted.
How's your chest? Still bad.
6 weeks now.
Oh, awful.
It's the cops got, but it's just
Right.
too bad. But
just repeating whatever you see? move on.
Yeah.
It takes his cricket seriously. Right. See you. Not paying or see. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Preoccupied with NHS. That's
Those old Scottish contingent, didn't they?
good.
Oh, well, of course you've been on stage twice a day, have you? How did the stand-up routine go? Did it go quite well? Intensely or intensely? Volunteering it. Every one of them, at the end of the day, they got their What's the Yeah.
It was, but some of the,
Which is the big thing. Oh, he's been going for years, man. Oh, but he said it was his first cue for Italy.
right,
And I don't know how, I think maybe his grandmother had a pizza. Yeah, that's a qualifier, you know, like that.
it's like some of the West London, it's like, yeah.
Yes, that's it. You know, then occasionally be the boundary. Once you get the sort of go fast, it's just it.
Well, my best out of that was that.
I think if I'd gone for that much on the court, tell you, because it'd be great to play on the low, I'll tell you, we've got a proper ball.
I hope they let me know.
It's small, but if they hit it into the cone,
Yeah, but they're very well run.
One ball, and put it up the court. Well, not just be first, put up there. So, it's all right.
Hello? Yep. Right, but are we connected to the internet? That's the thing. Right, so I'm in on 10, and then the internet feed should be fed on 12 to Salford. Right. Okay. I have to check it by listening to the line, bizarrely. Right, I can't hear anything. Hey? No, I might chase them up at that end just to see what's happening down there. Right. Okay, I'll get back to you. All right. All right.
James Knowles, Ollie Carter, Nathan Hudson Prentice, Jack Carlson, Harry Cardalis, Henry Carrington.
It's not in the open well. Looking, you're like, don't move on. What? Can you remember the last day Durham started with 2 spinners? So, T20, yeah. Said when he was going to beat back the test set, that, well,
Well, Ryan, what have you done with the week or so off that you've had after the One Day Cup, and has everybody returned from the franchise in one piece?
Yeah, absolutely. They're all back. It's actually been quite refreshing for everyone to get back together, and it's like having the old band back together for a while. So, we've had a lot of training. Obviously we've also had England and New Zealand playing up here, so it was a chance to catch up with people. But the squad have really worked hard getting back into the red ball game, because we had obviously seven players in the 100, which is fantastic for a county like us. But in saying that, some of them hadn't played a lot of cricket, so we've been pumping some work into them, and I think we're all up and ready to go. And I think the freshness that those guys like Ben Rain will get from having a month of not everyday bowling should do us good.
So Bryden Carse is with England. Who else is with England?
No, just Bryden. So we have everyone else available, and like we said, I think everyone in Durham's pretty proud of him. Making his T20 debut at the ground in front of a packed house, and getting the player of the match was fantastic.
So Sussex on Sunday. I've been doing the maths. I only got a grade 2 CSE many years ago, but if you were to take maximum points now from what remains from your 3 games, and other teams were doing a similar thing, you'd need 33 points to win the title. Of course, you're playing teams, and if you beat Sussex, that's them out of the equation. So probably won't go down to that, and it could actually mathematically be this week. If you were to get a win, you could go up this week.
Yeah, well, the facts are, like, you guys will do all the math for me, so I won't have to worry about that. But for me as a coach, I came here with a very clear plan, and that's to make us one of the best teams in the country. And we also wanted to play our brand of cricket, which I think everyone's enjoyed. And we won't be taking a backward step from that. We're going to come out here and play our best cricket. And if we play well, everything else will take care of itself. And, it's the other teams that have got to catch us. So, there's pressure on them. Obviously, you can say there's pressure on us as well, being the front runner, but I'd rather be in our position than anyone else's.
Just looking at my county championship stats as opposed to the One Day Cup stats, last 6 innings for Alex Lee, 699 runs.
Fantastic performance by Alex. We know that he's a bloody good player, and he wants to play for England. As for Durham faithful, we are the beneficiaries, because he needs to keep churning out runs to play for England. And if he keeps doing that, obviously we're also going to be in a very good position. But in saying that, we don't want to be over-reliant on Alex. It's not all about him. Him and Jones has been very good at the top of the order. Obviously, all our batting has been pretty good if you look at the numbers. So, look, we want an even performance, but our stars, so to speak, when the pressure is on in this last month, need to stand up, and I have no doubt they will.
Two big teams, 4 big teams that have come something with a shout at each other. So the all cup is maximum points. So
Well, good morning and welcome to Chesley Street for Durham against Sussex in the County Championship. Now, where's that coming from? I'm just checking my lines here. Having issues with the BBC feed, unfortunately, so we're trying to get that sorted out. But if you're trying to listen to us on the BBC, you'll be hearing nothing, so you'll not be hearing this message going out. Anyway, good morning and welcome to a very sunny Chesley Street. Beautiful day here. It was about 17 degrees when I arrived this morning. Going to get highs of 23. The moon was still out as well, which was quite picturesque. Sussex have won the toss. They have decided to bat. And basically, This one gets 3 points in the game and then of the year, and Durham could actually win the title this week if they beat Sussex sufficiently, and others go their way. Sussex have one win this season. It was in the opening match against Durham months ago in April by the narrow margin of 2 wickets, just got over the line on the Sunday afternoon on the final day, and since then they've drawn all 9. So I think my colleague who's alongside me, Adrian Harms, will have seen some spectacular draws in that period of time.
Yeah, that's the case, Marty. I think you can hear me. That's great. Yeah. First of all, good to see you again, Martin. Always a pleasure to come up here to Durham. Beautiful weather. And you're right, Sussex have drawn 9 games. To be honest, they'd have lost both games against Yorkshire had it not been for the rain. They would have probably beaten Worcestershire, I think, had it not rained at New Road, and possibly Leicestershire as well. So it's as broad as it's long. But Sussex go into these final 4 games, Martin. I think they probably need to win 3 of them. Starting today, I guess the big news from a Sussex point of view is no Ollie Robinson. I think everyone was expecting he would be playing in this game. Certainly Paul Parbrace had indicated he'd be playing in some of the games of September. It's Sussex's biggest game of the season, in my opinion, and he's not playing. So I don't know if that's an injury, whether it's England. We'll try and find that out after the close of play today. But no Ollie Robinson, and that's a big blow for Sussex.
Yes, they are, though, giving a debut to the 31-year-old left-armer Jaydav Unadkat, who's been signed for at least 3 matches by Sussex. Indian international, has played in 4 tests for them, and plays for Saurashtra in the Indian first-class competition, along with Cheteshwar Pujara, and captained them to their first Ranji Trophy in 2020, and then they won it again last year. So that is the current situation. So Sussex are batting. Ben Rain coming in to bowl, the leading wicket taker in Division 2 this season with 48. So he's on the cusp of getting 50 championship wickets for the 3rd season. I think it'll be the 4th season that he's got 50 first-class wickets. And those seasons where he's managed to get at least 50 first-class wickets, including games against universities, that kind of thing. Got 61 in 2015, took 51 in 18, and 60 wickets in the 2019 season. He currently has 207 wickets for Durham. He finished with 207 for Leicestershire, and he's bowling here to Tom Clark, and the ball is played out through deep mid-wicket for 3 runs, I think that's going to be. And in this morning sunshine, they're coming back for an all-run 4 by the looks of this. Just trying to count and see if that's right there. I think that is an all-run 4. Indeed it is. So the ball was played right up to the far corner of the ground, to the top end of the east stand, the castle stand if you like, and just seemed to come to a stop right next to the ropes. 2 fielders went out there to chase after it and then eased up, and Sussex were able to run 4. They're playing on pitch 12, which is right in the centre of the square. Rain comes in around the wicket. Clark guides this behind point, and down towards 3rd man. It's chased by Baz Lader. Now the umpires just signalled something there. It was a no ball, so they got 2 plus the no ball. This is defended. So Clark is currently on 6. And at the other end, you've got Tom Clark, Tom Haynes opening the batting. You've got a Tom Allsop at number 3 as well. All left-handers. In comes Rain round the wicket from the Lumley end. That is left. Goes through to Ollie Robinson, the keeper, who one of a number of players who's been away at the 100 and hardly featured at all, if at all. I don't think Potts and Rain have played much either in the 100. They're all back now, though. No Miguel Pretorius for Durham. He's now left. He's returned home to South Africa. Matt Parkinson has re-signed on loan for the remainder of the season from Lancashire. Having just had a spell in the One Day Cup with Kent, where he'll be a full-time member of staff next year. This ball to Clark has just played towards mid-wicket. No run there. This is the last ball of the first over, and it's not going to be the last ball of the first over because it is another no ball. But not the best of starts here from Ben Rain with a couple of no balls in this first over. Rain in, and that is defended, played back to him by Clark. So end of the first over here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Sussex, and Sussex 10 for none. Adrian's back, so I'm trying to sort out the BBC feed. We can't get it to work, so I'm gonna make some phone calls, and I'll be back with you in a minute.
No problem. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Durham. For the benefit of our Sussex listeners, the email is up and running. So if you want to send email, please do so. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Be great to hear from you. The news from a team news point of view is that Jarav Unangat makes his debut for Sussex. But I have to say, surprisingly, no Ollie Robinson in the Sussex side. I say surprisingly because all the indications were, certainly from Paul Farbrace, that Ollie Robinson will play some part in these final 4 matches for Sussex. Now, possibly someone sent me a tweet. Gary's been in touch to say he thinks that perhaps Robinson will play the 2 home games. Who knows? But I mean, from my point of view, this is probably the most important game of the season for Sussex, because if they get beaten here, I think the chance of promotion are very, very slim. Durham look almost home and hosed, and as Martin was saying, probably would be if they win here this week, could almost get promoted. In comes Potts, bowls to Tom Haynes, who drives down the offside of the track. Potts fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. The other game this week, or one of the other games, is Worcestershire against Glamorgan. Both of those sides going well, so whilst Sussex will still have 3 games to play after this, they've got to play at home to Leicester, who are having a good season, away at Derby, where it's been very flat this season, and home to Gloucestershire. So no Ollie Robson and no George Garton either. In comes Potts, bowls, and Haynes defends into the offside, fielded in the slips by a 3rd slip, and there is no run. So, and I say no George Garton, he's only figured in 1 county championship match this season, but he's been away in the 100. He played all the matches for the Southern Brave, so you wouldn't have thought fitness is an issue for George. But he's not in the side, so that's curious as well. So questions that we'll ask at the close of play as to the absence of those 2 players. As Potts runs away from us around the wicket, in and bowls to Tom Haynes, and Haynes slashes firmly, and there's a good bit of fielding in the slips at 3rd slip, diving away to his left-hand side and gets congratulated by his colleagues down at the far end of the ground. Good stop. And Haynes yet to score. Sussex 10 without loss, having won the toss here and batted first. The side, Haynes, Clark, Alsop, Pujara, Coles, Carter, Hudson, Prentice, Carson, Carvelos, who's Sussex's leading wicket taker in the county championship, Henry Crocombe, and Jarav Unangat, the Indian. So I think pretty much that was the side that, driving up yesterday, I was thinking that's almost certainly going to be the side. I guess the only question mark might have been whether Sean Hunt played, maybe, instead of Henry Crocombe. In comes Potts and bowls, and clipped away by Haynes to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Nice and tidy from Matthew Potts. 45 championship wickets to his name this season. Almost the forgotten man of English cricket. He had such a brilliant season last season, and perhaps a little bit unlucky not to have figured in the Test series, but he's a very, very fine bowler. I remember last year down at Hove when he burst onto the international scene. Just before that, he bowled a spell to Cheteshwar Pujara, and Pujara admitting it was as good a spell as he'd faced over here. Real pleasure to watch Matthew Potts, who's bowling around the wicket, coming into bowl to left-handed Tom Haines. Three slips, I should say, in a gully in place. In comes Potts and bowls. He lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Ollie Robinson behind the stumps. And while singing the praises of Durham, the wicket-keeping display by Ollie Robinson down at Hove was, for my money, the best wicket-keeping performance I've seen all season. I thought he was absolutely tremendous. His first full season here at Durham, having come up from Kent, and what an acquisition he's been for Durham. Not just that he's I think one of the best wicket-keepers in the country, but he makes really important runs as well. As Potts is in bowls, and Haines from the crease plays to mid-wicket. Nice and tidy from Matt Potts. He starts off with the maiden over. But Sussex on a glorious day here on the northeast of England are 10 without loss. Clark on 6th, Haines yet to score. And 2 no balls in the opening over from Ben Rain. Always difficult to tell in a big cricket ground like this, the size of the crowd. People scattered around the riverside, and I'm sure more will drift in during the day. The Lumley Castle, bathed in sunshine away to our right-hand side, the Union flag flying off the top of the castle. And it's going to be Ben Rain who's going to carry on, running towards us with 3 slips in place. He's in and bowls, and Clark, is he caught behind? There's a loud appeal. Now, is that for caught behind, or is that for an LBW? Well, Ben Rain clearly thought he got his man. Well, the ball found its way through to Ollie Robinson. Always difficult to tell when you're seeing it with the naked eye as to whether that was an appeal for a caught behind or an appeal for LBW. My initial feeling was it was an appeal for caught behind. The umpires, Jack Shantry, the former Worcestershire player, and Michael Goff, both tall men and both in similar attire. I just wish they'd get umpires to put their names on the back of their coats. It would make life an awful lot easier. As in comes Rain, bowls, and Clark is forward, plays it into the offside, and there is no run, settling for a nice line and length near how is Ben Rain. As Marty was saying, Sussex's sole success in the Championship this season coming against Durham in that opening game. It was a close game of cricket, a really good game. Since then, Sussex haven't won, 9 draws. But as I say, the 2 games against Yorkshire, had it not been for the weather, I think Sussex would have lost. They might well have beaten Worcestershire and Leicestershire had it not rained. So it's as broad as it's long. As in comes Rain, bowls, and forward comes Clark, defends into the offside. And there is no run. In that early season game against Durham, Ali Orr would have been opening the batting for Sussex, and he's been a big miss this season. Injured his knee in the second T20 of their campaign down at the Oval. Very badly injured his knee, which led to him being out for all of the T20 and the Championship matches in between. The hope was that Ali would be back for the 50 over. As in comes Rain round the wicket bowls, and Clark eases forward, plays that to mid-on, and there is no run. But then he very badly dislocated and I think broke his finger whilst fielding for his club side as he was looking to get back into form and into fitness. Just before the end of the game, I understand that was as well. He was fielding. So no Ali Orr in this game, and I'd rather suspect that maybe that's the last we'll see of Ali Orr this season. I hope I'm wrong. It'd be good to see Ali back for a couple of games, but Sussex have missed him at the top of the order. Absolutely no question about that. And that's why Tom Clark is opening the batting. Rain in bowls to Clark, who drives nicely down the ground and picks up a single fielded at mid-on. And Clark goes to 7 and Sussex to 11 without loss. Still the 3 slips in place. There's a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a deep backward square in front of the scoreboard on the castle side of the ground. And this is going to be the first time that Tom Haines has faced Ben Rain. Marks out his crease. Tom Haines yet to score. Tom Clark on 7. 2 no balls bowled in the opening over by Ben Rain, accounting for the other 4 runs as in comes Rain, racing in around the wicket, bowls to Clark, to Haines, who's forward, plays to mid-on. End of a tidy over by Ben Rain, just conceding the 1 run. So 3 overs gone. For those of you just joining us, very good morning. Welcome to a sunny Riverside where Sussex have won the toss and elected to bat first in a game that certainly they can't afford to lose. A draw wouldn't be a disaster, but I think a defeat here would make their chance of promotion. They wouldn't be out over, but I think they'd be looking having to win their final 3 games of the season.
I was doing some maths this week. Basically, if everybody were to get maximum points, which can't happen because obviously Durham are playing Sussex, but Durham basically need 33 more points to guarantee promotion, 36 to guarantee the title. But if they win this one and other results go their way, they could actually go up this week, ending what's been 5 seasons effectively in this situation. There's Potts bowls from the Finkel end. That's played to mid-on, no run there. I think we really have to take out the 2 COVID years. The Bob Willis Trophy season, there was only 4 matches in that or something. I don't remember how many there were, 4 or 5, weren't there? And then the following year it was a conference-style system before they returned to Division 1 and Division 2 last year. So it's effectively been 5 seasons in Division 2. Potts round the wicket now to Clark. He bowls. Clark forward to this one, pushes it up to Lees at mid-off. No run there. Clark's playing in his 34th match. Got 1,478 runs, including a couple of hundreds and 9 50s, of which he's scored 3 this year. His highest score came last year when he made 138 against Leicestershire. He also got 100 against Notts. In the last match against Yorkshire, which was quite a few weeks ago now, got 58 in that, 96 against Derbyshire in July, and 50 against Worcestershire in June. And he got 50 against Durham last year as well. As Potts comes in, that's left alone. And his best bowling against Durham as well, 3 for 21 in April last year. One of 9 bowlers used in that very high scoring draw, including the wicketkeeper on an absolute flat track at Sussex in April last year.
It's not been an easy season for Tom Clark. So he's been pushing around the order. I think he batted 5 in that game against Durham.
Yeah, he was further down the order, wasn't he? Definitely. Potts it in, and it's defended by the batsman.
But I think he's had a disappointing season, and I think he looks such a stylish player, Tom Clark. I think you need to cut in some slack in terms of the way that he has been pushed up and down the order. And you wouldn't normally he wouldn't be expecting to open in the Championship. But that's what Sussex have been forced into with Ali or not in the side. But so often he looks a super player when he gets going, but so often he'll play some good shots and then seems to lose his concentration. And that's for such a good player, he just hasn't scored the quantity of runs that he ought to be scoring this season. What's he averaging? 25 in the Championship, and he's a better player than that. And actually, when you take out the 96 that he scored, he averages something like 15 in the Championship.
Potts coming in here, right arm round from the Finkel end. It's another defensive shot. So Potts is the second leading wicket taker in the County Championship in Division 2 this year, with 46 at an average of 22. He's bowled in 18 innings. Ben Rain is on 48 at an average of 25 from 22 innings. So Rain is the leading wicket taker in the country. And 2 wickets would take him to 50 in the Championship for a 3rd time. Potts around the wicket now. Tries to York Clark, and that's kept out. Just rolls slightly short on the leg side. End of the over, a maiden. 11 on the board here, 11 without loss. Alex Lees is the leading run maker in Division 2. And I saw one of the cricket websites claiming Rue from Somerset was the first to 1,000 runs this year. But I'm sure Lees got there first. And Lees, in his last 6 innings for Durham, has got 699 runs. He was 65 not out in that rain-affected game at Scarborough, where they only managed about 1.5 days of play in the first 2 days, and then absolutely nothing for the final 2 days.
Ben Rain coming in and bowls to Tom Hayes. There's a wild swing at one outside the off stump. Just now and again, Tom Hayes just seems to lose his concentration. It was wide outside the off stump, and he was going to crash that away through the covers. Doesn't get a a nick and the ball goes through to keeper Robinson. There is no run. I mean, he batted beautifully at Hove in the one-dayer, Martin Alex Lee's made 144 when Durham absolutely trounced Sussex, 427 for 9. I have to admit, when they won that game, Durham, I was thinking, well, I fancy Durham to make their way through to the knockout stages, but not quite to be. But they really.
That was about as good as that was as good as it got. They had a good win by 1 run against Warwickshire.
Rain bowls to Haynes, who works out to mid-wicket, and there is no run. And David Bellingham, 102 in 52 balls, I think it was.
Fastest 100 in a one-day for Durham.
Wow.
Lee's the highest score for an opener for Durham.
It was incredible.
144.
And it could have been a lot worse because the in the end the innings rather fell away. Johnny Bushnell made some runs at the end. But
well, it was still the highest score in a one day. What was it, 427?
427 for 9. Yeah, I mean, it was extraordinary. They were 347 for 6 after 40 overs. But yeah, tremendous performance, and they won by 132 runs. Sussex never looked like getting the runs. In comes Rain, bowls to Haynes, who's all solidly forward, plays into the offside, no run.
So that was the first week of the one-day cup.
Yeah.
So I went to Derby. I remember dropping the kids off at school on my way down to Derby, and that was their last week at school. So the first week of the summer holidays, Durham were at Scarborough, and I started with this chest infection. And they're going back to school tomorrow, and I've still got the chest infection.
Jeepers of you.
And all 5 of us have had it now.
I'm going to keep away from you then.
Yeah, well, I mean, the cough's gone anyway. It's just aggravated my throat somewhat, but who there as well from Haynes.
Yeah, it'd be disappointed with that shot, Tom. I mean, it is his favourite shot, Martin, that he looks to that ball away through backboard point, but he just didn't really look in the position to play the shot. His feet didn't move. And could easily have got a nick.
So I never came down to Sussex for that one day because I was just barking like a dog.
Yeah.
And I thought, there's no way I can go on a train, never mind commentate. Had a week off last week in France and thought not commentating and being off air, just relaxing might help the situation. But here we are. Kids go back to school tomorrow, 6 weeks on. Ooh, Rain with a bouncer this time to Haynes, who's still on none from 12 deliveries.
And I'll tell you what, the kids back at school, Marty, look at the weather.
No.
No. So there'll be mums up and down the country saying, we've had awful summer holidays, trying to keep the children occupied, and lo and behold, back to school, and out comes. I think it's going to be nice all this week as well.
Well, I remember as a kid watching the rain coming down throughout August in the school holidays, and then the moment you got back, the weather was lovely. Always happened. Rain in. That's not far off the off stump. That's a very good leave, because Rain thought he had his man there. He's still got his hands up around his ears in disbelief that he didn't clip the stumps. It's a maiden, though. So Sussex winning the toss and electing to bat are currently 11 for none after 5 overs. The umpires for this one, Michael Goff, the former Durham opener, who retired at the age of, I think, about 25, decided he'd had enough. Tried his hand as a professional footballer with Hartlepool, and I think he played for Spennymoor United for a period as a centre-half, and then became an umpire. And to me, he's one of the best on the circuit internationally. And the other umpire is Jack Shantry, the former Worcestershire man.
Matt Potts is in, bowls to Clark. Good pacey delivery that Clark lets pass by outside the off stump. Just jerked his head back at the last minute through to keeper Robinson, no run. One thing I should have asked you, Martin, I always forget here the names of the respective ends. One is the Finkel end, is that right?
Yeah, we're at the Finkel end, the other end is the Lumley end.
Right. Finkel.
Yeah.
Is that because there's a road, or?
There's an abbey up the river. Back up the river, about 2 miles up the river, Finkel Abbey. It's a nice spot, actually, down on the river. The stepping stones.
What's away from us? Into bowls, pulled away by Tom Clark. One's here for Clark, 3 mid-wicket. He's going to get 4 of them. There's a chase round that onside boundary. It's just, that's a good bit of fielding, actually.
Delayed it.
Very good indeed. The throw comes in, but not before Tom Clark comes back for a 3rd run. I don't know much about Baz Delayed. Marty, he's a good bit of fielding, though, because that prevented a boundary.
Baz is a Dutch international, and his father was a Dutch international. Made his championship debut this year with his dad on air with us in the commentary box, and he
got his first wicket was Johnny Bairstow against Yorkshire.
Nice.
And recently in a World Cup qualifier, he helped the Netherlands beat Scotland, which put Scotland out. And he's got a century and took a fifer. I think one of only 4 players to do it in a World Cup match. Paul Collingwood being one of the others.
Potts in bowls, and Haynes again can't get off the mark, plays that to backward point, and there is no run. That's a good stat.
Mm.
So still 3 slips in place. Scott Ballfoot, the skipper, standing at second slip. So Alex Lee's at first, Marty?
Where's Miss?
It's
Michael Jones, I think so.
Is it first? Jones, sorry.
Yeah.
In comes Potts, bowls, forward comes Haynes, plays down the offside. Potts feels of his own bowling, there is no run. Oh, Alex Lee.
Jones at first, Borthwick at second, and Graham Clark at third.
Thank you. Yeah, Alex Lees is down here at mid-off.
Clark went to, he was a late call-up for the franchise tournament, and I think he was part of the winning team in the end, along with Nathan Souter, who played for Durham in the T20 this year and last year. I've no idea what the scores were. It was the other day, wasn't it, the final?
Yes.
I don't even know who they were playing. I was in France, so.
In comes Potts, bowls, and up his toes as Haynes plays it to point, and again there is no run. What the 100?
Yeah, I haven't seen a minute of it this year.
No, it was won. I didn't see it either. I think it was won by the Oval Invincibles.
Yeah. Well, it was, because him and Nathan were on a photograph I saw on Twitter.
Right.
The trophy's a pretty ugly-looking thing, right, isn't it? Have you seen the trophy?
No. In fact, they were quite lucky to get away with the weather, because I was in London last Sunday and it was, there were showers and bits and pieces around, but anyway, they got it in. In comes Potts. 4 slips in place now. Comes in and bowls that. He took his eye off that. That's a dangerous game to play from Tom Haynes. He got hit there. I'm not sure where he was hit. I thought he was hit. He said he's okay. I think Ben Rain said you're okay. And as he wandered down the far end,
maybe.
Yeah, but he took his eye off the ball. It looks like he's had a bit of confidence, Tom Haynes. He had a really rough time during the 50 overs, skippering a side who performed really poorly, just won 1 of their 8 games. And he's a good player, Tom, but he was very down in the dumps after the defeat at Worcester, and was just looking forward to getting back to Championship cricket. But that was a shot that just made you think perhaps he's just a little out of touch. Certainly turned his head. But he's got away with it. He's still there, but he's still yet to score.
Rain balls, and Clark raises his arms and leaves that one.
Well, I guess you say good leave, Marty, but not far away.
No. Talking about Rain and looking for 50 wickets for the 3rd time in a county championship season. He's done it twice before, but there's also a season where he's got more wickets than 50 in first class, but that included matches against the universities and whatnot. A few years back now. Coming round the wicket now to bowl. Right arm round. There was a muted appeal there as he thought he got through the defences of Clark, but there must have been a little bit of bat on that. And then I'm just looking to see where Potts stands on 50 in a season. Where are we? He did it last year, I think it was. Of course, he's been with England quite a bit.
Yeah.
Rain round the wicket, bowls. And a leading edge there, which goes off towards point, but along the floor. Coming up towards 11 o'clock, and 11 o'clock news will be starting in about 4 or 5 minutes, so there'll be an update for Radio Newcastle on there. In comes Rain. He bowls. It's a short one. It's left alone.
Just for the benefit of the Sussex listeners, Marty, I mean, the pitch here, you know, it's a lovely sunny day. You'd win the toss. You'd think you'd bat first. What have the pitches been doing up here this year?
Been generally fairly good pitches to bat on, actually. They're in the middle of the square here. So this is pitch 12. All right. And I paced it out earlier from the boundary in an unscientific manner and got to about 70-ish yards when I reached the track that they're playing on as Rain comes around the wicket again, and this squirts away down towards vacant third man. Should be 2 runs here for Clark. He moves on to 12.
Will it turn a little later, Martin, do you think? Or
Might do a little bit, but I mean, interesting that Durham are playing George Drizzell in this one.
yeah.
I'm surprised to see his name. But Coughlan's got problems with injuries. Never seems to be far away from an injury. And Pretorius has gone back to South Africa. This is played by Clark off towards mid-off, no run there. End of the over, 16 on the board.
Yeah, I was surprised to see George Drizzell in the side as well. I was just looking, and Liam Kravaskis not in the side. Paul Coughlin played in the game down at Hove, the one-dayer. Just looking who else he played in that game. George Drizzell played in that game as well. Quite a different side, actually. I guess because of the 100 as much as anything else. So it's going to be Matthew Potts who's going to carry on. He's just waving towards the dressing room, actually. Everybody wants bought out. Maybe we are going to get a brief delay here for one reason or another. What if he wants a short leg bought in? I think he does. I think they're waiting for a helmet to be bought out. So the 12th man is suddenly rushing around up on the balcony and trying to get pads and a helmet bought out, and we have got a break in play. So I suspect we're going to have a short leg in place. I thought the 12th man was rather caught on the hop there, but now he's coming racing out of the pavilion. He's got an orange tabard on and his white sun hat. He's coming running out onto the field with, looks like Graham Clark it is, who's going to go under the helmet, I think. So he's bought out a helmet, a protector, no pads, I don't think. So we'll have a delay while the pads get strapped on. A bit of quiet Mickey taking thing going on as the 12th man goes running off the field. So hence we've got the break in place. Sussex winning the toss, 16 without loss. Clark on 12, Haynes yet to score. And it's Matthew Potts to bowl. The 8th over of the morning, running in around the wicket, bowls to Haynes, who's solidly fourth. That's a much better shot from Tom Haynes. Bat and pad close together. Place it down the offside of the track. There is no run. Haynes has faced 18 deliveries and is yet to score a run, but importantly for Sussex, he's still there. Tom Clark is on 12. Just to reiterate, if you're just joining us from a Sussex angle, no Ollie Robinson in the side. A lot of folk thought that he would play in this game, such an important game for Sussex, but no Robinson. In comes Potts, bowls, and Haynes again forward solidly, plays to mid-off, fielded by Lees, and there is no run. No explanation why Ollie Robinson's not playing. I wouldn't have thought England would object to him playing in this game, and actually be interesting to have a look around and see if some of the other England players are playing. But I wonder whether Josh Tongue is playing for Worcestershire in this match. No, he's not. In comes Potts around the wicket, bowl short and taken high above his head by Ollie Robinson. There is no run. Do I need to do your update, Mark?
Yeah, they'll be coming to me in a minute. Thankfully, the BBC feed is now working.
Okay. Well, I'll hand over to you. Because,
Have you not got an 11?
No.
Right.
We do it hourly on the half hour.
All right, okay. Yeah, I don't know what went wrong there because it was working initially and then suddenly it went off again. So anybody who's been frustrated, it's now up and running. Technology on a Sunday morning, just what you want.
Yeah.
And the earlier start doesn't help either. Potts then round the wicket, comes in and bowls. That's a Yorker, a slower Yorker, floats in towards leg stump. Tipped away by Haynes towards Ben Rain at mid-on, and I think Haynes thought he was going to eventually get off the mark on the 21st delivery, and a brilliant diving stop by Rain. Haynes set off, and then suddenly he was turning to head back to his crease again. Haynes had a few runs against Durham, actually. Got 54 in Hove last year, 64 in Hove this year, and he nearly went for a 22nd ball duck there. He's off the mark, and he's just carved one straight over the top of the slip cordon and past Scott Borthwick at second slip for 4.
Well, he might feel better for getting off the mark, Marty, but it wasn't a great shot, was it? He could so easily have got out.
I'm just wondering which pitch they would have played on the other day for the England match.
England won easily, didn't they? That was a T20, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was apparently a full house. I was in Boulogne.
Right.
We were in a seafood restaurant in the seafront in Boulogne.
Nice.
As Potts comes in here to bowl to Haynes. That's played to Lees, no run at mid off. And I saw that Bryden Carse had got a wicket on his debut. Here we go, update for the news. Yes, Sussex, one of the teams who could stop them winning the title or indeed going up. But if Durham were to beat them in this one and net sufficient points, and there are 24 available in each county championship match, then they could actually go up this week if other results go their way. Sussex have won the toss, though. They have decided to bat. Play started at 10:30, with us now being in September, and Sussex are in the 9th over. They're 20 without loss. Tom Clark has 12, and Tom Haynes has just got off the mark. He's on 4, 22nd ball. Commentary on the BBC website and the Sports app.
Is this Baz de Linde, is it, who's going to come into the attack?
Yeah.
Is it Leedy or Linde?
Baz de Linde, yeah.
Linde, okay.
So so we were in Boulogne we'd been down the Loire Valley.
Nice.
For a few. My wife had been over there for a week and a half before I managed to get out there, but because the one-day cup ended with Durham not getting out of the group, I was able to fly from East Midlands Airport as de Linde replaces Ben Rain. So I wonder if Rain will switch ends at some point here. So Rain has bowled at 4 overs. And de Linde has replaced him. So Rain so far with those 4 overs. None for 13, 1 maiden. Potts 4 overs, none for 7, 2 maidens. de Linde then right arm over from the Lumley end. And Clark's forward to this one.
You could have gone and seen my auntie who lives in Boulogne.
Boulogne,
yeah.
right?
I've got an auntie, yeah. I really like Boulogne. Got some lovely little restaurants.
Yeah.
Particularly in the old town.
Yeah. Well, I flew from East Midlands Airport to Paris to Orly, and then went into Paris, which I'd absolutely had no idea where I was going. Managed to get a train from Paris down to Poitiers, which is fairly central. As de Linde bowls here, driven, or an attempted drive by Clark. He's played that off to the front foot there from the inside edge and just bobbles out on the offside, no run. Anyway, my wife picked me up in the middle of absolutely nowhere. I didn't have a clue where I was. And here's Marcus. And had a few days on a campsite there, then a few days in Paris, and then got to Boulogne last Wednesday night, realised the T20 was on. By the time I turned it on my phone with the time difference, the match had already finished. So I didn't see any of it, unfortunately. I did see pictures, though. It was a full house. de Linde bowls. Oh, that stayed low. And just misses the off stump there. But we'd avoided being eaten by any insects in the middle of France in a campsite in the riverbank. And then we get to Boulogne the other day in a caravan site on the cliff tops with a howling gale coming in off the sea. Got eaten alive by the mosquitoes on Wednesday night. Killed 13 of them as well between 5 o'clock in the morning and about 6 o'clock in the morning. But there you go. 20 for none then, as de Linde comes in and bowls. This is played by Clark towards mid-off. I'm just wondering if this is a little bit too paced here. Ball doesn't look like it's coming onto the bat
in true fashion, some of these deliveries, just sticking in the pitch a little bit, maybe. You all right, Marcus?
Morning, gentlemen. How are we?
Not see you.
Nice to see you too.
Where have you been the last few weeks then? Where were you?
I've been working here, obviously, and
Yeah.
then doing a little bit of travelling in working in the 100 competition as well.
Down in Leeds?
Keeping an eye on our Durham players, warming the bench.
Yeah.
So,
Did any of them get a game or not?
yeah, well, Matthew Potts played a couple.
Yeah.
The
The maiden, by the way, from Delayder there, end of the over.
Yeah, look, I think there's still very much a further discussion needs to be had around the players that aren't playing in the 100 teams or the 11s to see if we can, get a bit more access from a county level. Obviously, Bass came back and played one game.
Yeah. And apparently, they were suggesting to us that it was down to insurance. So if a player leaves a 100 franchise and comes to their county and plays, and then gets injured, they're not covered to play after the 100 team or something like that.
Yeah, well, so if a player gets injured during the 100 for their franchise, then and they're ruled out and they're not going to be fit for the remaining games, they get replaced.
Matt Potts running away from us comes in and bowls to Haynes, who almost plays on. He's looked very sketchy here this morning, Tom Haynes. That's an inside edge. He picks up a single down towards deep backward square. He goes to 5 and Sussex to 21 without loss.
And once a player's replaced, well, then their earning stops, and whatever money's left in their bracket, you can replace and use that money to pay the next person. So, one of the things that kind of came up this year was, a consequence of the detail not being thought out is if a player comes back and plays for their county, gets injured, and is unable to play any more part of the 100, well, then there's no insurance cover to backfill that amount. So it puts the player in a very awkward position.
Potts in, bowls. As a ball toss, Clark drives to mid-off. There is no run.
So for his part, Baz chose to come back and play for Durham rather than sit on the bench in Leeds. Yeah. But others...
Well, no. So in terms of, speaking in terms of the Northern Superchargers, which had Ollie Robinson and Bass and Matthew Potts,
Bryden
was there. Bass was the only one that was released by the head coach to go and play that game.
So something needs looking at for next year then, in terms of players coming back to their clubs.
Yeah, absolutely. I think whether that's something that's obviously the PCA and the ECB needs to have further discussions how we best support the players, from an insurance point of view.
Potts running away from us. 3 slips go down. He's in and bowls outside of the off stump, taken by Robinson. And there is no run. A couple of emails have come in. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Julian says, "Good morning, gentlemen. Why no Robinson or Garton in arguably Sussex's most important game of the season?" He says Robinson can play golf in Portugal and Garton can play in the 100. He says it all leaves a nasty taste in the mouth. Says Julian. So we've no idea why those two players aren't playing, but we'll ask Paul Farbrace at the close of play. A lot of people thought Ollie Robinson might play in this game. In comes Potts bowls, driven by Clark nicely, and that's going to be 4 runs. Just beats the diving, leaves at mid-off. The ball just dribbles towards the boundary, and it's just going to go over the rope just down below us. So nice shot by Tom Clark. He goes to 16. I think that's going to click over to, and Sussex to 25 without loss.
This is the last Sunday start of the year, isn't it? Aren't the final games midweek ones now? Is that right?
Well, we both should know, shouldn't we?
I know.
I think it is for Sussex.
I know. I've got one more.
We do start next week against Leicestershire on next Sunday.
Yeah, from a Durham point of view, I think this is the last one.
25 without loss. Sussex. Another email's coming from John Malone. He says, "Hello, Adrian and Martin." He's listening down in Bexhill-on-Sea, which is just along the coast from Hove. He says, "Brilliant weather in Bexhill-on-Sea. Glad to see it's sunny in Durham." He's got a cure for you, Marty, for your cough.
Mm-hmm.
In comes Potts. 3 slips go down. He's in and bowls. And Clark. Oh, what a take that is by Robinson. Down the leg side. I was just saying to Martin earlier, Marcus, that Ollie Robinson's wicket-keeping display down at Hove this year was the best I've seen anywhere in the country this year. I thought he was terrific.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, look, he's having a fantastic summer for us. He's making a bucket full of runs. Whenever he walks out, he tends to impact the game with some great run scoring with a really healthy strike rate. But his keeping seem to improve every week that goes by. Keeping regularly now is certainly going to help him.
In comes Potts Bowles, up on his toes. His Clark plays to mid-off, and there is no run. End of the over, 25 without loss. Clark 16, Haynes on 5. And what a terrific signing. And I think a lot of people, when they saw him coming from Kent, people, oh, Kent to Durham, that's a long way. And I think there are a few people saying around Sussex, well, hang on, well, why did he come to us?
Everywhere's a long way if you don't live there.
Look, there's no doubt there was a lot of good, healthy competition through signature. We were fortunate enough to probably get our foot into the door, so to speak, in terms of getting him up on loan for T20 last year. So he got an understanding of the Northeast, the changing room, his teammates, in and around, not just to the ground, but, looking around in the nightlife and, where him and his young partner can come up and are now living and really enjoying, life in the Northeast. He's been a fantastic addition, not just from the performances, but he is a very, very impressive young man, and fits beautifully into our culture.
So later bowling here from the Lumley end. That's a dot ball to bowling to Haynes there, who's on 5.
It's all about recruitment, Marcus. And you identified him and a bit of homework. I mean, that was a pretty smart move getting him up here for that T20.
Yeah. Look, it's we were in the market for looking at a long-term keeper batter. A lot of these days now that the keepers, their batting is exceptional as well. So we saw that Ollie was.
Next ball is a no ball. I think that's the third of the innings so far. And what are we into the 11th over?
Ollie's reputation was very good, around the traps in the game and speaking to people, and his situation down at Kent. They had 3 keepers, and that only one person can keep. Jordan Cox is a fantastic player. Sam Billings again was pushing for England honours. So fortunately for us, Ollie was not getting the opportunities he was hoping for.
Later in, another no ball. I think it's Michael Goff at that end, isn't it? The player.
And we've seen now that him coming up to Durham and playing consistently, he's improved and developed so well. So much so that, in my eyes, he's certainly one of the next, keepers, batters, pushing for higher honours. And I'd be very surprised not to see him on tour again in the winter with the England Lions.
Most definitely.
To later then, bowling to Haynes, 29 without loss, and that's gone to point along the floor, no run. Doug the Fulwell Mackham has been on Marcus. He said, I find it incredible Drizzell is selected ahead of Bushnell. Johnny is a much better batsman and bowler and a fielder, plus we have Parkinson in the team. So Doug's wondering about the selection process today. I have to say, I've got George in my match notes, all of his stats, but I was surprised to see him starting today. Then later comes in and bowls, and that's where's that gone? That's hooked down towards. Oh, it's gone along the floor in the end. I was looking for it in the air. David Bedingham comes in from long leg to field the ball. It would have been just beyond the discs in a one-dayer, but 2 runs that.
Yeah, look, it's a good question, and obviously a matter of opinion. We're playing on a used pitch, which was last used for the T20 International.
Right, that was
week.
Yeah, that was what I was wondering at the start of this game, whether this was the match.
It's quite dry and hard. The pitch, about 3 over. If you're looking on the stream, 3 over to the right or to the left of the stream, was the pitch we were due to play on, but it got absolutely soaked.
The later in, flicked off the legs by Haynes, down towards Bedingham again at long leg, 1 run.
We had quite a lot of rain this time last week, and obviously the international pitch was a priority, and that got very wet. So it's a number of days behind where we wanted it to. So we've gone on here, and Ryan and Scott, there was absolutely some good discussion around Bushnell or Driss. And they felt that with the amount of left-handers in Sussex batting lineup, that they wanted to go the attacking option in Drizzle.
So there's your answer, Doug, as the ball is played up to mid-off. Yeah, while I was away, we got messages from my mother-in-law to say it was absolutely Armageddon up here last weekend. So
the puddles on this outfield was so worrying that we actually thought the the T20 International was
Really?
could be in danger, even though the weather changed from Monday onwards and it was quite sunny and breezy. But yeah, there was a bit of uncertainty around some of the areas around the ground. But thankfully, it turned out lovely.
Final ball of the 11th over from Deleda, and this is turned away by Clark out towards deep mid wicket for 1 run. End of the over then, and Sussex having chosen to bat 33 for none. Clark has 17, Haynes has 8. One of the things that was eventually confirmed while I was away was Liam Travasca's heading to Leicestershire. So when Durham announced, I think it was back in June or early July, that Colin Ackerman and Callum Parkinson were coming here next year, I was told at the same time that Liam was going in the opposite direction, and eventually that was confirmed last week. So he wants to play all formats of cricket, doesn't he? And red ball particularly as well. And he'd be a loss because he's come through the Durham Academy and he's a
100%
good player.
Yeah, look, everyone involved in the club's disappointed to see him leave, but the reasons that he is leaving are absolutely the right ones. He's a player that needs to be playing, in his stage of his career, wanting to be playing all formats of the game. And obviously through our strategies and our recruitment, that's probably going to be quite challenging for him moving into next year. And, this year he hasn't got the opportunities in 4-day cricket that he would have liked.
Matthew Potts in and bowls. Forward comes Clark, plays down the track. Potts fills off his own bowling, no run.
Yeah, I think at the start of the season he played at Hove, didn't he? And then the following week he was on air with us, I think, from memory.
I think he played against Glamorgan.
Glamorgan, was it?
Yeah, it was Glamorgan. He made an 80, I think.
What was the first home game here this year? Was it Derbyshire or Worcestershire?
Potts in, bowls, Clark pulls in. Well, it's in the air. He's rather poor to get away with that, Tom Clark. He's going to get a couple of runs. Matt Potts has got his hands on his head. It was short. He was looking to pull it away, Clark. He didn't time it at all, and the ball ballooned away over mid-wicket. He gets a couple of runs as Tom Clark. He goes to 19 and Sussex to 35 without loss. Yeah, the side down at home.
Yeah, he wasn't in that one, was he?
Yeah, Lees, Jones, McKinney, Bedingham, Robinson, Clark, Bushnell, Cast, Rain, Potts, and Kuhneman.
Yeah, he got 79 at Glamorgan, so that was the second away game, which was affected by the weather in April. It's been an interesting year this year because so many announcements were made in July, weren't they? Which is not normal.
In comes Potts bowls. That's a full toss, clipped away by Clark. He rather felt he misses out there. He picks up a single down to final. Need to be careful. Good bit of fielding way down in the distance. And it's just a single to Tom Clark. He goes to 20 and Sussex to 36 without loss.
I think that's a good point, Marty. I think that's something that the game needs to look at over the winter. I feel personally, my views are that there's an opening of the transfer market, if you want to call it that, on the 1st of April. So clubs, whether it's a head coach or director of cricket or anyone from the club, you can't speak to other players until the 1st of April and they're in their last year of their contract. So I think that's too early because what we've seen is so many signings happen very quickly.
Potts in bowls. Haynes is forward, punches this through the offside. Alex Lees makes a tumbling attempt to stop the ball, but it's run straight through him. He's going to pick up a couple of runs. It's Tom Haynes. They're looking for a third, but that isn't there. Haynes goes into double figures. He's on 10 and Sussex 38 without loss.
So we've obviously seen multiple movement within clubs.
Yeah.
And I feel that we should be pushing that 1st of April back to or further on to the 1st of September. And then you extend the end contract period rather than being at the end of October, you make it the end of December. So it enables those players to have some financial security if they're released and don't get another county. But it stops all this signing and announcing in the middle of the season.
Potts in bowls and Haynes clips this firmly to mid-on. There is no run.
I mean, it was the Ackerman and Parkinson announcements came, I think, the week Durham went to Leicester, didn't they? And people were questioning whether, is this right? They're going to be playing against the team they're going to be playing for next year. But I mean, Ackerman got 146.
I must admit, I did speak to him. I wasn't overly happy with him.
Yeah.
We already knew he could play.
Yeah.
Didn't have to get 100 against us.
Yeah. I mean, Danny Lamb's coming to Sussex next year. He played for Somerset in the 50 over.
Well, Brooks has been all over this year as well, hasn't he? I think he's played for 3 or 4 teams.
Pops in, bowls, up on his toes. As Haynes plays it onto the onside, picks up a single. Tom Haynes, he goes to 11 and Sussex to 39 without loss. At the end of the over, Matt Potts, 6 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 18. Sussex, having won the toss this morning, decided to bat 39 without loss. Would Durham have batted, Marcus, if they'd won the toss?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's definitely a bat first. The blue skies, it's a used pitch. I think the surface will be pretty good throughout the game. Hopefully, we'll deteriorate a little bit towards the back end in day 3 and into day 4. And obviously, Ryan and Scott and us have kind of discussed that playing 11 and playing 2 spinners was with your 3 quicks was an absolutely bat first. But no, the task now is to continue to try and build some pressure here and chip away at Sussex, and and if we can bowl them out within a reasonable score and bat well, then see where the game's going to go.
That's the leader to continue here. This is his 3rd over. We only saw 4 from Ben Rain earlier on, so no doubt he'll be back again at some point in the near future. The leader's going to come right on round the wicket to bowl to Haynes, who's on 11. And this is played short on the offside, no run there. It was his 22nd delivery when he eventually got off the mark, a streaky 4 over the slips. He's now faced 34 for his 11th. Clark on 20 at the other end. What was the attendance the other night then, Marcus, here for the...
It was a sellout.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
that was about 15,000,
I think it's a bit less than that, Marty. I think it's somewhere between 13.5 and 14.5.
And there's a women's international this Saturday, isn't it?
That's right, yeah. This coming Saturday.
The later in, this is played away by Haynes, nicely out for a deep mid-wicket, being chased by Parkinson up the far end of the ground. He comes to a bit of an abrupt halt there. I don't think he was sliding along the ground like he thought he was going to, and he's hurt his knee.
Hurt his leg.
Yeah.
I think his knee got stuck in the grass, when it takes a bit of a chunk. It goes back to that, what I was saying earlier, that rain a week ago. There's still some soft parts of the outfield.
Yeah.
His knee's very muddy now.
Let's hope he's okay. This solution, Marty, to your cough, by the way, this is from
Got a
John
new voice box?
Yeah, he says, have you tried the Irish hot toddy consisting of whiskey, boiling water, not too much sugar, squeeze of lemon? He says it works a treat before you go to bed. And he says, keep up the good work, lads. Hoping for a Sussex win. The stream is coming through. Pictures and sound are really good. So well done to Durham.
Good.
So that's all good news. And what do you know, Marcus? We're going to pronounce this gentleman's name wrongly, I suspect. Yedev Unandkat. Who's
I don't know why you're asking me.
There's his stats there. Yes, the later bowls this one past the off stump.
You know much about it?
Unandkat. I've seen him play a little bit for India. Yeah, look, he's obviously a well accomplished player.
Yeah.
Left armer, I love left arm.
Yeah.
I think point of difference is great, and he would have obviously come with some good recommendations from your captain.
Yeah, for sure. We knows him very well. Yeah.
Yeah, they played together at Saurashtra, don't they? Saurashtra. The later in bowls turned away by Clark for 1, down to Beddingham at long leg.
I've probably seen him. I'm more familiar with him, the side of him, and seeing him bowl probably in the IPL.
Yeah.
His international career is quite limited in terms of games played.
Yeah. I think just 3 test matches I think he's played. Yeah, I think he was saying in his interview that it's a little break for domestic cricket in India. So it's just a little window here to get the players in.
The later balls to Haynes. Haynes defends. Ball rolls back to the bowler. No run there.
But I guess it's quite difficult, is it, at this stage, as because sides are looking at promotion, maybe relegation, trying to pick the right player, because there's a cost to all of this as well.
Oh, it's extremely expensive. Flights and visa costs and salaries and all the bits and pieces that cost accommodation, car hire. So overseas players are, they're a big investment for the club. And then this time of year, it's the pool of players you have access to is so small. You've got a World Cup coming up. You've got the Asia Cup in full swing. We've got some international series going around the world.
Delader is driven by Haynes, and that's away past point. Should get to the boundary rope in front of the pavilion for 4, and it does. End of the over. The score moves on to 47 for none.
And how important is your due diligence with that, Marcus? You know, talking to people, making sure you've got the right one in and they're coming for the right reasons.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's something I think everyone does to the best they can. It doesn't guarantee success. You know, you can sign players and you've done your due diligence. They're in great form internationally or domestically, and they come and sometimes it just doesn't happen for them. So, you know, that's the reality of it, really.
Yeah.
I guess the main thing is making sure that you've not just got the skill set that fits into the balance of your team that you're looking to recruit, but also the person and the
I was going to ask
that fits into your club change. You know, the change room culture, the environment. That's really important, because if you get that wrong, that's got a bigger effect than if you get someone that doesn't make a runs or doesn't take as many wickets. You know?
And I guess when you were saying earlier about Ollie Robinson, you had a chance to have a little look, and I guess it was a chance for him to have a look, but also you to have a look as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But you're right. You have people around the world that you trust that are in certain countries in different camps. And
Ben Rain has changed ends, comes in and bowls to Clark, who's forward, plays down the track. Rain fields no run.
You trust their feedback or their opinions on certain individuals. And the other thing around cricket these days is the world of cricket is so small. There's the amount of players that will play with each other in franchise competitions or A tours. If they're if you're looking domestic players, they all seem to know each other. So you can pretty much get a pretty accurate kind of bit of feedback when you're looking at recruitment.
Rain, I'm going to say it's two slips in a gully, in and bowls, let go by Clark. There is no run. What's the thought here with Ben Rain changing ends, Marcus?
Oh, look, I think it's just good captaincy from Scott. Obviously, at the moment with the hard ball, he's got 3 quicks, so he had to pull one of them off. Probably it would have seemed a little bit underdone. Ben Rain obviously only had 4 overs, 3 or 4 overs in his first spell, so it enables him to swap him around and have another crack this end, and then probably see a bit of spin come in before lunch as well.
Rain, glorious sunshine, runs away from us bowls to Tom Clark. Clark is solidly 4, bat and pad close together, plays to mid off, no run.
Just going back to Jadev and Adcat, I was looking through his career, and he made his first-class debut, bizarrely, at Grace Road in 2010, playing for India A against the West Indies A. And got 7 for 41.
Okay.
But Sussex is his first English county side.
Well, Sussex certainly needed to bring someone in with Nathan McAndrew was here until the end of...
He's a fantastic professional, isn't he?
Yeah, and did really well. In comes Rain bowls, clipped away by Clark through mid-wicket. He's going to pick up 1 and probably 2. They think about a second, but it isn't there. As Clark goes to 22. Yeah, he did really well.
He got a 5 against Durham, didn't he, at the start of the season?
Yeah, just look at his stats here. Where are we?
4th, was it?
Yeah, McAndrew, 1 for 35 in the first innings. Where are we? 5 for 85. Yeah. Made runs as well.
He's a good pro.
Yeah.
So
Sussex have missed him.
Yeah, so has he been called back to
he's not coming back. Yeah, so he went back at the end of July. He didn't play in the 50 over at all.
Okay. Well, the Australian domestic season starts in a few weeks.
Yeah, it was. He's been a big. He's been a miss. And comes Rain around the wicket, bowl short, and Haynes watches that go through to Robinson. I'm going to have to go and do an update.
Yeah, have you got an 11:30? Yeah. Not that one. Oops. Yeah. The black one. That's it. I don't know what you've done now, but I'm going to have to check this because just grab random buttons there. Your chair's fallen over as well. It's Marcus North, the Durham Director of Cricket, with us here. If you want to fire in any observations or questions while he's with us. It's Ben Rain in the sunshine. None for 14 so far, 4.5 overs. That's off the pads, just drifting too much down the leg side. Would have been worth a shout if it had been a little bit more across towards the right-hand side, but just drifted a little bit too much down the leg side there. End of the over, just the 1 over from it. Good return from his point of view. Paul Wilson says, hi Marty and Adrian. Greetings from a sun-kissed, sizzling Costa del Hartlepool. Should be with you until around about 4 before going out to watch an excellent rock blues band called Black Bear Bones out the South Durham Social Club in Hartlepool. Come on, Durham. Black bare bones. Very good. I watched that Cocaine Bear on the telly a few weeks ago. I tell you what, you wouldn't go camping in the woods once you've watched that. Partly based on a true story, but certainly not the way the film panned out. But back in the early 80s, a stash of drugs was found in the forest and a bear was affected by it. 48 without loss, then Sussex delayed it. Here bowling to Clark, who's on 22. Around the wicket he comes from the Lumley end.
Oh,
that's moved. Oh, it's been put down by Robinson now. I think there was an edge there, you know.
Yeah, there's definitely an edge.
Look at that again. Oh, yes. Thick edge. And it was way across to Robinson's left-hand side. He got a glove on it, but he couldn't hold on to it. It was his for the taking there. Jones is at first slip. Didn't quite reach him. So a life for Clark on 22. Later in again, and that one's pushed up to mid-off, no run there. Sharp chance, but we've seen Ollie Robinson take harder catches than that this year, haven't we?
Yeah, it's sometimes it can be tough for keepers when the right arm bowler going around the wicket to a left-hander, and the angle is kind of sucking the keeper down leg side a little bit, and he just was a little bit wrong-footed there. Unfortunately, it looked like a hell of a ball from Bass.
Yeah, it was a good ball, wasn't it? Moved away as well. Here he comes again then, on the wicket, bowls, and the ball played back along the ground to the bowler. So he'll be off to the World Cup, won't he, in a few weeks' time, Bastilleida with the Netherlands, having helped them get there.
Yeah, the first game for them is about the 5th or 6th of October.
Which is normally around about the time the cricket writers' annual lunch is in London. So they've put that off this year until the end of November, until the World Cup.
That gives you something to look forward to. It's one of your favourite outings, that, isn't it?
It's not a bad day out. As Deleda comes around the wicket again. It's a short one and it's pulled away to Rain down at long leg. I just problem. I'll be back in the office by then, so I'll have to try and get a day off and get off the rotor. Normally have October off every year once the season's finished. Could just do a little bit of warmer weather this year, because last year it just sort of fizzled out into rainy coldness, didn't it? And it stayed like that all the way till about May.
Well, we're due, Marty. We've had a shocking summer.
Yeah. The laid around the wicket, bowls driven through the covers. That's away. I think for 4. Should have the legs to get to the boundary in front of the Hounds Club. Still not there yet. It is now. So it's a big boundary this playing right in the middle of the square. That's the 50 up for Sussex as well. 53 for none in 14.5 overs. And Haynes with that drive for 4. I measured it out. It's probably about 75 yards to the boundary rope to either side. 53 for 1.
Do you walk that? You pace that out?
Yeah,
maybe?
I've only got little legs though, so I got to around about 80. So I reckon maybe 75 yards, something like that.
Slightly different to what Sussex are used to down at Hove.
Yeah.
But still, the outfield is running very, very quickly today.
Haynes waits. He's on 22. Deleda bowls, and he drives at that. That's an edge that flashes away past point, off towards the boundary. And who's that fielding that?
Clark.
Graham Clark. He doesn't normally wear 20 on his back, does he? He's got 20 on his back instead of 7. Is that him or not?
Maybe someone's off. It might be Bushnell, is it?
Yeah, it might be Bushnell. It is Bushnell.
Yeah.
In fact, at that very moment, Bushnell's walked off and Parkinson's come back on. So we saw Parkinson hurt his knee a couple of overs ago. He's obviously been able to have a look at that, and he's back on the field now. 56 for none then after 15 overs. Was that a drop?
It was.
Yeah.
Having big Ollie Robinson.
I know. How many times it happened? Yeah, just got himself slightly wrong-footed and through the mid-out. It didn't quite stick, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately for Durham.
Yeah.
It's just,
A life for Tom Clark when he was on 22.
he looks a good player, Clark. Like how he sets up. Has it been going? This
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say he doesn't get the volume of runs that he should do, Marcus. I mean, he's averaging something like 25 in the championship. You take out the 96 he got against Glamorgan, and he's averaging about 15. And he's one of these. I mean, he knows he should score more runs.
He looks a far better player than.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. But he gets himself out. He gets himself in and seems to get himself out. But I couldn't agree more. And forced to open here because Ali Orr's been out the side since May. Ben Rain coming into bowl to Tom Haynes. In bowls, and Haynes, well, I think he changed his mind then about the shot he was going to play. It was short. He's picked up 4 runs down to third man. I think he was thinking of pulling that and then changed his shot at the last minute.
I think Ben just got that a little bit too short, gave him a bit too much time to make the adjustment. But it was a good shot in the end.
Yeah, he eased the ball over the slips for 4 runs. Bit of a one-day shot from Tom Haynes. He goes to 29 after a scratchy start, and Sussex go to 60 without loss. These two are good mates. Both play their club cricket down at Horsham. And have done for many years, but both have been, a bit shorter runs, so they'll be pleased to have. And as you talk about left-handers, then they're both Tom, and then the number 3's a Tom as well, Tom Alsop. Then Bajara at 4. Just the 2 slips in place now as Ben Rain runs around the wicket, comes into bowl to Tom Haynes, and Haynes' forward clips this firmly to mid-on, put by Beddingham, and there is no run.
Paul in Hartlepool, who's going to see the band this afternoon, asks Marcus, who are the academy players we need to look out for next season?
Ooh, I hate getting asked this question because I don't want to leave them all out, and then you put pressure on some of them that are coming through. I'll throw one that I think's, there's a couple. I mean, you got Daniel Hogg, who's an outstanding bowling talent, who's been playing for the England under-19s at the moment against Australia.
Oh, down at Hove.
I think the Aussies have been quite dominant, I think, in that series by the look of it.
Yeah. I think they won yesterday, didn't they? It was.
And then we've a name that a lot of Durham supporters will know, Mustard. Hayden Mustard is
I can't believe the fathers, the sons of the fathers are now playing their cricket. And I commentated on their dad's careers. Makes me feel old. He's a keeper as well, isn't he, Hayden?
Yeah, very, very good player. Very good batter.
In comes Rain. This is defended. It pops up slightly, though, off towards short leg. I remember him as a toddler. I remember Mitch Killeen being born. He was a baby. We were up at Killer's house one Easter weekend, me and Julia, and there's this little baby, and he's playing for Durham. And that was about 2005, I think. How long before the North are playing for Durham then? Right, and coming round the wicket now to Haynes. He's gone off towards mid-wicket, no run there. Diving stop from Potts. Are they girls in the the Durham pathway?
Yeah, my daughter's in the under 11s. So she loves her cricket, and Archie is still trying to break into that Durham stuff, but he plays all his cricket at Gateshead Fell.
Yeah,
he loves it.
My daughters were invited on the Durham pathway a couple of winters ago, and I thought they're not good enough for this, and I think it might be too much for them. They won't enjoy it. And at the end of the 8 weeks of winter training, we got an email. There's rain balls here. This is played off by Haynes through mid-wicket for 1 to say, the email basically said, sorry to inform you, but at this point in time we'll not be taking our interest in your daughters any further. And I said to my wife, what do you think? And she said, well, just read it to them and see what they say. And they were both, get in. So they didn't enjoy it. I think they were just a little bit too young for it at the time, but they haven't had really much cricket at all this year. Weather and various other things.
So we're going to get
Here we are then, bit of spin.
Just very briefly elsewhere in Division 2, Worcestershire 33 for 3 at New Road against Glamorgan.
Now that could help Durham's scenario here.
Yeah.
Been crunching the numbers, Marcus. If Durham win this week and get decent points on the board, and other results go their way, they could actually be promoted this week. So
otherwise, if results go against them this week, then they're going to need 33 points to get up. Possibly 33 points at 36 to win the title. But that's if all results go the wrong way.
Yeah, and that's why it's very important from a Sussex point of view that they don't get beat here, because one of Worcestershire or Glamorgan, if they win there, Sussex have won 1, but they've drawn 9. So it's going to be, you've got Drizzle or Drizzle in bowls, and forward comes Haynes, plays to mid-wicket, no run.
I say Drizzle.
I call him Driz.
I can't call
I'm
him
Australian. I shorten everything. That's all I'm saying.
Call him George. Let's call him George.
So is it bowls to Haynes?
He hasn't played in the championship this year, has he?
No, this is his first game this year.
Not by Beddingham, it's just a slip in place.
Played against Notts. Last game last year.
Right. Oh, down at Nottingham. Oh, that was a
tough game, that one.
Yeah.
Comes in bowls. Haynes stretches forward, plays down the track. There is no run.
I'm still having counselling after that one.
Why? Was it?
Just Nottingham should just battered forever, didn't they? And
Yeah.
they needed to win to go up, and they got their highest score against Durham. 4 centurions in the innings.
Drizzle in bowls. Haynes down the wicket, driving, and he's going to get 4 runs. Tom Haynes, mid-on is up. And Tom Haynes down the wicket and hammers the ball away over mid-on for 4 runs. I don't think he quite got all of that, Tom Haynes. Nonetheless, he goes to 34. And Sussex to 65 without loss.
Question in terms of recruitment, Marcus. Is there anything on the back burner, where Durham are a first division team next year instead of a second division team? Does that make any difference in terms of recruitment or not?
Is that in again? Oh, sorry, down the leg side. By Robinson, no run.
I think what's been fortunate is we've been playing some really good cricket this whole summer, and kind of leading the way after getting a number of wins in that first 6 weeks, really.
Yeah.
So our recruitment has been.
Rizal bowls. Haynes clips this down backward of square, picks up another single. He goes to 35, total to 66 without loss.
Our recruitment, with Ackerman and Parkinson, have been with an eye to first division.
Yeah.
It enables us to, by bringing in Callum Parkinson, we will focus on a overseas quick bowler for next year.
Right.
With David Beddingham as our overseas batter. So it enables us to kind of change our strategy around overseas. And for us, having another batter to add some more depth and competition within our team is really important. And Colin is a very, very experienced performer. And for us, it's around getting promoted, but also we're not going into the first division to survive. We want to go and win. We've seen counties do that recently, as in Essex.
Rain in. Oh, inside edge. Where's that gone? That's disappeared down towards fine leg for 4. I really don't think Haynes had any idea where that ball had gone there.
No, none. He's had a couple like that, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Haynes. He's made some nice shots, but he's made some sketchy stuff as well.
Ryan Campbell I think he might have mentioned it the other day in your pre-match, Marty, that, from the moment he arrived here, is one of his goals as head coach is he wants us to be the best team in the country in championship cricket. So as one of my roles with director of cricket is to support that as best I can as a club through our finances and the economy of Durham, and to go out there and recruit the best players that we can to support that. And that's, we felt we've made some fantastic signings in Ackerman and Parkinson for next year. Hopefully a very good high quality overseas quick.
This is defended off Rain by Haynes. It just runs up to Lees at mid-off. Who's touring England next year then, sir?
West Indies and Sri Lanka.
Right, so... the key is to get somebody who can come all season.
Yeah, look, you've got
a few months.
You've got a World Cup, so in June, July, T20 World Cup. So the one thing on the calendar of international cricket, the Australians don't have any Test cricket between back end of February and I think November. So they've got their kind of 4-year cycle.
Rain round the wicket, balls. Played up to Lees once again, run at mid-off.
And if the season kind of structure of competitions is, I don't see it probably changing this year, for next year, potentially in 2025. But if it stays the same, well, then you're probably looking to get somebody from, up until the end of July, really. It's probably a natural cut-off where overseas players will go and have a rest somewhere if they're not involved in franchise tournaments.
I presume the World Cup's here then, is it?
No, it's in America, and
Is it? Oh,
Yeah, I didn't realise that. I was reading an article about that the other day because we only I've lost track of when all these World Cups are.
well, they're
there's
now
one every
more,
year now, isn't there?
What T20?
Well,
there's one or the other,
one or
isn't
the
there
other
now?
or something,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's totally confusing me. They're not happy with the ball here, the umpires. It is 17 and a half overs old. Last year, this ball would have got a silver watch. And this one is going to be replaced. So 17 and a half overs in, 70 for none. So that means Sussex are about to lose a wicket then as soon as the replacement ball comes in.
It's not a bad joke, that, Marnie.
That's a good one for Martin. And how does it, I mean, without going into the nitty gritty of it, I mean, how does it work, Marcus, in terms of, you get a player that you identify. Do these players often, is it about finance? I mean, Surrey seem to be able to sign everybody. I mean, so, are some clubs able to offer more than others? I mean, how does that all work?
Well, like I alluded to, each club has its own economy, I call it. We can only afford what we can afford.
Yeah, sure.
There'll be a number of clubs in out of the 18 which probably would look very similar to what we would be able to spend in the market. Others can spend more, and others don't have as much to spend. So. I mean, it does, dictate, each player has a value in the market, domestically and overseas. And it's just going and understanding what that value is and making sure that when we go to our, to recruit that, there's no point me going and looking to recruit a player that we're just not going to be able to afford.
Yeah. Is there a limit to what counties can offer a player? Or does that come within a wage cap? Well,
there's a salary cap in terms of all your cricket spend over an annual period. I think it's roughly about 2.9 million, give or take a little bit.
Okay.
I don't think if maybe one or two counties may be pushing that ceiling.
Right.
We are certainly not.
I wouldn't imagine Sussex are.
No. So, that's the kind of max spend in terms of being audited, and I think there's a minimum spend that they're encouraging is around 1.4 million. So everyone's in between that bracket a little bit, really.
So they've changed the ball. Rain has it in his hand. He comes in and bowls, and it's played 2 point, no run there.
So, for example, just taking Surrey as an example, they've got the Oval Invincibles playing 100 there. I mean, the place is, I understand, pretty much packed out for every game. There must be a benefit to Surrey of hosting those games. And
no doubt, all those 8 franchise teams, the host counties, that's an additional revenue and turnover for them. So, they're big grounds that, the majority of them have got 20,000 plus each game. That certainly is good for their turnover and profit at the end of the year.
Rain in, played 2 point, picked up by Drizel, no run.
But all the other counties, obviously, it's well documented that don't have teams hosting. We're not hosting a team here.
Yeah.
Each county, I think it's 1.3 million.
Yes.
Of funding that gets in. It's not ring fenced at all, so the counties can use that as they wish.
And do all counties get that?
I believe so, yeah.
Regardless of whether you've got a franchise or not.
That was part of the agreement, wasn't it, when it was all pushed through in 2016?
Which is, I'm not going into a debate around the 100 counties, but from a purely financial point of view, that's quite critical for every county, if not all of them. But certainly, it's important for counties like us at Durham, and I'm sure it's Sussex.
Oh, absolutely.
Rain ends the over with a bouncer, and the score 70 for none. According to my computer, apparently record high temperature for this day in this area today and tomorrow. So they're forecasting 24 degrees today, and the previous best was 21, and similar tomorrow. I would have thought it would be warmer than that at the beginning of September in the past, but must be nice to be sitting outside in shorts and t-shirt.
Well, there's plenty of that going on around the ground. Yeah. Good start for Sussex. 70 without loss. Clark on 23. Haynes on 39. Not without alarm. Tom Clark dropped by Ollie Robinson when he was on 22. The score was on 48. Tom Haynes, some good shots, but also a couple of inside edges. Scratchy start from Tom Haynes, but perhaps showing signs of settling into his stride as in comes Drizel. Around the wicket comes in and bowls to Clark, who's forward and plays to mid-wicket. And there is no run.
Derek's messaged, he said, Gateshead Fell ladies are in the league finals. Just waiting on a date for the final. Great season. Ellie and Rebecca have played in every game together this year for the Fell.
Gazelle in bowls. Down the leg side, good take by Robinson. And there is no run.
It's down at Whitburn yesterday, Marcus. Bit gloomy.
Gloomy.
Yeah, well.
Are you going to get relegated?
Yeah, looks like it, doesn't it? Bottom of the Premier Division.
Gazelle in bowls. Clark back and thumps this away through backward point and picks up a single as Tom Clark's sweep comes in off the cover boundary. Clark goes to, is it 24 or 25?
24.
Thank you. And Sussex shoots 71 without loss, having won the toss and decided to bat first here this morning.
I just have to do a quick shout out, guys.
Yeah.
It's I'll let George.
Drizzle in bowls and Haynes defends down the onside of the track. No run.
Southern Hemisphere, it's Father's Day.
Is it?
So I'm going to wish my dad a happy Father's Day. I just had a message from Mum saying that they were watching the stream and listening to us on commentary here.
So they're in Perth, yeah?
They're in Perth, yes.
Drizzle bowls. Haynes forward to middle. There is no run.
Well, I hope he's been treated to a nice Father's Day cruise down the Swan River to Fremantle.
That'd be nice.
Included.
That'll be nice.
Yeah.
What's the weather like in Perth today, I wonder? What do you reckon?
I'm not sure. Normally it's a bit like this.
Drizzle bowls and Haynes plays that into the offside. And there is a run.
Let's check. We can check on a couple of...
They've just recorded the warmest winter in Australia. Saw that on Twitter the other day.
Right, and driest, or because they've had a couple of very wet summers, haven't they? Particularly in sort of southeast Australia, Sydney, and I don't know what it's like in Perth. 71 without loss. Clark on 24, Haynes on 39. I was lucky enough to go to Perth a few years ago, and we went dolphin watching off of an island, and I forget what it would have been called. Not Ram's Nest.
Oh, Rottnest.
Right, okay, yeah.
You can come down the Roker Riviera and watch the dolphins every morning. Swim out the back of our house.
Do they?
Yeah. Come right up the river these days. Otters in there as well. It's paddleboarding on the hottest day of the year last year when everybody was melting here when England were playing South Africa in the one day. Massive jellyfish in the river. Huge things. Rain around the wicket to ball. Played down into the ground. Nearly chopped on there by Clark. Bounced away from the stumps and gone to the keeper.
I mean, Sussex will be delighted with this start. They've just had slightly the rub of the green here this morning. Just, some inside edges that normally, I mean, they've been in a wretched run of form, so perhaps they might feel they deserve a little bit of luck.
Mm-hmm.
But
I wonder why Father's Day and Mother's Day are different in different parts of the world. Because American Mother's Day is different to ours. And I wonder why they aren't all synced up. Pulled out through deep mid-wicket for one by Clark off rain. Big cardcorporation.com should have had all this synced up, didn't they? Unless they do it deliberately so that, keep their profits coming in across the year.
Yeah. What would they be doing in Perth now, sports-wise? Would it be Aussie rules? Is that
just finishing Aussie rules, so getting into the kind of playoffs, finals now,
right?
And just leaking into the cricket season.
Right.
Come at the end of the month, I think domestically they start with their 50 over one day cup.
Big crowds for Aussie rules.
Oh yeah.
Rain to Haynes. Ball played short on the leg side, picked up by Potts.
The best way to kind of think of it is Aussie rules in Australia is like your Premier League.
Oh, right.
So you can have two Melbourne teams play a local derby at the MCG. Essendon Football Club and Collingwood Football Club play on Anzac Day each year, and they get 100,000 people turn up.
Wow!
So,
and they play right across the square, Marcus.
Oh yeah.
I always think
you could nearly get an AFL pitch in this ground. This is one of the biggest outfields we've got in the UK.
Rain in, that's gone through to the keeper. I thought this was the biggest.
Do you know what they used to play this exhibition game where two AFL teams would come over at the back end, and they used to play at the Oval. I don't know, you could Google it, Marty. They used to play an exhibition game at the Oval every year. So the Oval has actually hosted AFL games.
So it doesn't damage the square too much.
Well, it's drop-in wickets, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, at the Gabba, you've got they don't use the only drop-ins they have is in the MCG, the Adelaide Oval, and in Perth, in their new stadium in Perth as well.
Around the wicket comes Rain. That's pushed to the covers. Is the
You know the new stadium in Perth? Is that next to the Burswood Casino? Is that where they've built it? So it's on that complex, is it?
You remember you've been to Perth, haven't you?
Yeah.
You remember the golf course that was next to Burswood?
I remember the Burswood Casino.
Yeah, so it's right there. It used to be a big 18-hole resort.
Right.
And they just
bulldozed
the big stadium on it.
The night we were in the Burswood Casino, the India team came in and Sachin Tendulkar was in there, and I don't think he was allowed to play on any of the games because he was too young. So it was during the World Cup in 1992. 72 for none, as this is pushed out into the covers. End of the over, just the one run from it. BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Sussex with you here. Martin Emerson, Adrian Harms, and the Durham Director of Cricket, Marcus North. How's the fell got on this year then, Marcus?
We've had a good done all right. Well, the first team's had a bit of a run.
Yeah.
Lost yesterday to Appleton, but got on a bit of a run and finishing around mid-table of the...
Are they in the second division?
Yeah.
I didn't realise that.
So we'll be playing against Whitburn next year.
Yeah, Appleton went down last year, didn't they? Who's top of the Premier one then?
South North run away with that. Yeah.
Again,
more a second.
For the 15th time.
Giselle coming in from the Lumley end around the wicket bowls to Tom Clark, who's on the 5-pad. The ball bats on the onside. There is no run. Just go back to the sports in Australia this time of year. So Rugby World Cup coming up. Would there be interest in that in Perth, or is that more around sort of the Sydney?
No, nationally there's. I mean, Perth has its a rugby union team.
Here comes Giselle bowls and clipped by Clark down to long on, picks up a single. He goes to 26-73 with that loss.
A team called the Western Force. So look, rugby. Australia's sport mad.
Yeah.
Any national team that's playing in a World Cup, you turn on, even if you don't really like the sport. you're kind of following them.
Giselle in again bowls, and Haynes just plays that back to the square on the leg side, picks up a single. He goes to 40, the total 74 without loss.
We saw the support that the Women's World Cup just received in Australia. It was fantastic, amazing. I mean, it's similar to what we had here in the Euros last year. Wasn't it? It's...
Oh, it's great to see him in the stadiums are packed.
Yeah.
Giselle in bowls, Clark stretches forward, plays onto the onside, and there is no... in terms of Durham here, Marcus, I mean, the spinners are on. What's the... Is it... You talk about building pressure earlier on. The pitch doesn't seem to be doing a lot. There's not a lot in the bowls at the minute.
I think, as I said, it's a bat first pitch.
Giselle again bowls. Clark defends. No run.
It's going to be a really good surface to bat on for 2 or 3 days. For us, it's building pressure. We've seen a chance go down. We've seen a couple of half chances. So we're just going to stay patient.
Giselle in bowls. Clark clips this down to long on and picks up a single. He goes to 27, so 6-75 without loss.
And we've been here a lot this season. We've played. A lot of our games here have been high scoring. The game tends to move at a pace towards the back end of the 4 days. Right. We tend to score at quite a rate compared to a lot of other teams. So when we're batting, we tend to move the game forward. So it's just around chipping away here and trying to get a couple of breakthroughs initially, and then once we get those breakthroughs, it's just putting that real lot of pressure on that new batter coming in. But as a bowling unit, we've already seen now we're nearly nearly an hour and a half, nearly an hour and a half into this day, and I think we've stuck at it really well. We know that that coming up against some very good players at Sussex. But what we'll see is our guys will just keep running in, whether it's the second over of the day or the last over of the day. And that's the character the guys have played throughout this series, or this season, I should say.
Ben Rain, start of a new over, bowling to Clark on 27. Clark forward to this one. The ball bounces up to Lees at mid-off. No run there.
We've also seen, plenty of partnerships at Chelsea Street this year, and you can get that breakthrough, and we've seen you can get a couple of breakthroughs.
One leads to two, and
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and that's a bit of a cliche, but
no,
that's the reality of it.
It's midday. These early starts are quite confusing, aren't they, really? 10:30 starts in September as rain comes into bowl, that sits up and is cut nicely by Clark, past point and away before underneath the east stand. Hope it hasn't gone right underneath. I think there's a board along the front there. Borthwick's going to retrieve the ball. Yeah, lunch is at 12:30. You'd never really feel hungry by 12:30. Yeah. I don't. Which culinary avenue have you gone down today?
Yeah, I forgot what I ticked. I was amazed at the choice, to be honest.
Really?
I mean, fair play.
Did you dick?
I think I did roast turkey. Actually. I think I did, actually.
I went down the turkey.
I think I did. Yeah, being a Sunday.
Rain. Bowling to Clark on 31. Goes forward, goes for a quick single, pushes the ball up towards wide mid-off. 79, 80 now the partnership. Brings Haynes on to strike on 40. I was mentioning Haynes earlier, took 22 deliveries to get off the board, get off the mark, but got 54 in Durham. Beat Durham in Hove last year, 64 at Hove this year. And 124 against Durham at Arundel in 2018 in a Sussex win.
That was his maiden first-class 100, I think, and I think that was the same day that he got 100. I think Phil Salt got 100 as well.
And one of them wasn't expecting to play, and
Tom Haynes.
It was somewhere else, wasn't
Yes.
Comes forward and defends this one.
Tom Haynes was playing for the seconds against Surrey up at New Malden, and I think what had happened was his kit was all left in the pavilion, and they'd gone to the hotel, and then someone dropped out. I think Chris Jordan might have been called up for England. I forget what happened. And Tom suddenly was called into play, and his mum, he didn't pass his driving test at the time. I think his mum had to go and pick him up from the ground, get his kit out of the pavilion, bring it down to Arundel.
Yeah, I remember she went to get his gear, didn't she?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Just got a news update to do for you, and then some sad news from the world of cricket.
Oh dear.
As this is played to mid-on, and I think this story repeats something that was falsely flagged last week, but more on that in a moment. Well, they're playing on the track that was used the other night for the international T20 between England and New Zealand. And Sussex won the toss and decided to bat, and they've had a decent start. They're 80 without loss in the 22nd over. Could have been a little bit different, though, if the keeper, Ollie Robinson, had held on to a sharp chance from an edge from Baz de Leader's bowling earlier on. It was Tom Clark who was on strike. He was dropped on 22. He is now on 32. And at the other end, Tom Haynes, who took 22 balls to get off the mark, is on 40. So they've taken Sussex to 80 for none. 22 overs gone. Commentary on the BBC website and the sports app. That is the end of the over. So, on the BBC website, former Zimbabwe captain and coach Heath Streak has died at the age of 49. Now, something was put out on Twitter either last week or the week before suggesting...
A few weeks ago.
Yeah, suggesting he died. And then he came forward and said, I'm still here, but he has been suffering from colon cancer. So
dreadful.
It has now been confirmed that he has died, sadly, at the age of 49. Zimbabwe's all-time leading wicket taker once took 6 for 87 in a test against England.
After his hour bowls to Tom Clark, placing to the offside note. Someone you'd have come across, Marcus?
Yeah, I was lucky enough to play against Heath when I was a young kid in the Australian Academy. We toured Zimbabwe in '99, and we played 3 one-day games against their national side.
Brazilian bowls. Clark makes room for himself and cuts the covers filled by Bellingham at point. Takes a single as Tom Clark. He goes to 33. 81 for out without loss.
Yeah, those games were in preparation for the '99 World Cup in England. So yeah, look, I obviously watched him play a lot over the years, and had I was lucky enough to play him. Very good all-rounder, obviously, international all-rounder.
Brazilian bowls and defended by Haynes to mid-on, no run.
But no, sad news. 49.
Yeah.
It's far too young. He's got 3 kids, and yeah, real shame.
Brazil run the wicket bowls. Haynes forward plays to mid-on again, and there is no run. Who else would have been around the Australian side at that time, Marcus?
Oh, around that time, in the academy.
Yeah.
Well, there's Brett Lee was on that tour.
And comes Brazil again. Haynes plays down to mid-on. I think that was a full toss, and he picks up a single. Tom Haynes. He goes to 41. The total 82 without loss.
Brad Hodge was on that tour. James Hopes, all-rounder, on that tour.
Was Brett Lee quick in those days?
Oof. Not exaggerating. I think he broke 8 helmets on that tour. And
George Rizal bowls played to mid wicket, and there is no run. Tidy enough from George Rizal, who's bowled 4 overs, no made, no wicket for 11. So that's 82 without loss.
And the late Rod Marsh was our coach, and I remember at the end of our tour, he demanded everyone to put their helmets in a big bag, and he donated about 15 helmets to the local teams. Yeah, he was brutal, Brett Lee, back then. Jeez.
How old would he have been then?
He would have been early 20s.
Right.
I
Okay.
think, yeah.
So when it's nets, are you sort of hoping that he...
Definitely don't want to get caught. Mitchell Johnson was the worst one. Oh my goodness. It wasn't about practice, it was about survival. He was happy not to get a broken arm or a wrist or a hand. And
he was really that sharp.
yeah, especially, I mean, any of the listeners that know the Wacker is the Wacker nets. The reputation of the Wacker square used to be quick and bouncy.
Yeah.
The nets seem to be twice as quick and bouncy. I certainly felt that as a batter.
Potts back into the attack then, replacing Rain from the Finkel end. The first ball's a little bit leg-side-ish and turned away by Haynes towards long leg for 1.
And during your, you probably asked this, Marty's probably asked you this a million times, but in your international career, who did you sort of think, well, I don't quite fancy facing it?
Yeah, there's probably most of them, to be honest. I felt international cricket was very tough. I found it very tough.
Yeah,
yeah, I mean, I was lucky enough to play a number of tests in the Ashes. Jimmy Anderson he was a genius.
Yeah.
You just couldn't see which way he was swinging it.
Potts in again. Clark plays this to Beddingham at mid-on, no run.
Dale Steyn is another one I mean, look, I think anyone that plays internationally, you're good.
Yeah.
You're a good bowler.
Yeah.
So yeah, look, I felt, like I said, it felt very difficult for me. So everyone seemed a very, very good bowler.
Potts round the wicket. And that's played to Beddingham once more along the floor by Clark, quite firmly out the middle of the bat. No run.
One of our commentators who commentates on Hampshire, Marty would know well, Kevin James played Hampshire first-class cricket, and he talks a lot about playing with Malcolm Marsh and just
can imagine
and just how quick.
Yeah,
I
heard those guys because obviously I think they actually played when they came and they played 10 years for a county, didn't they?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
These guys,
Ambrose, and yeah, absolutely.
Saying this is defended, it runs up to Rain at mid-off this time, no run.
And obviously the sheer amount of cricket they played, they couldn't be operating at full tilt all the time. But some of the stories you hear when they either came up against an opposition bowler, a batter, or might have been another international player, and when they kind of went up those few gears, was...
Well, Sussex had their fair share, like Garth LaRue, Imran Khan. I mean, tremendous players. I remember watching Sylvester Clark bowling in a Gillette Cup match against Jeffrey Boycott. That was interesting.
Pot in. This is flicked away off the hips towards deep square leg for 1, delayed of Fields.
And Jack Richards was the Surrey wicketkeeper at the time, and he was,
miles back.
Well, almost where
the sponsors like
he Sylvester Clark was seriously quick. Yeah. Yeah, it just doesn't happen these days, does it? I guess it's just the way the game is developed. You just don't get players coming in for that period of time.
I just think there's, like I said, the tournaments now around the world and the amount of international cricket they play.
Last ball of the over, it's a short one, and Haynes ducks out the road of that one. 42 he is at the end of that over. 84 without loss. Clark has 34.
Well, gents, I'm going to leave you. Thank you very much.
It was great to see you.
I haven't been able to buy any wickets on commentary today, so hopefully me leaving might bring us a couple before lunch.
Yeah, this changed ball, didn't it?
No. But been a pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, great to see you.
Thanks, Marcus. Marcus North, the Durham director of cricket.
Well, great to get Marcus up here. Back last week down at Hove for the one day, and Mark Robinson, the head coach of Warwickshire, formerly of Sussex, came up and had a natural way. It's always great to get insights from people in the know. What a nice fella. George Rizal coming in around the wicket. Just a slip is in place. Bowls to Clark, who drives. Now the ball strike the stumps at the far end. I'm not sure that Drizzell got a finger on that, but the ball hit the stumps, and even if he did, Tom Haynes was back in his ground. He's been caught a couple of times, Tom Haynes, this season, when Aliora has driven the ball down the ground and run out Tom Haynes.
Happened against Durham.
Yeah, it did.
And
It happened the other way round. I'm sorry. In comes Drizzell Bowles. Haynes drove the ball down the ground and Orr was run out.
Yeah, and it was the second match in a row because he did it in the final game of last year as well, didn't he?
Yeah, and then he did it in the game against Yorkshire as well for the match following. Grant Flower was not impressed. In comes Drizzell Bowles, stretching forward. His Clark plays out into the offside. There is no run. I have to check my records because he's approaching Sussex's highest opening stand of the season, I think. I ought to know such stats. 84 without loss. Drizzell into getting Bowles. Clark stretches forward down the offside of the track. And there is no run. Thumb through my book. Drizzell again. Bowles, Clark again just stretches forward, plays into the offside. Again, there is no run.
Bernard's emailed some observations about next season and the 100 and test matches and that kind of thing and how the fixtures may shape up. But then the thought about Sussex.
Drizzell in Bowles. Clark doesn't time that. Drizzell fields of his own bowling. Good over by George Drizzell. 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 11. And I'll just wait for the score to come up on the scoreboard. 84 without loss. Haynes 42. Clark on 34.
He says Sussex will want to put a marker down in this fixture for next season, especially as they've had a very poor one-day cup competition. This game, I expect, will be decided by who bowls best on a flat-looking pitch. Durham would have had a bigger failure than Devon Lock not to get promotion this season, so it might well be draws in these remaining fixtures will be good enough now. Well, the last few fixtures have just been so badly weather affected. Lost more than half the game at Scarborough. Weather affected at Derby. This is pulled, and it's just gone through mid-wicket. Just a few feet to the left of Alex Lees in a way for 1. Bit of a false shot there.
It was.
From Haynes. He moves on to 43. So he's looking, I think it'll be the 4th time he's got at least 50 against Durham. He's had 2 half-centuries and a century. That list I was reading earlier. It was his 3rd first-class match when he got his century against Durham at Arundel in 2018.
Right.
And he put on 244 for the second wicket with Phil Salt, who made 130. Potts in, and that's gone off towards the covers to Drizzell. No run there.
Actually, Sussex's best opening stand of this season, looking at my records, the lads in the office down at Hove, if there is anyone there today or listening across, I think was against Worcestershire at Hove, where Haynes and Clark put on 143 for the first wicket.
I can find it for you quite easily.
Tom Haynes made 91, Tom Clark made exactly 50. You're very adept at these stats, Marty. I have to rely on my old sort of my book.
Potts bowls. It's gone off to mid-wicket. A bit of an inside edge there from Clark. 1 run. Partnership records. Highest partnership by wicket is, when it loads up. Come on, get on with it. It's taking forever, this. It's like a dial-up speed. Huh. It's not showing us that one. Why has it done that? We'll try another system. In comes the bowler. And played to wide, mid-off by Haynes for 1. He moves on to 44. Right, the highest, 150 Haynes and Clark against Derbyshire in Hove. And 143 against Worcestershire in Hove.
No, I hadn't got as far as the Derbyshire game. Yeah.
That was Haynes and Clark as well. And then the next best, Orr and Haynes, 76 against Glamorgan.
You're quite right. 150 Tom Haynes made 86, Tom Clark made 96. This would be the 3rd century opening partnership if they get there.
Pulled away down towards long leg off Potts around about the hips, and that is 4 runs there from Clark. Moves the score on to 91. Looks like a decent track to be batting on. I was wondering if it was a little bit too paced earlier. There's quite a bit of dew on the field.
Yeah.
So when I was out there before play, my trainers got quite wet actually. And then they ran the diffusing rope around it. Lots of worm casts down there as well, which seem to have been brushed away now. Potts in. It's around about rib high to Clark. He turns it off towards long leg and we'll go for 2. So he moves on to 41, dropped on 22. He's catching Haynes up here. That is the end of the over. 26 overs gone, 93 for none.
Yeah,
and I've got 13 minutes until lunch.
Yeah, you know what Marcus was saying about the pitch, wasn't it? That, you know, being a used pitch, you might expect it to deteriorate. But he said probably not until, you know, later day 3, day 4. So, you know, Sussex will perhaps feel that if they can get runs on the ball could be really important here later on in the match. But it's going to be Drizzell who's going to carry on. 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 11. Sussex 93 without loss. Drizzell then round the wicket bowls. Haynes stretches forward, plays down the offside of the track. Drizzell fields, and there is no run. The fields a slip backward point, sweep on the cover boundary, cover mid off. A wide-ish mid on. They're also a long on. Drizzell in bowls, and Haynes clips that backward square on the leg side. They might think about a couple here because Michael Jones has to come in a long way from deep backward square to field. But he does so and just prevents the second run. Haynes to 45, Sussex to 94 without loss. Drizzell again. Bowls, and Clark clips this firmly to mid-wicket, fielded there by, who's that, Ben Rain. Again, there is no run. Just looking here, I don't think either of these two have scored 100 in the championship this year. No, they haven't. Tom Haynes' best 91, Tom Clark's 96. And they're still a long way from doing that. In terms of half centuries, Haynes has scored 4. In comes Drizzell bowls to Clark, who works out to mid-on, and there is no run. And Clark has made 3. 24 without loss. Drizzell in bowls, and Clark plays that firmly to backward point. There's a misfield there by, I think that's Michael Jones. And it allows Clark to go through for a single. He goes to 42. Sussex to 95 without loss. Changing the field, just Jones drops back to deep backward square. For Haynes, Drizzell in again. Haynes plays to a very straightish middle. There is no run. End of the over. Sussex on 95 without loss here on BBC Radio Sussex. BBC Radio Newcastle. Adrian Harms, Martin Emerson, Marcus North with us earlier. Really good to have Marcus on commentary. Sussex winning the toss here this morning, batting first, as we were hearing it's on a used pitch. Doesn't seem to be a lot of pace in it. And as Marcus North was saying, Durham would certainly have batted this morning. Looks like a very good batting surface, and Sussex are making the most of it. 95 without loss. Clark 42, Haynes on 45. Matthew Potts 8 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 29. He's going to bowl the next over from this, the Finkel end. He's in and bowls, and Clark defends down the track, fielded by Potts of his own bowling. There is no run. Just the one chance offered. Tom Clark, who was dropped by Ollie Robinson. Low to his left of the bowling of the leader for when he was on 22. The score there was on 48. Is the 2 slips in place. Watson runs away from us again. Ball short, pulled away by Clark. He's going to get a single out to the sweeper at deep backward square, deep square. Clark goes to 43 and Sussex to 96 without loss. Elsewhere in Division 2 of the Championship. Important game down at Worcester this week as in comes Potts, bowls and pulled away by Haynes. That's not quite where he intended it to go, but he's going to get runs. Going to get a couple of runs out towards deep mid-wicket. It was short. It was pulled away by Tom Haynes. He got that rather high on the bat. Nonetheless, he picks up a couple of runs. Haynes, he goes to 47, Sussex to 98 without loss. Worcestershire now 61 for 3 against Glamorgan at New Road. Gloucestershire 69 for 1 against Leicestershire at Greystoke. You feel that Leicestershire probably need to win that game. They come to Hove next week.
They've got, haven't they got 4 games to go?
Yeah, and they've got they've got this cup final to look forward to. And a good season, Leicestershire, which has been good to see, having had so many years where they've really struggled. And I've got a change in the field here. What a big change is going on. There's just the 1 slip in place, and they brought in sort of a straightish mid-wicket, and then almost 2 men at mid-wicket, but not just about saving one. It's for that misplaced pull shot. There's been a couple of those this morning. As Potts is in again. Bowls. Well, that was quick. And Matt Potts thought he'd got his man.
I think that's come off the arm guard there.
Yeah, he thought they'd glove that through to the keeper. Potts is convinced he'd got Tom Haynes there. Or rather followed Tom Haynes through to Ollie Robinson. It was a pacey delivery by Potts. Well, as quick as anything that we've seen this morning. And if they're rattled through into the gloves of Ollie Robinson.
Beautiful day out there. It's a bit chilly in here. We've got the window open.
Here we have. Yeah.
A cool breeze coming in, but beautiful weather outside.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. Lots of blue. It's got a bit of fair weather kind of
southerly breeze, isn't there?
Potts in again, bowls, and that's short as well. He bent his back there, Potts, and that did rattle through into the gloves of Ollie Robinson. There is no run. Interesting as well, Marcus was saying about it, it's the sort of pitch here that, one, I know it's an old thing to say, but, one goes down and, all of a sudden you get, a couple go down quite quickly. So Sussex will be mindful of that. They got off to a good start, but they want to capitalise now.
Haynes' highest score this year, 91 against Worcestershire in Hove. And every game's a draw other than the opening game against Durham.
In comes Potts and again another short
one.
How
many bounces is
that's 3 in the over. So, safely negotiated by Haynes. He's on 47, Clark on 43, Sussex 98 without loss. Neither of these two have gone through to make 100 this season.
Clark best 96 against Derbyshire in a draw in Hove.
And actually, if you took out those 96, I was working out his average out. He averages less than 20 in the Championship this year. So he'll be pleased to have got some runs on the board here. Tom Clark. Given a life when he was on 22, and he's made the most of that life.
Stevie, the mod cricketer, has sent a picture of the ground. He said it's a cracking day for it, fella. Indeed it is. Drizzell round the wicket here bowling. The sun glinting on his sunglasses as he bowls. This is played back to him by Clark. Now 200s and 950s so far, Clark, in his first-class career. His next ball played to short mid-wicket to Rain. When he arrived this morning, well, that was nice and sunny as Drizzell bowls again. Clark plays this upfield to long on for 1, and Graham Clark fields it. Where we parked the car, there was quite a cooling breeze off the river, wasn't there?
Yes.
And I thought, it's a bit chillier than I thought.
Yep.
But in the stands, out of that breeze, very warm. Drizzell now to Haynes, who's on 47. Haynes goes back to cut and plays it to backward point to Beddingham. No run there. At Marty Cricket on Twitter. We're cricket at yahoo.co.uk on email. Rich says, is it too early to forecast a high-scoring draw in a typical northeast hot sunny weather? This is a full-length delivery, which is dug out by Haynes, played to Borthwick in the covers. This would suit Durham more than Sussex, hoping this gloomy post brings a couple of wickets as I drive through. Ball played off the back foot this time by Haynes, and a tumbling stop from the Durham. Red ball skipper, Scott Borthwick, 1 run from the over, so 29 gone, 99 the score. Clark on 44, Haynes on 47.
Yeah, I think from a Sussex point of view, I mean, this is a game they simply can't afford to lose. I'm not saying that they'll be I mean, it's 4 days of cricket to go, anything could happen. But I think a defeat for Sussex will pretty much do for any chance of promotion. If they can come out here with a win or a draw, they'll feel they're still in with a shout, with 2 home games to come against Leicestershire and Gloucestershire. An away trip to Derby. It's very flat at Derby this season, isn't it? It's going to be tough to get a result there.
I think before the last round of matches, Sussex was second because Worcestershire were the only team to win.
Yeah.
In the week when Durham's game at Scarborough was badly hit by the weather. Somebody from America tweeted me to say, what kind of crazy league is this where a team only has 1 win and they're second in the table?
Well, yeah. I mean, and Worcester have won 4 games.
Yeah. Durham have won 5.
Matthew Potts, this might be the last over before lunch. Runs away from us, comes into bowl to Tom Clark, who's hit on the hand. The ball deflects down to fine leg. And that's 100 up for Sussex. And Tom Clark seems none the worse for getting that little... Was it 7 as a leg by? I didn't see the umpire's signal. I think it might have been. Nonetheless, 100 up in the 30th over.
Yeah, start of it, 29.1 overs, 100 for none. Liam says, what time is lunch and tea with it starting at 10:30? Well, lunch is 12:30, and in theory, the next session runs from 1 to 3, but it never does. You find that the next session tends to finish when tea's meant to be at about 20 to 4.
Potts into Haynes, who beats him outside the offside. That's a good. You just get the feeling here that he's just run away here, Matt Potts. He's just bought a couple of really quick bouncers, and Haynes beaten there outside the off stump. Good delivery by Potts. Sussex won't want to lose a wicket here in this last over before lunch.
Scheduled close is meant to be 5:30, but it never is.
No, it never is.
It's meant to be 6 o'clock the rest of the year, but it never is. The only thing that ever seems to run to time is lunch, isn't it?
In comes Potts, bowls worst down the leg side, spearing down the leg side. Good take by Robinson, way down the leg side. He's bending his back here, Matt Potts.
Durham 2 overs shy of what would constitute a full session of 32, but there was that delay when they changed the ball. That was 17.3 overs in.
Just changing his field here. Is he bringing in the short leg? I think he is. Here's Matt Potts.
Beddingham's getting a helmet.
Michael Alexander's been in touch. Hello, Michael. He says, seen the start for Sussex. I thought Paul Brace fronted up honestly and commendably recently. I always thought of him as a tough-love type of coach. Well, he's been very honest, Paul Farbrace, throughout the season about Sussex's performances. And this is a game that, Sussex would have had, sort of printed in for a while as a really important game. The short leg has gone in place. Not quite in under the batsman's nose. In comes Potts, bowls, and short, and Haynes let that go through to Robinson. No run.
It's 12:30 now, Adrian.
I better go do my update, I think. And I'll see you after lunch, Marty.
Yeah, I've got one more update to do at 1 o'clock into the news on BBC Radio Newcastle. No live sport this afternoon. There's plenty of football commentaries yesterday. 12:30, the Sunderland victory against Southampton, 5-0 that was. Then we had, I think it was South Shields 4, Banbury 0 was the afternoon commentary. This is defended by Haynes, and then Brighton 3, Newcastle 1. I think the final score of that one was. I didn't see the end of that game. I think it was 3-1. That was our evening commentary. And now it's the international break, which always seems rather annoying. If you're a footy fan, you wait for weeks for the season to start. They play not even a handful of matches, and then there's an international break.
It's in. Oof. Now that was a short one. Haynes turned his back on it, but he left his bat in the air and the ball nearly clipped his bat on the way through. Got very lucky there. He will return after lunch on 47. Clark dropped on 22, is on 45. And at lunch, 30 overs have gone. Sussex are 100 for none. We will see you in 40 minutes' time.
Came down last night, didn't it? Yeah. 10:30 very early, isn't it? Yes.
But they stopped doing that.
With the dawn of a new era on the horizon, it's time to awaken the sleeping lion. Time to rise and go to war. Hear our cries now, hear us roar. A team with great prospect has now come forth, who fight for our pride and who fight for the North. Together we march, success in our sight, achieving our goals and reaching new heights. Heroes of old and heroes of new, the brave and the bold, they bind us like glue. stars will be born out on the wicket. Now begins a new chapter at Durham Cricket.
Get ready to travel back in time to the vibrant 80s era at Chesterley Eats. Join us for a weekend of incredible music, mouth-watering global cuisine, and non-stop family entertainment. Immerse yourself in the nostalgia of 80s classics that will keep you dancing all day long. Our talented local celebrity bands will take to the stage, bringing the spirit of the 80s back to life. Indulge your taste buds in a culinary adventure as we bring together a tantalising selection of global flavours. From sizzling street food to delectable desserts, our hot food traders will satisfy every craving. Chesterley Eats is not just about food and music. It's a celebration for the whole family. Kids can meet their favourite mascots, participate in interactive activities, and create memories that will last a lifetime.
Yeah, my first Ashes memory, probably Alan Border wearing the 4X Castlemaine hat back in the 89 Ashes and celebrating the win. That was pretty cool. And then obviously Shane Warne doing the balcony with the stump was pretty awesome as well.
I was a big fan of Brett Lee and the way that he went about his cricket. So he would be up there.
Yeah, look, I think home at cricket is like in England. You kind of think the traditional, you got Lords, you grow up and you've got the Ashes being played in England. I kind of remember that more than the Ashes played in Australia.
I mean, it's hot in Australia that time of year, I suppose, over the summer, so it's different cricket, where over in the UK the weather can chop and change quite a bit. I certainly enjoy the build-up in England a bit more.
Alex, on our long coach journeys to away games, who's someone in the team or dressing room that's going to liven things up on the long trip?
There's one man and one man only, and they sat with us on this couch, riding cars.
I like to bring the energy and make those journeys feel a little bit easier.
We rose from the dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together.
With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware.
A professional pathway for boys.
And girls in the north.
And community programmes that both enhance.
And transcend the sport in our region.
But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society.
Welcoming players for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generation.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people.
Better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
With a commitment to encourage
equity,
diversity,
and inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
Our wider community.
We must be accountable.
Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programmes are for everyone.
Seat Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, 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 for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone. Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North and everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers. So that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Yes, Sussex won the toss here and decided to bat. And at lunch, they are 100 for none. Tom Clark has 45 and Tom Haynes has 47. Clark dropped earlier on 22. And play will resume in 7 minutes' time. Commentary on the BBC website. Welcome back to a very, very sunny Chesley Street. It's a gorgeous day out there. Sadly, we're indoors, but these are the sort of days where I think we would wish we were outdoors. And Martin Emerson and Adrian Harms with you here, BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Sussex and Surrey. Don't forget the Surrey people.
No.
The Surrey contingent and the commuter belt. And a good day for Sussex so far, 100 without loss. Won the toss, decided to bat on a track that was used for a T20 international on Wednesday. And Clark has 45, Haynes has 47. Haynes has a century and 2 half-centuries against Durham, but they've all been down south. Arundel and Hove. Clark got a 50 against Durham last year. And he is facing past the leader after lunch from the Lumley end. Right arm over. First ball defended. Runs up to Rain at mid-off. No run.
He's doing some Pilates down there at
Borthwick.
First slip. I think he might have a bowl, Marty.
Possibly. Hasn't bowled too much this year, but he started the season with a fractured finger. I think there's a bit of floating bone in there as well, so. First time I've actually heard Jamie from the stands today, a moment or two ago. Not sure that he was here this morning. In comes Delena then. Balls to Clark. That is played short on the offside, no run.
I'm just looking for that game here, Marty, when...
Last year?
No, I was looking a few years ago when Ollie Robinson made 100 here on his debut.
Yeah, and
Matt Hobden.
At the other end.
Yeah.
110, I think it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, Robinson made 110, yeah, and the last wicket partnership was 163 from memory, which is still a record.
Yeah. It broke something that had stood since the 30s, didn't it?
2015, that was.
Yeah. The later rain, that's left alone. That was Ollie Robinson's debut.
It was.
For Sussex.
It was, yeah.
100 on debut. But what were they? They were they were quite low down for 9 down, weren't they? What was the?
They were 171 for 9.
Yeah.
They finished up 335. Matt Hobden finished not out 65. And he desperately sad. Matthew Hobden no longer with us.
Was it that winter that he died? It wasn't long after that, was it?
No, correct. Yeah.
Very sad circumstances. The later balls. Ball's gone off towards the covers. No run there.
It's funny how the years rattle by, Martin. I can't believe that was April 2015. So that's, 8.5 years ago.
Yeah. Why did Matt Hobden die? You can click on his profile, it will...
Yeah, 2016.
Right.
That was that
was that winter then.
Yeah.
It comes Deleda and Clark almost plays that twice there.
That was at the year that Sussex went down, because this is Sussex's 8th season in Division 2.
Yeah, that was in the first division, and then Durham were relegated by the ECB at the end of the next year.
Right.
It's 2016.
In fact, this is 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 20. Yeah, Sussex went down in 20. I ought to know this.
Deleda into Clark. So overpitched and driven away past mid-on to the boundary for 4 at the top of the Castle stand. And that takes him to 49 from 98 balls.
Yeah, Sussex were relegated in 2015. So it was that season. They got relegated at Headingley, the last match of the season. So 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Yeah, this is Sussex's 8th season in Division 2. So Tom Clark goes within his one run of his 4th half-century of the season. And this stand continues. From a Durham point of view, I mean, obviously they'll be searching for wickets. I guess they'll also be quite keen, Martin, not to leak too many runs here as well. Well, they just got the one slip in place now. Didn't you what Marcus was saying, though? He thought the pitch might deteriorate a bit later on, so I guess runs on the border are important here for Sussex. He's trying to be inventive with his fields as well, isn't he? He's got that shortish mid-wicket in there, Scott Borthwick. Ben Rain. Which they come in from this, is it the Fingal or the Finkel?
Finkel.
In bowls to Haynes, who places this for 4. Nice shot by Tom Haynes. That's going to be his half-century. Wide of the off stump, and Tom Haynes helps it away through the covers for 4 runs. And that's Tom Haynes' 5th half-century of the season. And after a scratchy start, he's really got into his strong aid as Tom Haynes. Had a couple of inside edges that could have gone onto the stumps. There we are, 93 balls and 7 falls.
Actually, if you think about it, it was the 22nd ball before he got a run.
Yes, it was.
And he could have been out. He edged straight over the top of the slip board. It was a chance. 4th time he's got to at least 50 against Durham, and the 1st time in the North East.
Rain in bowls, and Haynes drives to mid-off by Potts. There is no run. People enjoy sitting in the sun here, Martin. I can see a few tops off even.
Oh,
there is. There's a fella.
Be a law against.
There's a fella down here with his top off.
Yeah, you're right.
See him down in the 3rd row.
Yeah.
Plenty of other people.
Got no hair either. He's going to burn, isn't he?
He is.
He needs a cap on.
And plenty of other. But what was the weather like in France?
It's a bit mixed. It was too hot the first day I got there. It was very humid and sticky. It was in the high 30s, and then there was a thunderstorm that night, and it just leveled things out nicely after that.
Rain in again, bowls to Hayes, who covers up bays into the covers, and there is no run.
My friend Colin Randall used to be the Paris correspondent for the Daily Telegraph.
Okay.
And then when he left the Telegraph, he went to Abu Dhabi and helped set up the national newspaper there. So he sent me a tweet linking to an article he'd written about the heat wave in the southern France just over a week ago. And there were villages where they'd recorded 42 degrees for the first time. And his article began by mentioning a conversation he had with a friend from England who was visiting France and said, I hope it's not going to be too hot this week. Oh.
In comes Rain, bowls. Haynes clips this firmly to mid-wicket, and again there is no run.
But the thunderstorm came in on the Wednesday night, Thursday, and then it thundered all day on the Thursday. We went up to a city called Saumur, which is up on the Loire, and a beautiful place, and there was some pretty heavy thunderstorms going on that day. But we went to this horse riding school called the Cadre Noir, and it used to be the French National Cavalry Centre, where they trained all the riders.
Rain runs away from us. Bowl. Haynes beaten outside the off-stump. Good delivery taken by Robinson. Good delivery just slanting across the left hand. A play and a miss from Haynes. There is no run.
So every year now, they take in 150 riders who they train, and the horses do all these kind of tricks, and they do standing on 2 legs and all that, but they also do, event riding and jumping and things like that. And it's where the French national eventing team are based as well. So there's about 350 horses on the site, 50 miles worth of trails for them, gallops and all kinds. So lovely place.
Right. Bowls. Haynes defends down the track. Rain builds up his own bowling. There is no run. He is bowled. 10 overs. 1 maiden. No wicket for 33. Ben Rain. Sussex are 108 for 1. Clark 49. Haynes on 51.
So it was. We went up to watch this display in this auditorium on the morning, and I think it has held about 1,800 people. And then you left the site to go and get lunch. So we went down into Saumur, found this lovely restaurant in the marketplace, and while we were in this restaurant, this thunderstorm raged and was hammering down. And then we went back up to the horse riding centre in the afternoon to have a guided tour around all the stables.
Nice.
And that was when the sun reappeared on the afternoon. Then the following day we were at Chateau Chansonceau or something like that. The later in, Bowls. This is gone past the gully area down towards Third Man 4-2. And that brings Clark to his 50. He gets there in 99 balls and 4 fours.
Yep, that's the 4th time this year that Tom Clark has gone to 50, and be really nice to see Tom Clark in a minute. The job's only half done here. I want to make a really big score.
Dropped on 22.
Yeah, the big miss.
Ollie Robinson, the keeper, who's not really had any action for the last month while sitting on the bench at the 100. This is defended by Clark on off stump.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, wasn't it? Mark's not talking about that, and saying maybe something needs to happen about allowing players to come back to counties. But all the media reports that I've read seem to. I mean, I didn't see any of the 100, but it's staying, isn't it, Martin? It's not going anywhere.
We'll see. In comes to later again. This is defended by Clark. He gives his left hand ring out there.
I just hit him on the hand. We thought he got a hit earlier on, didn't we? In the innings, and he certainly took his hand off the bat there, did Tom Clark.
I don't know if you've been there. Chateau Chenonceau.
No.
Have you been there?
No.
So that was down towards Tours, I think.
Right, okay.
That was a beautiful building, and it goes out across the river. On arches right across the river. A gorgeous looking place with incredible grounds, and this is defended by Clark. There's a maze there as well. But that was the southern line of demarcation in the Second World War. And the river that it stands across was the border between French-occupied Germany and Vichy France. And people used to escape from the north through the chateau, across the river, and out into the south. I think which river it's on, because there were boat trips on the river and people kayaking and all kinds. It was a lovely area. In comes Delader and Bowles too. Clark no run there.
Right there, Tom Clark. Right.
River Share. Share as in spelled the same way as the singer, so maybe she named herself after that, if you believe.
So you had a good trip, Artie, that was the thing.
Yeah, it was just nice to squeeze in a few days away, because again, busy with the cricket. I'm not moaning, but I do feel most years like I miss out on quite a lot of the kids' summer holidays. Managed to get to Menorca for 4 days last year, while they were away at the end of the One Day Cup. The later in, it's gone down the leg side and stopped by the keeper, tumbling across to his right-hand side.
There's no pace in the pitches there. I mean, they absolutely died on Ollie Robinson down the leg side. And Tom Clark was through with the shot. But the ball really got to him. 110 without loss. Yeah, I managed to get a couple of days away. I went up to, went up to Edinburgh, the festival we've got some friends who got a place up there. Had a very nice 3 days up there with all the various stuff going on, and yeah, it was really good, and the weather was good as well. The best bit of the trip, Martin, was the military tattoo, which I have to say was fantastic. I absolutely loved it.
Yeah, my nana and granda used to go up to watch that most years.
Oh, it was really, really good. Yeah,
I've been to the Fringe before, but not to any of the comedy clubs or anything. So just the sort of street entertainment and that kind of thing.
No, it was the tattoo was really, and then they showed it on the BBC last week. That it was an hour's show, and it was not the night we went, but the same show. In comes rain. Bowls to Haynes. Is he going to be caught? He is. That's a brilliant catch. That is a fantastic catch down at fine leg. Absolutely brilliant. It was short to Tom Haynes. He pulled the ball down to fine leg and chasing around the fine leg boundary. That is a magnificent catch. Parkinson taking the catch. That was absolutely superb. He must have run, Martin, I reckon 30 yards. and he caught the ball low down, and that's as good a catch as you'll see anywhere this season. That was absolutely terrific. Tom Haines is on his way for 51. He'll rather feel he's missed out there, Tom Haines, but Durham have got the wicket, they've got the breakthrough, and catches win matches, and that was an absolute belter.
I didn't think he was going to get there. He's across at more or less deep square leg.
That was brilliant.
And he's come all the way round to fine leg and taken a full length diving catch. I mean, he hit the ground hard and did a somersault, didn't he? Along sort of roly-poly along the floor, but he managed to hold on to it. And then he jumped up and did a little celebratory jig across the ground. But what a catch. Brilliant.
Well, it was absolutely fantastic. I think Tom Haines will feel that he's rather missed out there. But he pulled a short one, but that is a cracking catch. So the first wicket goes down on 110. Marcus North was saying when he was with us earlier that one wicket can lead to two here at Durham, and Sussex will be very, very keen that doesn't happen. But my word, that was a good catch. That'll be shown a little bit, I imagine, on social media. That's the day he's got a long, long way to take that catch, and rightly gets a big round of applause. And he's just geeing the crowd up, his Matt Parkinson, down in front of the spectators there. That was, and you see the way the Durham lads reacted. They all raced towards him. That was a huge catch and a brilliant piece of fielding. Which brings Tom Alsop to the crease. We've got another Tom and another left-hander. I think Tom Haines will be disappointed with the shot, Marty. It's a difficult one, isn't it? I mean, he's short, he's pulling it away, there's no one there. He just got underneath it a little. But he's gone. And Tom Alsop is the new man in. And immediately, two slips and a gully going places. Rain runs away from us, in and bowls, down the leg side, and, catch it was the cry. You probably heard it in the effects, Mike, from everybody apart from Ben Rain, in all honesty. The two slips were up, and they're all saying, we thought he got a nick on that. But Ben Rain wasn't interested. Sean Hunt, the Sussex 12th man today, or one of the 12th men, the other one being Dan Ebry, makes his way across to the nets. So he's going to get some batting practice, is Sean. But he won't be needed here this week. He was one of the two left out. He comes at Rain, bowls, also covers up and plays to mid-wicket. And there is no run. Well, that sort of thing could change a match, Marty. A catch like that. I mean, I'm sure the Durham lads are really up after that, and they'll feel they can pitch another wicket here.
Ben Rain, 49 for the season.
Wow. Well, he owes Parkinson a pint, I reckon. That was a terrific bit of fielding. Punch was 110 for the opening wicket. As Rain runs away from us, to bowl to Tom Alsop. Alsop lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Robinson, and there is no run. So two slips and a gully. There's a point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg on a glorious day here in Durham. There's quite a bit of high-level, wispy, fair-weather cloud around. There's quite a breeze, actually, just looking at the flags on the pavilion away to our left are billowing away. But it's pleasant. It's just keeping the spectators nice and cool. If you're out in the breeze, it's really quite warm. Plenty of sun hats around the ground. Now we've got a change in the field. Having said there's three men on the offside, there's now only two. There's a point and a mid-off. And the fielder who's at cover has come off to a sort of shortish mid-wicket. That's David Bedingham who's in there. As Rain is in bowls, and that's short, and also underneath it. The ball goes through to Robinson. There is no run, and it's a no ball. And that's probably about the fifth or sixth no ball we've seen today. Ben Rain's bowl, he bowled two in his opening over. Overstepping, 112 for one.
From Baz the Lader as well, weren't there?
Yeah.
Jay says, for some reason, the vision of Martin Emerson on a horse has made me spit my tea. I wasn't on a horse. I was watching other people on horses. I have ridden horses, though.
Have you?
Yeah.
I was actually, as I came out last night, I was thinking of all the racetracks there are in this part of the world. As in comes Rain bowls and also tucks this one down to fine leg and picks up his first run. And Sussex go to 113. But yeah, I mean, as I came up, I was thinking, crumbs, Wetherby and York and Stedfield. Is there a racetrack at Catterick?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
One at Thirsk, one at Ripon.
Right, yeah.
Pontefract, Doncaster. And then nearer here, you've obviously got Sedgefield down the road. You've got Newcastle just up the road. Hexham.
Yeah, there are a lot, aren't there?
Hexham's right up in the hills. It's always cold up there.
Is that just National Hunt?
If
they're doing any flat racing up there. In comes Rain. Bowls to Clark and Clark defends to mid-off. There is no run. End of the over. 113 for one, over which saw the first wicket of the match go down. Tom Haynes caught down at fine leg. Eventually, a brilliant catch by Matt Parkinson. If you had a chance to see it on social media anywhere, have a little look at that, because I reckon Parkinson ran a good 30 yards and then diving forward took the ball. It looked to me as if he was just a foot or so off the ground. It was a magnificent catch. Rain 11 overs, one maiden, one for 36, 113 for one.
Well, I'll tell you where you will see it. If you go on the NV Play website, nvplay.com, and get up the scorecard, it's got all the different dismissals and highlights reeled down the side next to the live stream. In fact, it's probably on the Durham Live page as well, the match centre. So Allsop is on one. Deleda bowling from the Lumley end, right arm over to the left-hander. Allsop steps across his stumps, then the ball is played up to Rain at mid-off. No run there, but bobbles away. Came up on my timeline the other day. I think it was 9 years since we went to family day at Thirsk Races during the school holidays. And so we only had the two kids at the time, so my oldest daughter was maybe 5 or 6. And I'd got the form guide, and I'd gone through every race and put in £5 on each way or whatever it was. Never won a penny. This is defended by Allsop. And final race of the day, my daughter spotted my form card and she said, "Daddy, there's a rider running in pink." And I said, "Yes." And she said, "Pink's my favourite colour." And I looked, and this horse had absolutely no chance whatsoever. And I said, "Well, Daddy's not going to put any money on that one, darling. It doesn't have a chance." And my wife said, "Just put £1 on, just humour her." And the horse was called Charlemagne Diva. In comes Deleda. Played to short mid-wicket, and the race started, and it was so far behind the rest of the pack that it was almost in a different postcode. And I'm thinking, I've already lost enough money. This is a quid I could have done without losing. And then suddenly, with about 2 furlongs to go, put the afterburners on and won. So it was my only winner that day. Got about 16 quid back. Following year, went back, and same horse was racing again. Still leader bowls. This has gone the short mid-wicket, no run. So my daughter spotted that it was running again. "Daddy." So I lumped the £5 on each way the next year, and it came last. But I wondered whether we'd witnessed just the only piece of success it ever had. So I looked it up online the other day, and I think it ran 36 races and won 3. And I think that was the first time it had won the first year. It's now retired and lives in retirement in Yorkshire somewhere at the age of 15.
Gives me update.
Here's the later bowling. That one is on off stump. Played away by Allsop to short extra cover. I'm trying to remember who the trainer was, because it was a well-known trainer. $113 for one. Allsop on 1. The later ball's a short one. Allsop drags it round the corner down to long leg to Drizzell for 1. So 36 races. It. Where did it win? What year was that? Richard Guest, that was it. And Duffield, and then Richard Guest. Right, starts a new over, bowling here to Allsop. It's a short one. Allsop just ducks out the road of it. Last run at Newcastle in May 2012. Next ball is bowled by Rain to Allsop. It goes towards mid-wicket, no run there. Just jabbing it away off the pads. July 2013 when it won at Thirsk, I think. In a field of 12. This is played up to mid-on to Lees by Allsop, no run there. Rain comes in. He's got a silly mid-wicket in there. And the ball is pulled out to deep mid-wicket for 1 run by Allsop. Yeah, we must have got it at 10-1 that day, so they've already got 11 quid back, so covered some of the losses. Probably the last time I bet on a horse, actually. 115 for 1 here. Clark on 51 from 105 balls. Strike rate of 48.6. 36th over we're in at the moment. Rain, right arm over bowls. It's short and it's pulled out to deep mid-wicket once again. To Deleda for 1. He's got Potts very close in on the leg side. Probably really a silly mid-on rather than a short mid-wicket, but he's now leaving that position. The final ball of the over. He's gone to a more normal mid-wicket with David Bedingham just to his right. Potts is fractionally to the right of Michael Goff, the square leg umpire. Allsop in a crouching position as he waits for this delivery and ducks out the road of it. Through to the keeper it goes, and that is the end of the over. 2 runs from it, 4 dot balls. Allsop playing in his 87th first-class match, so he's just gone past the 4,000 run mark recently. He's got 10 centuries and 20 half-centuries. And his best score was 182 not out against Leicestershire this year, beating his previous 150 for Hampshire against Warwickshire in 2019. Got 930 runs at an average of 42 last year. Grew up in the Wiltshire age group system, then went to Hampshire's Academy. Start of a new over from Deleda here, bowling to Clark. That's playing out the deep mid-wicket. 1 run. Allsop's club cricket Pottern in the West of England Premier League. Joined Sussex last year.
Yeah, nice fella. Tom Allsop. Never really got the opportunities down at Hampshire. Felt he had to move, and this year was a loan signing. It's become permanent. He had a wretched time in the 50 over this year, and got some runs in the final match. Was it the final match? Yes, against Warwickshire. Good game of cricket, actually. That was the best game in the competition for Sussex.
This is turned away off the legs by Allsop down towards deep backward square leg. Drizzell Fields, 2 runs. That was their only win, wasn't it?
Well, they lost that game by...
Who did they beat?
The only game they won was at Somerset. Who and you know,
finished bottom or not?
Yeah, and they were Somerset were robbed by the 100. I mean, they had like 10 or 11 players.
Well, Durham supposedly had 8 away.
Sussex had 1, really.
The later in, and Allsop plays this to short mid-wicket, no run there. I mean, of those Durham players, I haven't seen Mark Wood or Ben Stokes here for some time.
Yeah.
One of them was with Graham Clark at the Oval franchise, Nathan Souter, who had only played for Durham in T20 cricket up until now. The later in, it's gone down the leg side.
Oh, it's a chance.
Now then, was that a chance? It looks like it from the keeper's reaction, from the bowler's reaction.
Yeah.
And that's twice now that Robinson has dropped chances. Oh no, it's signalled as a leg.
Oh, right, okay. I thought it was a chance. Well, he'll feel better about that. Yeah. I thought he got a little nick on that.
Well, Delayder's reaction seemed to think he thought he had a nick.
Yes.
Because he had his hands clamped on his face in disbelief, but it was a long way down the leg side, and Robinson managed to get a hand on it, but couldn't hold on to it. But Michael Goff, the umpire, says it was a leg bye, 2 leg byes, in fact. 121 for 1, so Allsop remains on 5. This is the 20th ball he will have faced, and Delayder's now decided to change his angle of attack, and he's going to come round the wicket from the Lumley end. He's obviously going to try and bang one in short here, because he's moved Rizal from fine leg to long leg for the hook. And it's a length ball played out towards mid-wicket for 1 to Clark by Allsop.
Yeah. He went a long way for that. It's deceiving, and we're pretty much wicket to wicket here, aren't we? But so the bowler's reaction was that he thought also got a little nick on that. I mean, it's irrelevant now.
Pitch 12 they're playing on, bang in the centre of the square. Then later into Clark. Clark drives, and that's away between the non-striking batsman and the bowler for 4 up to the north end of the ground.
That's probably as good a shot as Tom Clark has played, Marty, really.
Yeah.
When he played it, I mean, it was effortless, really, and I thought for a moment Mid-off was going to field the ball, but he timed it really sweetly and all raced away across the outfield. Marcus was saying how wet it's been here, or it was last week, but it's that raced away pretty quickly. Clark to 57, 126 for 1 here. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Newcastle, Adrian Harms, Martin Emerson on a lovely, lovely day. See the castle peeping out from over the trees. There are plenty of people playing golf there this morning, Martin. I don't know if there's an 18-hole golf course up there.
Yeah, it is, yeah. It's a nice course, that one, Parkland. You start off around the castle and then you drop down to the riverbank.
Nice.
Quite a bit of the course on the riverbank.
Ben Rain runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Tom Allsop, who drives without timing, put it by Clark at mid-off. And there is no run. There is a bit more second 11 cricket to come this season. Sussex have only got one more game to play. I'm presuming that's in the second 11 championship. They play a game tomorrow against Northamptonshire. And then they finish up with a game against Glamorgan. That game tomorrow is at Peterborough Cricket Club.
Who's that?
Sussex seconds.
All right.
In comes the rain. Bowls also popping his toes. Steers that one down to fine leg. They've taken one. I don't think they'll go back. Well, they will come back for the second, and it's good running by Allsop, actually, who is very, very quick between the wicket. Was that Parkinson again down there? Now, everyone's got their hands on their heads, and I'm not entirely sure why. Perhaps it was, well, I don't know. I mean, Allsop was clearly home. He picked up a couple more runs. He goes to 8. Sussex to 128 for 1. Still the 2 slips in place. And we are in the, 38th over of the day. As rain is in bowl. Short, pulled away by Tom Allsop, back to the square on the leg side. And he picks up a single. He goes to 9. 129 for 1. The man out, Tom Haynes. Brilliant catch by Matt Parkinson off the bowling of Ben Rain. Elsewhere in the second division. All eyes to a certain extent, well, not all eyes, but keeping an eye on the game down at Worcester. Well, Worcester are in trouble against Glamorgan, 103 for 5, and with good weather around that you'd think there's going to be a result in that game one way or t'other. Rain. In bowls. Oh, that's a loose shot by Clark outside the off stump.
It played a bit low, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. I'm going to chop that one away. It's a slight lapse of concentration from Tom Clark. It was wide outside the off stump. Didn't need to play it. I suppose if he cuts that one away to the boundary for 4, we say what a terrific shot it was.
Durham are at Worcestershire in a couple of weeks' time. You're just wondering if they don't win this one, if that's going to be the title decider.
Might well be. What have they got? 2 more games? You got to
finish here against Leicestershire.
Right. Rain. In and bowled. Short pulled away by Clark down to fine leg and picks up a single. Does Tom Clark. He goes to 58. So to 130 for 1. So do you play in the last week of the season, Mark?
Yeah.
You got a week off somewhere along the line?
Next week, I think it is.
Right, okay. Yeah, because Worcestershire and Durham have both got, and Glamorgan have all got 3 games to play. Sussex have got 4 to play.
Including this Friday.
Including this, yeah. So probably from a Sussex point of view, they would probably want Glamorgan to win that game down at Worcester. 'Cause if Worcester were to win, that would give Worcester 5 wins and almost put them out of sight.
I think when Durham got their 5th win, everybody else only had 1.
Yeah, Rain in bowls and defended by Allsop to mid-on, and there is no run. End of the over, 130 for 1. Clark on 58. Allsop is on 9. We've had 39 overs, so we've got another, 50... what does that say? 58 to go in the day. No, you're right. I mean, you look at the division, really. I mean, it's a stark difference. Durham 5 wins, Worcestershire 4, and unsurprisingly, they're first and second. Glamorgan have only won once, Martin. They're third. Sussex have only won once. Leicestershire have won twice. I mean, really, the second promotion place is between Worcestershire, Glamorgan, Sussex, and Leicestershire. And then the reason you mentioned Sussex and Leicestershire is because they've got games in hand over Glamorgan and Worcester. So it could still go to the wire, but not from a Durham point of view.
I did the maths.
Yeah.
So this was from the start of this week, presuming maximum points, the most Durham could get, 246, Sussex 209, Leicestershire 207.
Right.
Glamorgan 192.
Yeah, so to a certain extent, it's in Sussex's hands if they can win the games. But, 4 games back-to-back in a month's an awful lot of cricket. They might have to do some juggling around of squads, etc. I mean,
maths is not my strong point, Adrian, but I'm going to suggest that's a match a week.
Yeah, it is. And I'd have thought they'd want some result pitches down at Hove if they can.
Matt Parkinson's going to come in to bowl on loan from Lancashire, replacing Basta Leader. First ball is edge 2, Potts at first slip, and that is the end of Tom Clark, out for 58, dropped on 22 this morning. He departs, and Sussex 130 for 1. Parkinson has been away with Kent in the One Day Cup because he's joining them permanently from Lancashire at the end of this year. And a few weeks ago, he was playing for Durham against Leicestershire and got his brother out for the second time, his twin brother out, Callum. Callum will be joining Durham next year. Keep up, everybody.
Yeah, I know.
Along with Colin Ackerman. But 130 for 2, and it's a slow walk back from Clark there. Leg spin has done him. He's out for 58.
What a great bowling change.
Yeah. I think Rain's going to be replaced as well because he's gone off for a drink and a change of boots.
Brings him on, first ball, gets a wicket.
Yeah.
This is not his first match, Martin.
No, he's played a few now.
Yeah.
He played once for Lancashire this year when he came to Durham on loan.
Well, that's a what a bowling change. Tom Clark will be disappointed. He'll just feel he's done all the hard work. Got yourself to 59, batting really, really nicely. Or 58, I should say.
Well, that brings in a young up-and-coming lad from the academy called Cheteshwar Pujara, who's, I don't really know much about him. other than he got a double 100 against Durham last year, 115 this year. And his stats are just incredible. Nearly 19,500 runs. Highest score, 352 for Saurashtra against Karnataka in 2013 in the Ranji Trophy. And his new Sussex teammate, Jaydev Vinadkar, also plays for Saurashtra and in fact is their captain. They've won 2 Ranji trophies in the last 3 years. But Pujara, these stats, 60 hundreds, including 3 300s and 13 200s and 76 50s.
Yeah, I mean, and yeah, he's been tremendous for Sussex. I think he's only here for 3 games. You talk about Sussex and promotion. Yeah. I mean, he's going to miss the last game if it comes down to that. But, that's a way off.
Parkinson to Pujara. First ball is defended on a length.
Well, all of a sudden, Marcus did say, didn't he? 1 wicket can lead to 2, 110 without loss, 130 for 2s, and the game's got a slightly different complexion now.
Comes in again and bowls on the back of the hand, and it's snuffed out.
Well, they'll know this is the prize scalp, isn't it?
Parkinson in. It's a bit a shorter length delivery, and he's got Pujara coming down the track there to play that one.
I'm not sure it's the easiest to time the ball here, Martin, you know?
No. Parkinson in again. He bowls. It's pushed away to mid-wicket. Now, this is his 51st first-class match, Matt Parkinson, 26-year-old. Played that one test against New Zealand last year. And it's a little tempting length, that one.
Yeah, it is.
Full toss. And Pujara took a step down the track and then steered it straight to mid-on, no run. And a wicket made to start with.
Wow, what a bowling change that is. Bring on your spinner and... he picks up a wicket straight away. Has Ben Rain come back onto the field? Yes, he has. And he's going to carry on. Well, 2 relatively new players at the crease now. Pujara and Allsop, both openers making half centuries, but neither able to go on and play the beginnings. It would be some applause. I think there's a presentation or something going on in the pavilion.
I think that's a player who's just returned to the boundary after getting a wicket, mate.
Spot spotted. So Ben Rain is going to carry on. Clark for 58, Haynes for 51, the men out. 2 slips go down, and in comes Ben Rain, racing in bowls to Allsop, who drive down the ground, and he's going to get 4 runs, I think. Running away down towards us, the fielder is in hot pursuit. It's just not going to get there. Oh, well fielded, sir. Well fielded, Clark. He saves a run. It was a good chase as well by Graham Clark down to the long off boundary, beat Alex Lees to it and gets in the pro, but Allsop goes into double figures. He goes to 12 and Sussex to 133 for 2. And you see a quick bowler fielding in the slips, Marty, like Matt Potts.
Don't see it often, do you?
No,
but it is against spin rather than spin.
No, that's true.
Yeah. Right, Matt Parkinson made his debut for Durham on loan against Derbyshire at the end of April, which was a win here. And then played in the game at Leicester in June.
2 slips in place for Chitishwa Pujara, who's yet to score. Rain in bowls. Oh, and is he out? Rain thinks he's got his man LBW. Umpire, we think it's Jack Chantry at this end. And all the Durham players have got their hands on their heads. They can't believe that hasn't been given out. Well, it's difficult for us to see with the naked eye, but it was a big shout from Ben Rain. I think that's Jack Chantry at this end, who just sort of turned his head away. But certainly that's a cracking delivery by Ben Rain. And Durham got their tails up here, you know. They've picked up a couple of wickets since lunch.
Jack Chantry, when he retired from Worcestershire, he actually joined us on the commentary circuit for a
Yes, he did.
didn't he?
No, he did. I remember commentating with him at Hove. Yeah. Yeah. Rain in bowls. Pujara eases that one down to third man. He's going to pick up at least a couple of runs. The ball races down towards the boundary. And it's going to be 3 because Allsop comes racing back, running to the danger end. And Pujara is on his way. Let's go 136 for 2. But I think Pujara's heart would have been in his mouth there with that delivery by Ben Rain. He was absolutely convinced he got him. They're keeping the 2 slips in place for Tom Allsop, and I think that's probably good captaincy by our Borthwick. Allsop on 12. And Ben Rain runs in around the wicket bowl to Allsop, who drives to mid-off, fielded by Clark. And there is no run. On the leg side, there's a mid-on, mid-wicket, a forward square leg, then a fine leg all the way down in the distance, and a deep backward square. 2 slips still in place. Ben Rain in his 14th over, because of 1 for 48. Picking up the record of Tom Haynes, who was out for 51. An excellent running catch by Matt Parkinson. As Rain is in again. Bowls. Oh, that's wild down the leg side. Yeah, and a very good take by Ollie Robinson, actually diving away down the leg side.
That just looked unplayable as a wide and on height.
I would agree.
No, it's
either. In the scorebook as a dot ball. Yeah, that was whistling away down the leg side. Good take by Robinson, who had to move a long, long way. But there is no run. Is there a test match here next year, Marty?
No, they don't have test status anymore. That was conveniently removed from Durham as the ECB relegated them.
Okay, so they have one.
The ECB
one day.
then conveniently left with 8 test venues, which then became the locations for the 800 franchises. Call me a conspiracy theorist.
In comes Rain, bowls balls up, punches out into the offside, and there is no run. So nice and tidy from Ben Rain, who thought he got Cheshire Pujara in that over. 14 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 48. Sussex 136 for 2. Pujara on 3. Allsop on 12. The man out. Haynes for 51. Clark for 58.
There was a list of international fixtures released a few weeks ago, and Durham have got a mixture of T20s and one-dayers. I think India are coming here in the near future. And
yeah, I mean, test match wise, with all due respect to, I mean, the West Indies are having a shocking time, aren't they, in test match cricket? But where the demand for tickets for the Ashes was off the scale, wasn't it? I think I applied for every ground, didn't get anything. Next year, West Indies and Sri Lanka, I'm sure there'll still be high demand because England people want to watch test match cricket, but would it be fair to say they're not the biggest draws? I mean, in the old days, the West Indies would have been, massive.
Of all the tests that Durham posted here, they were all May tests, other than the August Ashes test when England won the Ashes here in 2013 in front of a sellout crowd. The end of day 4. Parkinson to Pujara. They're appealing for LBW. I can't possibly tell you where that landed because the batsman and the keeper are obscuring the view now at the angle we're at. Slips in quite tight as well. Matty Potts in there. Parkinson again, he bowls. Pujara noodles one round the corner and gets 1 run. That was the only test match they held in the August, and I remember talking to one of the directors here, and this was 2013, and he said he believed that would be the only test match, the Ashes match they ever held on this ground. And I said, why? And he said, I don't think we'll get another one. It's too expensive. And then, of course, 3 years later, Durham are in financial trouble, along with lots of other counties at the time. Parkinson in. Allsop plays this towards point, no run. They'd all bid too much for test matches that they struggled to make money on, while they were also having to spend money on the infrastructure of the stadiums to get them up to a better class at the insistence of the ECB. And then The other thing that did for Durham, of course, was the loss of Northern Rock, who went bust, and that they were the sponsors.
Sorry, Mel.
Just gone past the off stump there.
Yeah, I reckon that turned, you know.
That was a good leave from Allsop.
Yeah, it was. I wonder if this pitch might turn a bit early.
It's just straightened up a bit.
Is it?
Slipping it in again, yeah. I think he's left that well there. Parkinson bowls, Allsop forward. It's gone off towards point.
He's posing a threat, though, here, Parkinson, isn't he?
He's bowling a nagging length.
He is.
Questions.
Yeah, he is.
Plus other cricketing cliches. He's nearly through the over as well. 1 ball left of this 41st over here on the BBC. Comes in and bowls. And Allsop drives to Lees at mid-off. Lees has a go at the stumps at the bowler's end, but doesn't hit the target. It's backed up by Borthwick. They get a run. Going back through the mists of my time, so it was sort of... Durham ended up staging a Sri Lanka test match here in 2016 in the May. Didn't do very well with ticket sales, but when they were awarded it, they had no idea that Yorkshire would be staging the first test the week before in Leeds. So that didn't help. It was a Sri Lanka side shorn of any of its superstars because they'd all retired. Kumar Sangakkara and all that generation had all retired, so it was a very youthful Sri Lanka team. So it became a hard sell for Durham, and it was really what sent them over the edge financially. But that Sri Lanka test, from memory, came as part of the package for the Ashes test here in 2013.
Right.
But that Ashes test was the only test that Durham had hosted in high summer. Everything else, Zimbabwe, Sri Lanka, the West Indies had been here in May. Bangladesh.
Matt Potts back into the Durham attack, running in around the wicket, comes in the bowl to Tom Allsop, who plays firmly to mid-wicket. And there is no run.
But if you remember at the time, Yorkshire were heavily in debt, and Colin Graves, who then became the chairman of the ECB, set up a trust fund. I think they were £27 million in debt. Warwickshire were £35 million in debt and had to get help from the Birmingham City Council. I think Glamorgan were £14 million. Needed help from the Welsh Assembly, and Hampshire had to sell their ground to Eastleigh Borough Council.
Potts bearing that one in towards the leg stump, and Allsop eases it down to deep backward square and picks up a single. Allsop goes to 14, Sussex to 139 for 2.
So of all of the test venues who'd got themselves into financial trouble, Durham's debts were the smallest of them all. But they had been sponsored by Northern Rock, and then Northern Rock obviously went out of business.
Yeah.
And Durham's preferential loans with Northern Rock were then taken over by another bank who called them in. And they ran out of people to turn to. So I suppose in a major respect, victims of the banking crash.
Yeah.
And it's amazed more clubs didn't get themselves into even worse financial situations.
Potts is bowling with a slip and a gully now. He's in and bowls to Pujara, who's forward, plays into the covers. There is none. I get a feeling here, Martin, this is a really important stage of this match. He brought Potts back into the attack. Durham will just feel here that if they could pick up one of these two, mainly Pujara, that they'd have had a good day. Still plenty of overs to go as Potts runs away from us. In and bowls to Pujara, who lets that one go outside the off stump. There is no run. As I say, he bowled that really good spell last year to Pujara down the hill at Hove, Matt Potts, before he got called up by England. And I say he's always the forgot. I thought it was maybe a little unfortunate not to get called up for the Ashes, Martin. I mean, you know, Ollie Robinson. He joined up with the squad, didn't he? Didn't he go for the Headingley Test, but didn't play? I just wonder now with Stuart Broad retiring, whether Potts will be more. But I guess one or two are coming. Others are coming. I mean, like Gus Atkinson seems to have done well for Surrey. Played in the T20 the other night. In comes Potts and bowls. Forward comes Pujara, plays to mid on, and there is no run. He's got a lot of overs this year. I mean, he's taken 40 odd wickets, hasn't he, Potts?
Yeah, well, he's 46 wickets, hasn't he? So
he keeps himself very fit.
Yeah. How many overs has he bowled? What's this? His 11th today.
Yeah. lovely rhythmical approach to the crease.
This is his 317th over of the year.
Up on his toes, Bajari. That's pretty good for a quick bowler, you know. Made to backward point by Bajari. There is no run. End of Potts is over. 11 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 34 for Matthew Potts. Sussex 1, 39 for 2. Bajara on 4. Allsop is on 14. Live cricket here on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex and Newcastle. So quite a bit of fair weather cloud around, but it's very high and lots of blue sky in between. Nice breeze for the spectators. Plenty of shorts and sun hats around the ground. And this game is evenly poised. A couple of wickets here, and it looks a lot different. 139 for 2, and Parkinson's going to carry on from the Lumley end.
There's still around about 3.5 hours of play left here, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
So tea's meant to be at 3:10, but
that's not going to happen.
That's not going to happen. Parkinson in to Allsop. Allsop forward to this one, just dabs it short on the leg side. They're allowed 3.75 minutes and over.
See, during the 50 over, Martin, it was amazing to me that sides got through their 50 overs really quickly. They're all bowling 16 overs an hour. It just doesn't happen in this format.
Parkinson in again, and that's driven past him for 4 by Allsop. Straight up the far end of the ground. There's nobody up there.
It's a good shot. He likes to use his feet to the spinners, does Tom Allsop. That's exactly what he did, playing it very firmly through mid-off. I was just going to say that although the scoreboard looks very healthy from a Sussex point of view, they haven't got away, have they? I mean, they're going at about 3.5 and over, I suppose.
Yeah. Where is it? Run rate 3.4. Yeah.
Is it on the scoreboard? Oh, yes, yeah. I can see it now. Yeah.
So, yeah, it's not dramatic. In fact, Durham went along at about 5.5 at Hove earlier in the year, and Sussex went along at 3.5. Yep. They won. This is left alone outside the off stump by Allsop from Parkinson. Parkinson from the Lumley end, cut by Allsop out through the covers. The leaders out there in Fields.
It just all looks as if he's getting himself into a bit of form here. Tom Allsop, by his own admission, he had a wretched 50 over cup, but made 68 in the last game against Warwickshire and looked to be getting back to something like his best form.
Parkinson bowls again. Oh, playing a miss, and then they're appealing for a stumping. And unfortunately, I don't know whether the batsman's foot was in. It looked. Let's have a look. He's lifted his heel, but Robinson broke the bails and turned towards the pavilion to appeal to Jack Shantry, who was actually standing behind him at the other way. So,
I reckon that it didn't turn a lot, but I think there's a bit of spin there for Parkinson.
Yeah. Oh, Pajara's driven and gone. Diving catch, short extra cover by Graham Clark. And he just lost his patience there. And he's gone for 4. Sussex 144 for 3. And that is a big wicket.
Huge.
Just threw his bat at that one. And a loss of concentration. What was he thinking? Wow. Clark reacted sprightly in the short extra cover region.
Well, we were saying, Martin, that this was such an important stage of the game, and Sussex have been 110 without loss. Now lost 3 for 34. Pajara's gone. I just wonder whether, Marcus North was talking, saying it's a good pitch to bat on, but it could be some deterioration later, and Parkinson's picked up a couple of wickets. And now this is a problem for Sussex in that there's this relatively inexperienced middle order. James Cole's coming in now. He's a fine player, James Cole's. He's been one of the successes of the season for Sussex. The 19-year-old. Ollie Carter, wicketkeeper batsman. But with 3 of the top 4 back in the pavilion, Durham are right back in this now. Good catch, actually. Driven away by Pajara in the air. And you were just saying how he's bowling this nagging length is Parkinson. And I think he did lose, but it's very Pujara-like to lose his concentration, and he just put a really,
Not so much losing his concentration. I just think more losing his cool.
Yeah, no, you're probably right. Yeah. Which brings out James Coles, who won't be on strike because that was the last ball of the over. What a change. It's going along very nicely, but now Parker's will get some applause. I think Potts. I'm not sure if it's my over or yours, Marty.
Yours.
He's down to fine leg by Tom Alsop. He gets his 19th run, 144 for 3. Brings James Coles on strike. One international at Edgbaston today.
What is?
One day international. England against New Zealand.
1 day here, is it?
Sorry, 20 over.
I was going to say, I thought the T20 series had only just started. It was already finished. So,
T20.
So that's the third, isn't it? So the first this year, then they played it Old Trafford on Friday, didn't
they did. Yeah. The third one today at Edgbaston. 2 slips in place. Potts running away from us. Comes into bowl to James Coles. He lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Robinson. And there is no run. I mean, Marcus was saying when he was here in commentary, and we were talking when Sussex were going along very nicely before lunch, and he said, well, we'll just keep plugging away, and it's been a feature, really. It's been very tight bowling, hasn't it? Interesting, actually, fielding change here, and these players do their homework, and James Coles is particularly strong on the leg side, particularly in that square leg region. He likes to clip the ball off his toes, and Graham Parker's now gone sort of 3/4 of the way back to the boundary. At square leg, in comes Potts bowls. Oh, that's a good short delivery, and Coles has to bend at the knees and lets that one go through to keeper Robinson, who takes it down the leg side. And there is no run. Let's see who's playing for England in that game. Wonder whether Bryden Cast is playing. He's not. England: Bairstow, Jacks, Milan, Brooke, Butler, Ali, Livingston, Jordan, Rashid, Wood, and Atkinson. Potts bowls to Coles, who plays that firmly to mid-off, fielded by Ben Rain. There is no run. Can't quite understand how Harry Brooks not in this England side for this World Cup that's coming up, this 50-over World Cup, the way he's playing. But the runs he's been making in the throughout the season. 2 slips go down. Potts on his way. Over the wicket bowls. Coles just bends that one off to backward point. He's bowling with real venom here, is Matthew Potts. And he stops halfway down the wicket and he gives James Coles a long stare. And Coles comes down and does a little bit of gardening. And all of a sudden, batting doesn't look quite as easy as it was. He looked very straightforward this morning, but all of a sudden a couple of wickets, and now Potts is really bending his back, and Durham maybe just scenting here that they've got Sussex in a bit of bother with Pujara back in the pavilion. Potts in again. Coles, short delivery, and he's bowling at good speed here is Matt Potts. The ball goes through to keeper Robinson. There is no run. End of the over. Some pads and another helmet are being bought out for some poor fielder. He's got to go in close. 145-3. Coles yet to score. Alsop is on 20. Sussex losing. Haynes for 51, Clark for 58, Pujara for 4. 110 without loss has become 145 for 3 as the leaders of Division 2 fight their way back. And some. Very quickly elsewhere, Worcestershire now 129 for 6 against Glamorgan. Yorkshire 137 for 4 against Derbyshire. Gloucestershire 98 for 3 against Leicestershire. All those games in Division 2, and there's a bit of a break in place. So Division 1, just if you're interested, Hampshire 115 for 4 against Somerset. Northants 134 for 4 against Lancashire. Surrey, the leaders of the county championship, 149 for 3 Jamie Smith out for 60 against Warwickshire at the Oval.
In comes Parkinson. Allsop clips him off the back foot out towards the cover boundary for 1.
Chris Rushworth picked up a wicket today. And Rory Burns caught for 11. He's putting a bit of pressure on here, you know. New man coming in, James Coles. I think he's skippered really well here, actually. Scott Borthwick Martin. I've been impressed the way he's juggled his bowlers around and he's chosen his moments to attack. And one of those attacking moments is coming down. In fact, what's being bought out? Oh, I think a protector's been bought out. Or something's being bought out for. What's that he's giving him? No, it's a...
What is it?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, I think it might be
yeah,
protector with a strap, I think, has been bought out. That's David Bedingham who's going in there at short leg.
Must have left his box in the dressing room
yeah.
during lunch. Here comes Parkinson then. Bowls. And, Coles drives. So stopped at mid-off.
What sort of T20 campaign did Durham have, Marty? Because we never see
just
you.
Like all the others, fairly nondescript and underwhelming. In comes Parkinson. This is pushed away towards the covers.
You must do some miles in that one.
I do. Does my head in every year. Up and down the motorways, watching the same mistakes year after year after year. In comes Parkinson, bowls again. This is driven up to mid-off, no run there.
I think it's a shame in many ways that and it's the same sides every year as well, isn't it? I mean, you must, you down to Worcester, I guess.
Yeah, Worcester and Northampton are about 230 miles each. This is defended. I think the biggest distance in the T20 is Cardiff to Canterbury. It's about 2 miles longer than any journey Durham make. I've said it for years and I will continue saying it. There are too many T20 matches. Defended by Coles. I think go back to the original regional groups. Fewer games, but more. They become more of a license to view. I mean, they've done well. Northants playing here on a Tuesday or Wednesday night the last 3 years. It's been the year when they've brought thousands of students in at the end of the university term. But Northants really an attraction for Durham in the northeast on a Tuesday night, you know.
I think T20. I mean, certainly the best T20 nights down at home are Friday nights. But no, I'd agree. I think there are two. And of course, there is the nonsense as well. You don't play every county twice as well, which does seem crackers. In goes Potts running in around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Tom Allsop, and Allsop lets that go outside the off stump. I've said it once before, probably several times today. Matt Potts is bending his back here, you know. He's really running in hard. And he's keeping it really tight. 146 for 3. Sussex going along at just a shade over 3 and over here. It was 3.4 we said a little while ago. It's down to 3.2. Which just goes to show how difficult it is to score runs at the moment. Allsop waits, as do the 2 slips. Potts in again, bowls. Allsop was thinking of driving that, and then a good leave through to Robinson. And again, there is no run.
Derek sent a notice of his next charity walk. He does a big charity walk. One in the summer and one in the winter. The next one from Broom Hall Cricket Club in Dunfermline in Scotland to Alnmouth and Lesbury Cricket Club in Northumberland.
Right.
Saturday the 28th of October to Saturday the 4th of November.
Potts. Bowls. Also works this to mid-wicket. There is no run fielded by Lees. Whereabouts is Dunfermline?
It's above Edinburgh on the other side of the Firth of Forth.
Right, okay. That's a nice walk.
Are they the Blue Brazil, Dunfermline?
Oh, I don't know. That's a good old walk. So I went to Edinburgh. We went to North Berwick, which is on this side of the Forth. Actually went in the sea, Marty. It was cold.
West Fife it is. That's cold. It's always cold.
It's in again. Bowls to Allsop, who eases that down to fine leg and picks up a single. Does Tom Allsop? He goes to 22. 147 for 3.
Dunfermline is a city parish and former royal burgh in Fife in Scotland on high ground 3 miles from the northern shore of the Firth of Forth.
All right, okay.
It's a city, currently has an estimated population of 58,508.
Is it Dunfermline Athletic, or am I wrong? It is.
Yeah.
Right.
And it is the location of Pit Bockley House, which someone will now tell me I've totally pronounced wrong. Probably Pit Bockley.
Potts in bowls. Coles defends into the offside. There is no run. Fielded by Parkinson. It's another dot ball. Joe, I'm impressed here with Durham because they're continually looking to change the field around him. I mean, Matt Potts, he's made another change. He's brought Alex Lees across from mid wicket, and he's now sort of backwards square leg, reasonably close. And the second slip is coming out. Yeah, they're doing it again. Now the second slip has come out. Scott Borthwick has gone into a sort of a leg gully, if you like, and Lees has gone back to mid wicket. And now Potts wants another change. He wants his point.
He's switching.
Yeah, is he bringing
later with Parkinson?
Yeah, so he's moved his point now. So he's had three fielders in that leg gully position, and he's now just got the 2 slips and 2 men in the covers. In comes Potts, bowls, and Coles defends. A little low. Coles plays it back down the track. There is no run. Nice and tidy again from Matthew Potts, who has bowled 13 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 36. Sussex 147 for 3, Allsops 22. James Coles yet to score.
If you go over the Forth Road Bridge,
yeah,
Dunfermline's basically the town at the northern end.
Is it? Okay.
Just above Rosyth, which is where the big shipyard is.
Yeah, well, when we were up in Edinburgh a couple of weeks ago, we went on a boat tour. So we went down to the railway bridge, and you can get a boat tour that takes you up the river and then back.
All right,
nice. It was really good. It was a lovely sunny day.
There's a really good pub. I mean, there's some good pubs at South Queensferry, but
that's where the ferry went from.
Yeah. So we stayed in a hotel underneath the railway bridge a few years ago. This is cut by Allsop of Parkinson, start of a new over out through the covers for one. So Abigail was only a baby then.
Right.
I think we run our way up the... It would have been about when was she born? 2007. 2008, we ran our way up to Inverness, because I was flying up to Inverness with my wife and first daughter to commentate on a football match at BBC Radio Orkney. So we had a few days around Edinburgh, then we went to the Edinburgh Festival, and then we went up to Inverness and flew up to Orkney. He comes, he's going to be out there. Cole's using his feet, looked like he'd steered that straight to Lees at mid-on, but it was just slightly to his right in the end, and away for 2 runs, and that's the 150 up for Sussex. But that was a risky shot.
Very risky, and that's a shot. That's a moral victory there for Matt Parkinson. You won't mind that at all. You know, if you're a leg spinner, you're seeing someone prepared to get down the track after you. I know he hasn't scored a run yet, James Coles, but he could so easily have holed out.
In comes Parkinson again. Coles plays it back to him along the floor. In fact, he's dived to try and stop it. He's missed it. It's running up the field towards the north stand for 2 runs. The end of the ground where the hotel is going to be built.
Oh, right. When's that?
In the near future, apparently. It's all gone through the planning process at the moment.
Okay.
I remember seeing the plans for it in 2007, so it's been a long, long process. The Hawes Inn, that's where we stayed.
Right underneath the bridge.
Yeah, right. And you could hear the trains rattling past, but it was a lovely hotel.
And the bridge is magnificent.
I've never been over the Forth Rail Bridge. I'd love to go over there. I might do it in October when I've got some time off. It's a challenge I set myself every year that I never complete. Parkinson in to bowl to Coles, who goes right low down to defend this one on off stump. Yeah, but the North Sea temperature never really changes much from winter to summer. It goes from about 8 to 12 degrees, 14 degrees tops.
It was cold.
Although my wife did a report a few weeks ago to say that the sea temperature is currently 5 degrees warmer than it should be. And that's happening in a number of locations. As Parkinson comes into bowl here and then changes his mind, he goes through the whole delivery process, but just holds onto the ball, doesn't deliver it. Comes in again. It's a little drifter down the leg side, taken by the keeper.
Just piling the pressure on here, Durham.
I wouldn't mind doing a boat trip on the 4th. It'd be nice, that.
Oh, it was really good. Yeah.
Parkinson once more comes in and bowls. And that's driven and that's out. Pressure comes to bear. Parkinson strikes again. He has 3 in 5 overs. Coles drives. And standing at silly mid-on was David Beddingham, and he snatched it out of the air. And again, frustration comes to play, and Coles has thrown his wicket away on 4, just like Pujara did. He's faced 17 deliveries, 153 for 4.
Well, you could just feel it sitting here, can't you, Martin? You could just feel the pressure building. James Coles had played a poor shot earlier on in the over. He was looking to hit the ball on the leg side. He could have holed out to Alex Lees. And it's pressure cricket from Durham. I've been really impressed by Scott Borthwick's captaincy. And, James Coles, he's had a good season, but, he'll feel he's given that away, really. As did Pujara.
And you know what, as well? It's the final ball of the over again. So he got a wicket with his first ball, then he got a wicket with the final ball of the 3rd over, and then he's got a wicket with the final ball of his 5th over.
Good spot. 3 for 13. There you go. There's a picture. You'd know that then, Marty.
What's that? Yeah. So the hotel's just here, right under the railway bridge.
Okay. Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
It's a nice place, South Queensferry.
Yeah, really nice. They've got some lovely little shops and some nice coffee shops and nice pubs. It was really nice.
It's quite a climb up the steps from the seafront to the railway station, though.
Yeah.
It's a long way up there.
I bet it is.
Carrying a pram.
Well, there was a railway station there, is there?
Yeah. Right above the hotel.
Okay.
Yeah, so we got the train into Edinburgh for the festival.
So what a turnaround. Durham have taken 4 for 43 here, Martin.
Yeah. More applause for Parkinson as he goes back to 3rd man on the fine leg on the boundary in front of the Health Club.
In comes Potts, bowls to Alsop, who drives back to him. There is no run. I mean, I'm looking at
Carter's a new man.
Yeah. So wicket-keeper. Wicket-keeper batsman, he's averaging in the 40s this season. So all not lost for Sussex, but then Finn Hudson apprentice to come Jack Carson. And it's into the bowlers. So Durham have had a decent day here, really. They've had a terrific post-lunch session. Potts in and bowls, and also glides that one through the gully region. They've taken 1, and that's all they will take. Fielding sliding at back. Well, point who's that out there? But right on his back. Oh, is that the leader out there?
Where we're looking?
He's gone down to fine leg now for the right-hander. Right down at
No, Strazel.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So lost there 4 for 43, was it?
Yeah. Carter waits. Potts is in bowls, and Carter defends, and you can always sort of just sense the tension now. Sussex lost these 4 wickets that were going along so nicely. Carter plays that one away on the offside. What if there is a bit of turnout there? What a bowling change it's been.
It's a bit of a slow wicket. I said that this morning. It was a bit slow and sticky, and I think he's bowling a nagging length, and he's trying to draw the batsman out of the crease, and they're losing the
Potts in. Carter plays down the centre of the track. Potts fields no run.
They're getting frustrated. I mean, the last 2 wickets were more or less identical, weren't they?
I would agree.
2 rash shots, both batsmen on 4, caught very close to the strip.
Ollie Carter averages 43 this season. 6 half centuries. Top score 76. He waits as Potts is in. Bowls. Oh, that was quick. Carter lets that go. The ball thumps into the gloves of Ollie Robinson. And there is no run. I mean, I'm guessing that T will be with 32 overs remaining, will they, Marty? But
supposed to be. Yeah.
That's going to be a long way away. That's another 14 overs away yet.
It's a bit of a false drive from Coles there. It looks like it's come off the toe of the bat, bottom corner, and he's looped it to Beddingham, who is not quite standing on the track, but he's just in front of the non-striking batsman, and he leaps across in front of him to snatch the ball two-handed. Good reflexes.
Oh, God, there's another up there. Don't want to miss this one.
Pot in and bowls. Ball played down into the ground by Carter, and it bounces up around about visor height and then drops down in front of him again. End of the over. Just looking back through the Pujara dismissal, you don't actually see the catch from Graham Clark, which was a really good one, leaping across to his right at short mid-wicket. Allsop facing Parkinson, he's on 24. Oh! Now then, was that a drop catch or was that a bump ball? Parkinson couldn't hold on to the return here. No, he's driven it at him, he's put him down. Allsop should have gone on 24. Here comes Parkinson again. This is turned towards mid-wicket, no run. Parkinson once more in and bowls. This is defended. 3 dot balls so far in this over. So Parkinson 3 for 13 in 5.3. He's gone off towards short fine leg, no run. "13 overs they lost those wickets. 4 for 43 in 13 overs. Parkinson bowls again. And there's an appeal for a stumping. Robinson is convinced. Jack Shantry at square leg says no. Robinson is tippy-toeing up and down and now bouncing up and down on his toes in disbelief that that wasn't given out. He looked absolutely convinced he's got his man there. Allsop survives 2 scares in this over from Parkinson. Dropped first ball, playing the ball back to the bowler on 24, and then he survives the stumping as well. Last ball, and he cuts it out through the cover area. Delayed is out there. Is that Potts? That maybe Potts out there. I'm just trying to see. 1 run. What a great over that was. And Parkinson could have had 4 for 13. 6 overs, 3 for 14. Potts it is then, around the wicket from the finger end, starts a new over, that stays low. Bit of a false shot from Allsop there. He played and missed, and it went quite low past the off stump and through to the keeper. In fact, I think it might have bounced again before it reached Robinson there. My match notes today were about Ben Rain being on 48 wickets for the season and Potts being on 46, and it's Parkinson who's taken the 3. Potts in, comes in and bowls. Allsop plays this up to Rain at mid-on, no run. So this has been a decent spell from a Durham point of view since they introduced Parkinson, and he got a wicket with his first ball at the start of the 39th over. Potts runs in. Allsop waits. Shortish ball. He fends it down into the ground and then he's shimmying around in his crease as he worries the ball might spin back towards the stumps, but it doesn't. It stays away. Fourth ball of the over. And Allsop turns this out through mid-wicket. 4-2. It's Parkinson who comes round and fields it. And is back to the pavilion. It's a beautiful sunny day here in Chesty Street. Bit of a breeze, but temperature currently hovering around 23, 24. I said this morning, my computer said that would be certainly for Sunderland, a record high for the 3rd of September. Tomorrow, similar temperatures and a similar record high. Potts in, short one, and Allsop ends up doubled over there. Tucked into a ball with his bat flat against the floor, ducking out the road of that one. Potts comes in. Pinkerlen, right arm over. It's another short one. It's gone down the leg side. That is the end of the over. Just the 2 runs from it. Sussex 156 for 4. Decided to bat this morning on a used track played in the T20 International on Wednesday night. Marcus North, Durham's director of cricket, said the track they should have been playing on this week. There's 3 across to the left as we look, so 12, 11, 10. Should have been wicket number 9, but it got badly affected by very heavy rain last weekend. And a bit of a cloudburst, and he said there were pools all over the outfield, and they were worried that the T20 International might not take place, but it then got warmer, the weather forecast improved dramatically, and it dried out. But they decided that they would stay with this wicket instead, so Sussex choosing to bat, not wanting to bat 4th on it. Bit of a slow track, bit of a sticky wicket. Parkinson to start his 7th over. 3 for 14 from 6 overs, 1 maiden. Comes in and bowls. Ball pitching round about off stump, played away by Carter, who was the unstoppable match winner for Sussex with 33 not out in their run chase down at Hove against Durham in April. They were 8 down, needing 23 to win, and then he got up over the line. But he's not yet got a run on the board today. This is another defensive shot. Rolls short on the leg side. There is a Dunfermline update. Adrian is back.
Sorry about that. It took a little longer than it should.
Yeah.
Oh, Dunfermline update, right, okay. Was that a cotton bulb mess?
Yes. This is pushed in towards the covers. Allsop was on 24 at the time.
Thank you.
I've had an email from Mervyn. Now, I'm surprised he's emailed this in because I thought this would be the obvious thing you could see from Dunfermline. And there's, this is placed to wide mid-off for a single and not Potter's off the mark eventually. Jones stops the ball, but he gets there at the 8th delivery. And that is not the end of the over. There's still 2 balls left from it. Parkinson now to bowl to Allsop on 27. 2 balls left. He comes in and bowls. This is dabbed away. He says, "Good afternoon, Martin." Mervyn, this is. "Regarding Dunfermline, on a clear day, the 4th bridge is visible from the high street." You'd think it would be. In fact, I bet the newer one's even more obvious now because it's bigger, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. In comes Parkinson, and that's dabbed away. End of the over. I went there. When I was a kid, my dad used to sell teddy bears all around Fife to bingo halls and fairgrounds and whatnot. And used to be a big summer fair for about 6 weeks at Burnt Island, which is just along the road from there. Nice links area on the north shore of the Firth of Forth, back south towards Edinburgh. And then there was also, used to be a big Easter market and fair in a town called Keith, I think it was, not Keith. Where do Wraith Rovers play?
Oh, now you're asking.
It was in that town.
Wraith Rovers?
Yeah, they'll be dancing on the streets of Wraith tonight. Where do they play again? Kirkcaldy.
Oh, okay.
Now that's come to me without actually seeing it online. I knew it began with a K.
Assistant leader back into the attacking is. And Polycardy gets 4 runs. That's a welcome boundary for Sussex because the run rate's now gone to 3.1 and over. Not that that's hugely important, but it shows the squeeze that Durham have had since lunch. And Carter goes to 5, the total 161 for 4.
Yeah, there's a big fair at Kirkcaldy Easter weekend and the Kirkcaldy Links Market, and that's where Wraith Rovers play. So that's on the south shore of Fife as well. And then we went up to Dunfermline one time. I was there with a rep, not selling teddy bears, but other stuff.
The leader in again, bowls, and Carter forward plays to backward point. There is no run.
I'm sure he went to what was this huge Art Deco factory, which had been converted into smaller business units. And it was owned by somebody originally like Hoover or Timex, one of these big companies, either a vacuum manufacturer or a watch manufacturer.
The leader in again, bowls. Carter elegantly plays into the covers, but there is no run.
It's a nice neck of the woods around there, though. And Strother as well, going around the coast, leaving. And then when you get around the top end, you've got to get around to St Andrews, don't you?
Yeah, beautiful.
Which is nice round there.
Yeah, we went to North Berwick.
Well, that's to the south.
Yes, it is. Yeah, and that's where. And just along there was a beach.
It's nowhere near Berwick either.
And that's where we went in the sea. Or I went in the sea. I'll just make you a note, Martin. At lunch, was it 29 overs before lunch?
30.
30. Okay, so since lunch, we have had 22 overs, and in that time, Sussex have scored 61 and lost 4 wickets.
Yeah.
So it's been a really good comeback by Durham. The leader with a slip and a gully. Bowls to Carter. Carter is forward, as into the offside, fielded by Parkinson. There is no run.
The Tour of Britain started in Altrincham today. Not coming near here this year. I think the nearest it gets is the Humberside area, but last year it came to Sunderland. There was a stage around through County Durham to Sunderland in absolutely evil weather, truly atrocious conditions.
The leader in again, bowls to Carter, who pulls, and he's going to get runs here. And he's going to get 4 runs, is Ollie Carter. Pulled it slightly wider of mid-wicket than I thought. And there was a good shot by Carter. He goes to 9, and Sussex to 165 for 4 at the end of the over. The leader's been expensive here, Martin. 9 overs, no wicket for 47. By far the most expensive of the Durham bowlers. He's going over 5 and over.
Yeah, he's been sitting on the bench at the Northern whatever they're called, hasn't he, for the last month, more or less?
Yeah.
This is a problem if you've been in a good bit of groove and then you go to the 100 and you don't get a game and you spend the best part of a month just...
You still get paid?
Doing net. They still get paid, but they're just doing net sessions and you lose your rhythm, don't you?
Yep.
Whereas Parkinson went off to Kent and played in the One-Day Cup, and here he is, first ball of his 8th over. That's a full-length delivery, played back by Allsop 2.
I've just doing my update. When then was that quarter bowl? Was it one you felt he should have caught, Martin?
Yeah, it was low and hard, but he got out to it and it bounced out of his hand.
Right.
Comes in and bowls again. This is defended by Allsop, runs short on the offside. Initially, I watched the replay because I wasn't sure if it had been a bump ball or not, but it wasn't. Anyway, the Tour of Britain starts in Manchester area today, but when I came off the Channel Tunnel on Thursday, there were a number of the team cars coming off our train as well. Parkinson bowls. Oh, that comes back a long way. That nearly clips the bail on the off stump there.
Well, that turned.
That was a cracking leave. Allsop, that came back a bit, didn't it?
All crumbs it. I mean, there's a bit in this, isn't there, for the spinners? And this is only day one, Marty.
Well, he's a leg spinner here, Parkinson, so there is another leg spinner out there, and Scott Borthwick, I'm wondering if he thinks maybe he should have a twirl.
Well,
this time Allsop takes a few steps down the track and snuffs that one out. Yeah, I was chatting to one of the ladies from the Ineos Grenadiers team, and they'd got the train over. They're based in Belgium, although they're a British team. Their actual base is Belgium. This is pushed towards Rain at the cover, and he slid in, and then it's bounced off his knee and run away for a single. The Movistar team car was coming off the train as well, so they were all heading up to Manchester.
It's also quite a big event then, Marty.
It's a cracking event, yeah. It's a week long. I mean, it goes on. Thousands and thousands turn up the roadside. Parkinson in bowls, and an attempted sweep by Cart around the corner. It's gone down towards fine leg. A leg by might be signalled here. Maybe not. No. Came off the bat. One run. He keeps the strike. End of the over. 167 for 4. It came from Cumbria across the Gateshead a couple of years ago. So me and a couple of mates went up to watch the climb over Hartside Pass, which is one of the highest roads in the country. And you could see them coming up there from miles off. There were big crowds up there that day. The thing I like about it is you can just turn up at the roadside and some of the world's best athletes in their field are riding past you on roads you can ride on. Like the triathlon in our housing estate a few weeks ago, the World Triathlon Championship. Fantastic. Got some of the world's best athletes running through your housing estate and running along the beach, and you're just thinking, wow, they're within touching distance.
As the leader is coming into, oh no, he's not. Is that the event where there was some sickness amongst the athletes?
Yeah, 57 people reported feeling sickness afterwards, and there were suggestions of E. coli.
Leader in bowls. Carter lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Robinson, no run.
Now, interestingly, Northumbrian Water claim nothing they could have done, nothing. There hadn't been a discharge in that area since October 2021, so they're saying it's nothing to do with them. Sunderland City Council tested the water and found samples of E. coli, but not in the area where they were swimming. It was a little bit further along the coast. British Triathlon, who were the organisers of the event, say they tested the water within the piers where they were swimming.
The leader in bowls took Carter, who defends down the track. There is no run.
And they said they hadn't found anything to be worried about. They hadn't noticed anything unusual. Now, I know a number of people who swim in that sea every day, plus a colleague who took part in the amateur, well, 2 colleagues who took part in the amateur triathlon. None of them have been sick. Friends of mine go swimming every day between the piers at Roker Beach. There's loads of people swim on a morning there. No, they've never reported being ill.
The leader in bowls, and Carter drives. That was a very good stop at the covers. That looked like it was 4 runs. It was beautifully stroked away by Ollie Carter, and a very good bit of fielding by Scott Borthwick in there at cover. What if he's hurt his hand? No, he's okay. He gets a pat on the back from one of his colleagues, but that saved a certain boundary. Nice looking shot by Ollie Carter. He goes to 11, so it's to 168 for 4.
So actually Parkinson.
Very good stop.
Yeah. Well, he hurt his knee earlier, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
And I just think he might have fallen heavily on the same knee.
He just yard it slightly.
Yeah.
Terrific figures. He's got 8 overs, 3 for 17.
So that begs the question then, if some people have got ill taking part in that event, but others haven't, is there something else to link them together, i.e. where were they all staying, for instance?
The leader runs away from us to bowl to Tom Walsop. 2 slips go down. He's in and bowls. Walsop drives to mid-wicket. And there is no run. Well, you don't need to talk to people in Sussex about discharge of sewage into the sea, Martin. That's a serious bone of contention. With people taking pictures, particularly during wet weather and storms, of the amount of sewage that goes into the sea. People very unhappy about it, and rightly so. 2 slips go down. Leader runs away from us. To bowl to the left-handed Tom Alsop. He's in and bowls, and Alsop defends into the offside. They take a quick single. Throw comes in from, who's that chasing round from second set? Was that Jones? The ball bounces over the stumps. Much ado about
Borthwick.
Borthwick. Yeah. He's in the thick of the action, Scott Borthwick.
Well, he wasn't in the last one, was
that
he?
was Clark.
I consider so.
Alsop 29, 169 for 4.
They're a similar height and they have a similar
they
style,
do.
and they're both wearing caps. But other than that, Mervyn says, I think the fourth bridge is about 7 miles from Dunfermline, but don't let that spoil a good day.
The leader in again, bowls to Carter, who defends solidly down the offside of the track. And there is no run. Carter is on 11, Alsop is on 29. These two coming together when the total is 153 for 4. So value, 16 for this, the fifth wicket after Haynes was out for 51, Clark 58, Pujara and Coles for 4 apiece. Sussex stumbling from 110 without loss to 153 for 4. And now very much a repair job underway. We've got another 10 overs to go until we're going to get to tea, and then 32 after tea. Sussex looking to try and...
So tea will not be at 3:10 then?
I suspect not, Marty, no. In fact, definitely not.
Parkinson to bowl his 9th over from the Lumley end, bowling here to Alsop, who's on 29. It's a dot ball. New Zealand 33 for 1 in the 5th over against England in the 3rd T20 in Birmingham. Let's see the CPL's on at the minute as well. Comes the bowler. That's pushed up to... Now, there could be a run-out chance here. It was pushed up to mid-on to Jones, straight to him. He's had a go at the stumps at the bowler's end, missed them. If he'd hit, I think that would have been the end of Alsop. As it is, the ball then raced away beyond everybody else, and it went down towards our end of the ground for overthrows.
Well, it was a risky single, wasn't it? He's very quick between the stumps, Tom Alsop. But I think you're right. I mean, it's the other end of the ground to where we are, but I think had Jones hit, it would have been mighty close. Again, just showing Sussex getting bogged down here. Also trying to keep the scoreboard ticking along.
Next ball played away to mid-wicket. No run there. Saw news yesterday, Ben Cox is ending his 14-year stint with Worcestershire. He's going to join Leicestershire.
Right.
Next year. Parkinson comes in and bowls. Bit of drift on this one. It's played away by Alsop towards deep point for 1. So he made his debut for Worcestershire. He was a student at Bromsgrove School, studying for his GCSEs, and he was called out of class midsummer one year to go and make his debut for Worcestershire. So very much been Mr. Worcester for many years.
Yeah, an interesting point that Marcus was making earlier on about players moving mid-season. I agree, it is all about unsettling, isn't it? There's been a lot of it this year.
Yeah, certainly to hear about it as early as you do. That's what surprised me this year, as this ball is played by Carter off towards square leg for 1. All this transfer info coming out in early July, and then all these players have still got half a season to go.
No, I agree. Yeah. I agree.
The thing is, though, I mean, the difference is, compared to other years, is just, I mean, I hear players are moving, and quite often it's not confirmed towards the end of the season. So we were told, for instance, Liam Travaskis was going to Leicestershire in June, July as well, but that was only confirmed last week. Ball's gone off the deep point, 1 run. Over the years, players will know they're leaving a club. It's just it isn't announced. And they'll have played the clubs they're going to over the years many times as well, you know.
Yeah.
End of the over, 174 for 4 here on the BBC.
Just a quick update of the way things are going in some of the other games in the second division of the Championship. Worcestershire 161 for 6 at New Road against Glamorgan. Gloucestershire 120 for 5 at Grace Road against Leicestershire. Leicestershire not out of the battle for promotion. Liam Mulder's having a tremendous season. He's a good cricketer, South African. He's taken a couple of wickets. Leicestershire, who come to Hove next week. And Yorkshire 174 for 4 at, I'm pretty sure, it's at Scarborough, I think, actually, that game.
Yeah, at Scarborough.
Yeah. Against Derbyshire. Leader runs away from us. Right arm over the wicket, bowls to Alsop, who clips this away through mid-wicket. They've taken one. They'll be looking for two. There will be a second run as Parkinson comes. Is it Parkinson? No, it is.
It is.
It is Parkinson. Yeah, comes running in from deep backward square to field. He's enjoying himself out there, isn't he, Parkinson? Yeah, he is. He's waving to his teammate. Alsop goes to 35. Sussex to 176 for 4. Still 2 slips in place. Got another 20. How many overs to the new ball? What are we, 55 overs? Another 25 until the new ball. In comes Leader bowls to Alsop, who defends onto the onside. And there is no run. And so I wonder whether he might get a spin from both ends. He's rotated his bowlers very well here, Scott Borthwick.
He need to bowl himself, won't he?
I just wonder, he's just having a look. There is, I think that's Jack Chantry at this end.
I could bring Drizzell back into things.
Yeah.
When was this ball changed? 70.5 overs it was changed, wasn't it? 70 for none at the time.
He's coming around the wicket now. I just wonder if he's a little worried about running down the line of the right-hander's leg stump. Suddenly, umpire Chantry was having a good look at where he was landing his front foot. Alsop waits. The leader in again, bowls, and Alsop defends into the offside. They were looking for a single that really wasn't there, and Clark was in very quickly from cover to field.
I was mentioning the Tour of Britain earlier. It's the midway through La Vuelta. And
that sounds like Spanish.
Yeah, so I think stage 9 today, and it looks like there's been a big landslip at the top of a mountain where they're meant to be finishing. There's just swathes of mud everywhere. Not good.
The leader again, just those 2 slips in and bowls. Alsop clips this one away through square leg, picks up his 36th run. Sussex go to 177 for 4 as they look to rebuild, having at one stage been 110 without loss. At one stage they lost 4 for 43, so something of a recovery between these two. We've got another 8 overs after this one until tea.
It's 5-3 now. Remember, 10:30 start in September, so everything's meant to be half an hour earlier than normal.
The leader in again, bowls to Carter, who defends bat and pad close together, plays it down the onside of the track leader fields, and there is no run.
So 10:30 start, 12:30 lunch, supposedly 1:10 tea, and supposedly 5:30 finish.
Yeah.
Supposedly is doing a lot of carrying there. Just noticing the players in that international T20 at Edgbaston are wearing black armbands today in memory of the former Zimbabwe captain Heath Streak, who's died at the age of 49.
Leader in full toss, clipped away by Carter, and he rather misses out there. He gets a single down to deep backward square, fielded there by Clark. Yeah, very sad news indeed. Carter goes to 13. He'll pitch the strike. Sussex 178 for 4 to leader. 11 overs. 1 maiden has taken none for 53. 178 for 4 are Sussex at the end of the over.
If you want to email, it's wearcricket@yahoo.co.uk. WEAR. You've got an email address?
I have, yeah. SussexCricket@bbc.co.uk.
Don't know where you came up with that one from. At Marty Cricket on Twitter, or what do you do on Twitter?
At BBC Sussex Sport. I was distracted there, Marty. I was just looking at where you were talking about Dunfermline, about where they are in and what league they're in. They're in the Scottish Championship and they're 7th. Dunfermline Athletic.
It's not very athletic of them, is it?
No.
Parkinson continuing his spell. The ball loops up from a delivery to Carter. I think it may have come off the pad and it's landed safely on the leg side anyway. Yeah, it's come off the thigh pad. Beddingham's in as a leg slip. Potts is at first slip. Rain is at short mid-wicket. Got an extra cover in there as well. This is played to square leg. The Lader gets in a bit of a tangle as he tries to field that one. Nearly stands on the ball.
Yeah.
No run, though. Next ball is put away down towards the old scoreboard boundary.
We fielded.
4-3. Rizal chasing it. Not giving up the ghost there, and he stopped it with about a yard to spare.
Good bit of fielding up.
Yeah. Parkinson comes in and bowls. Stop forward, defends.
Not afraid to give it some air here, is he, Parkinson?
Yeah.
Good to see. He's not pushing it through too quickly. Oh, Matthew Potts had just lost, or someone's just lost their sun hat. What is Matthew Potts?
Well, he's wearing it on top of a cap.
He is, isn't he? I thought he had a cap on.
Might well be, is it Parkinson's sun hat, maybe? The wide-brimmed floppy. And this, the summer of the bucket hat.
Yeah.
Return balls. Allsop forward. Taps it along the floor to short mid-wicket, picked up by Borthwick, who gives it a bit of a polish.
So you tend to get more emails in the week, Martin. We don't get too many at the weekends.
No.
Some people are back at work tomorrow.
Yeah. Listening in on the sly.
Yeah.
Parkinson round the wicket now to Allsop, who cuts at this. It's gone out towards Delader in the covers, 1 run. 4 from the over. 182 for 4, so 57 overs gone, 39 to go here on the BBC. Run rate at the moment, 3.2.
Yeah, and Sussex just trying to rebuild their innings, aren't they? Having been going along very nicely with Haynes and Clark, but Tom Haynes caught down at final. It's been a great day for Matt Parkinson, really, because that was a fantastic catch, running all of 30, maybe 40 yards around the long leg boundary to take a really good catch. Tom Haynes looking to pull the ball away on the leg side, and then picking up those 3 wickets. Now we've got a change, and it is going to be, who's this coming into the attack? Oh, you're quite right, Martin. It's going to be George Frizzell, who's going to come back into the attack. He bowled 7 overs before lunch, 7 overs, tidy overs as well. One made no wicket for 14. Hasn't bowled since the break. But he's going to be coming in from the field end of the ground. He's just got the one slip as the close fielder. And he's going to be bowling to the left-handed Tom Allsop, who is 37 not out. 3 men saving one on the offside. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary. Then the onside field is interesting. There's a mid-on who isn't really saving one. There's a fairly straightish mid-wicket. Now, Ben Rainey's going back slightly deeper at mid-on, so there's definitely a single there. So 2 men, a straightish mid-wicket and then a more orthodox mid-wicket as Aldrizell bowls. I think that turned, you know. Played onto the onside by Allsop. They take a single.
He went back into his crease as well.
He did. I don't think this is the pitch to do that on. I think you could well get caught. Allsop picks up a single. He goes to 38, 183 for 4. And Allsop comes down the pitch and has a little word to Ollie Carter. Probably saying, whatever you do, don't play back. That looks like it did turn a bit. Carter, right-hander, keep wicket for Sussex. Brazil then over the wicket bowls, and Carter sort of moves away to the leg side and then plays defensively to mid-wicket. And there is no run. I think it's 5 half-centuries so far this year. Ollie Carter, in fact, 6 half-centuries. Brazil in bowls. Carter defends onto the onside. There is no run. He's made 570 runs before today. An average of 43, so pretty respectable from Ollie Carter. Sterling again bowls, and Carter with a flick of the wrist plays the ball back to square on the leg side. And for the first time today, the sun has gone in. Bit of high-level cloud drifting across the ground. Carter goes to 1,784 for 4. Just sort of edging along slowly. The run rate is only just over 3 and over. But the important thing is that they consolidate from here. Drizzell in bowls, Allsop defends onto the onside, fielded at mid-wicket. And there is some fancy footwork here by Scott Borthwick. Attempting a bit of juggling. He managed 2 or 3 keepy uppies, and then that was about it. Drizzell again. Bowls, and also works this one again to backward point. There is no run. Nice and tidy from George Rizal. 8 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket, 416, 184 for 4. Sussex, I don't know if the over 8 shows up on the scoreboard actually. Oh, it's -1 at the moment. So no real cause for alarm for Durham, and I'd imagine if they keep the spinners on from now through till tea, that they'll be pretty much on level terms. What's made you laugh?
I've just been sent a picture of my daughters posing with the Sunderland skipper Luke O'Nien on the beach at Roker.
All right.
So,
yesterday was that?
Today.
All right. What's going on at Roker Park today? Well, not Roker Park,
on
is
the
it?
beach.
Oh, on the beach.
Yeah, they're all on the beach in their swim gear. Parkinson bowls. This is defended. There's a story about Luke last week reviving a dog that was drowning in the sea, and he gave it a heart massage and saved its life.
Really?
Yeah.
What a great story.
He's a nice lad, actually.
What's his name?
Luke O'Nien. He's the Sunderland skipper.
Okay.
In comes Parkinson and bowls. This has gone down the leg side.
So, was that on the beach near to where you live, Marty?
Yeah, just around the corner. Yeah.
Right, okay.
Between the piers, can you remember the piers?
Yeah, I can, yeah.
Just down the hill from the harbour.
So did he go in the sea and get the dog out?
Apparently, I was away. I read it on the line. Yeah.
Right.
Ball is pushed away towards the covers. My dad knows him quite well, and actually last year I went to watch Sunderland play Stoke City away, and I sat with Luke's mum and dad there. They got us tickets for that one. This ball is played short on the leg side. Bedingham comes from leg slip to retrieve it. Dot ball. Yeah, it was incredible, that game yesterday. I wasn't expecting that.
No.
Going into the ground, and the guy in front of me said, I think we'll get battered today. First 45 seconds, they were hanging on for dear life, and then they were a goal up, or the minute was up. Ball played deep out towards the cover boundary for 2, retrieved by Graham Clark. So, big win for Brighton as well yesterday.
Yeah, they're doing very well.
Did a lad get a hat-trick in that?
Yes, he did. Evan Ferguson,
right.
The 18-year-old.
In comes Parkinson, that's bowled to Carter, who defends. End of the over, Carter on 19, Allsop on 38, Sussex 186 for 3, so these have put on 33. And they were 110 for none. Then they lost Haynes for 51. Clark then went for 58. That was 130 for 2. Bujara out for 4 and Coles out for 4. 144 for 3 and 153 for 4.
5 overs to go until tea. Very much Durham session. It could have been even better. Allsop dropped by Matt Parkinson, a caught and bowled opportunity, but I think they'd have settled for this at lunch. In comes Drizzle, bowls, giving up plenty of air, clipped away by Allsop through square leg. In fact, he's going to pick up a couple of runs here, is Tom Allsop. There's a long race around the boundary edge as the throw comes in. Who's that all the way out there? A couple of runs to Allsop. He goes to 40. The total to 188 for 4. Just the one slip in place. Rizal in bowls to Allsop, who defends onto the onside, fielded there by Borthwick, who's very keen to show his footballing skills, doing his keepy uppies, but this time he only managed 1. Rizal shines the ball on his trousers, number 8 on his back and is in around the wicket. Bowls, Allsop is forward, defends down the track, and there is no run. Hasting through their overs here now, Durham.
It's interesting sky above us now. Some very peculiar-looking wispy clouds.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. Rizal in bowls. Allsop again defends. Ball of good length. He just plays it down the onside of the track. And there is no run.
They look like cream swirls in cups of coffee.
Yeah.
Very thin cloud layer as well.
Rizal in gives up plenty of air. Allsop drives back down the track. And there is no run. The one international, New Zealand 66 for 1 in the 9th over at Edgbaston. Rizal again. Bowls and covering up is also just plays with soft hands. The ball drops down in front of him. There is no run. That over whisks by. Tom Allsop remains on 40. Ollie Carter is on 19. He'll be on strike. 188 for 4. Drizel 9 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 18. 60 overs gone, so 20 more overs until a new ball would be available for Durham, which I'm sure they'll take when the time comes, if they're still out in the field, which you'd have thought they probably would be. But that'll give Potts and co, I'm sure they'll want to get them rested up over tea and get them all ready to come out all guns blazing a little later on in the day. It is going to be Parkinson, though, who's going to carry on from the Lumley end with a slip and a short leg to the right-handed Ollie Carter.
Parkinson in. Oh, that did a bit. That did a little bit too much there, even for the keeper.
It really did turn.
Carter.
Wow, they're all looking at it. They're all going down and having a look and saying, what on earth happened to that?
That's pitched on that going down the leg side and it's ended up going past the off stump.
That went miles.
And he looked at that ball, the batsman, saying, what on earth happened there? And it took the keeper by surprise and popped out of his gloves. In comes Parkinson again. Forward comes the batsman and defends it.
Well, it might. Well, Sussex need to make out every single run here because that was a cause for concern. That really did go a long, long way.
Don't normally see the ball turning like that on this ground.
Wow.
Comes in and bowls again.
Oh.
They're appealing for LBW, but half-heartedly. Nothing looked right about that to me. It's gone well down the leg side, that. 188 for 4 in the 61st over here on the BBC. Parkinson in. Carter's in a bit of a battle here.
He is.
He knows he's in a duel.
He is. And I think, Marty, you get one like that goes like that, and it puts all sorts of doubt in your mind, doesn't it? He'd be desperate to make sure he's getting himself a long way forward here, Ollie Carter.
He went back into his crease there to the last ball and it skidded in low. Here's the next one. Big stride forward to this one. So, as you say, get forward to it.
Yep, definitely.
Last ball of the over, and if it's another dot, it's a maiden, and it will be the second maiden of Parkinson's 12 overs. He's taken 3 for 28. It is a maiden. That is snuffed out around about leg stump. Another good over. National Highways Northeast informing us via Twitter today. If you're out late on tonight, there are no planned full road closures in the Northeast this evening.
Good.
Which is good news because that is a nightmare, isn't it? When you're driving up and down the ways and you just suddenly see some cones in front of you and the next thing
and there's no warning.
You're off around the countryside, you don't know where you are.
Well, you'd have a bit of that, I guess, during the... I had a bit of...
Far too much.
Oh, dear, I do, yeah. I had one coming back from Chelmsford this year. From a T20 game when we were taken all over the show. In comes Drizel, bowls to Alsop, who nudges that one back to the square on the leg side. They've taken one. They're going to think about 2 here, Will Tom Alsop, and in the end there's a couple or 2. In fact, there might well be 3, because the fielder who was fielding in there at deep back square had to run all the way down to fine leg to field. And also goes to 43. Sussex 191 for 4.
What I did this summer was the T20 game away at Leicester on a Friday night. I needed to be back up here quite quickly the next morning, so I looked on the Highways Agency website and worked out how far north I could get before the road closures kicked in, which was Doncaster, so I stayed in a hotel just off the motorway at Doncaster.
Drizzling again, bowls. Carter defends into the offside, no run.
And at the time, the M1 was closed, the A1 was closed. I think the alternative round Doncaster towards the east, that was shut, and the A19 was closed as well. So
all on the same day?
Yeah. They regularly close them on the same day.
Drizel in the bowls, gives that plenty of air.
Oh,
that wasn't far away from a caught and bowled, you know. I don't think Drizel got his hands to it.
I think it went under him, didn't it?
Yeah, it was in the air.
I think he just lost sight of that, and it might have hit him on the knee. He was diving across to his left, and he seemed to do a bit of a double take as the ball was coming towards him.
Drizel in bowl, and Carter steps away and works that one cleverly down to backward point. Picks up a single, does Carter, because the fielder at back point has to run to his left to field down towards third man. Carter goes 220, 192 for 4.
Current temperature for Roker, 23 degrees, breaks the record for the high on this day.
Really? What, the all-time record?
Yeah.
Wow. Drizzell in bowls, defended by Allsop into the offside, and there is no run. So would the family be in the sea today?
Yeah, they've got all their gear on.
Ooh.
They might be paddleboarding, actually. I don't know. It was a very high tide this morning, but it was flat calm.
Drizzell in again, bowls. Allsop drives to a nice juicy half volley outside of the off stump, but all he can do is pick up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. End of the over, 193 for 4. They're suddenly rattling through their overs now. Durham. Drizzell, 10 overs, 1 made, no wicket for 23. Sussex, 193 for 4. Allsop is on 44. Carter is on 20. You're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Sussex. Adrian Harms, Martin Emerson here on a lovely sunny day at the Riverside with just a couple of overs to go until tea.
In comes Parkinson.
Ooh.
Now, that was a full toss, which dipped very late on Allsop, and he had to dig it out with the toe of the bat there, right in front of the stumps. It was almost a Yorker. Well, he was nearly Yorked. It was a Yorker. Parkinson again, right arm over. Allsop with a little flick towards mid-wicket for 1. It'd be nice paddleboarding weather at the minute. I think which way's the wind? Breeze is coming up from the south, gentle breeze. High pressure in charge, so the sea will be flat calm. Sheltered between the piers. Parkinson bowls again. And played back to him along the floor by Carter. Took the paddleboards all the way to France.
Didn't use them?
Never got out the car. The campsites were on rivers, on the River Vienne and in the Loire Valley and whatnot, and the Seine near Paris, but access to the actual river from the campsite was non-existent at either. So they stayed in the car. Parkinson round the wicket now to Carter, who just backs into this one and allows it to whack up the bum.
Good spell of bowling this guy Parkinson. As it was he bowled unchanged here, Martin. 13 overs, 3 for 25 or 29. I can't quite feel
29.
Yeah. And it was very impressive. He's just been giving the ball plenty of air.
He's come round the leg side, so Carter knows he can just pad up. Comes in and bowls again. And that was more on the stump, so he has to play at this one. Plays it back to Parkinson. So they should have been at tea 7 minutes ago, and they're still not.
They've picked up a bit of time, haven't they, in fairness?
2 spinners on's helping. Over rate is, does that say +1 or -1?
-1, I think.
-1.
It's said that for a while, Mark.
Yeah.
I reckon that'll be adjusted at tea.
Yeah.
Some grounds seem to do it almost as they go along, but...
Parkinson over the wicket this time to Carter. Carter defends.
It'd be fair to say that there's signs of turn here, though, Martin, wouldn't it?
The what?
Signs of turn in this pitch.
Yeah, definitely. Right, 1 over to tea. As our former colleague from Radio Bristol used to say, it's time for tiffin.
Bob?
Yeah. Which is a tiffin cake, isn't it?
It is tiffin cake.
Is that the stuff that's...
Is it sort of honeycomb or something? Tiffin, I think so. So, last over of the session to be bowled by George Drizzell from the... I'll do the tea report, Martin, because you've already done several today.
Oh, I see what it is. A chocolatey, Tiffany stuff.
Drizzell coming in around the wicket. It's a slip and a leg slip. Bowls to Allsop, who eases this one away. Gets a single out to the sweep on the cover boundary. Allsop goes to 46. He's faced, I guess, 85 balls. Tom Allsop has been a very watchful innings by the Sussex at number 3.
Chocolate variant of sort of millionaire shortbread. Wouldn't mind some of that for Tina.
Well, there was a nice pack of biscuits upstairs.
Is there? I bet they're not there now.
No, probably not.
And last up there, they're like gannets upstairs.
Slipping a short leg in place. Carter just waits, surveys the field. And Drizzell is on his way. Bowls. Carter defends, but again he looks suspiciously at the pitch, does Ollie Carter.
Well, that popped up and hit him on the glove. Just didn't quite. It's bounced away though to safety rather than going towards the keeper off first slip.
Drizzell again, bowls. That's a full toss, and Carter doesn't make the most of it. He eases it to backward point, and there is no run. I'm trying to think what time of the game was up here last year, Martin. I seem to think that was end of season, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
September time.
It is in my match notes.
Then that Durham won.
September 22, Durham won the toss in a seam-friendly conditions.
In comes Drizzell, bowls, drilled to short extra cover.
Bowled Sussex out for 162 with Matty Potts and Paul Coughlin taking 3 each. Top scorer Ali Orr with 36, while Fahim Ashram scored 33.
In comes Drizzell, bowls to Carter, who plays that one wide of Alex Lees on this occasion into the covers, and he goes through to his 21st run.
Durham made 459 for 7 and declared. Scott Borthwick 82, Michael Jones 96. And then Sussex bowled out for 157.
Yeah, so had a very poor.
Then we dropped you off at the train station.
You did, and I caught my train.
Yeah.
In comes Drizzell, bowls. Forward comes Allsop, plays it down the offside of the track, and that is T. 198 for 4 at T. So 100 runs in the first session, 98 in the second session. Big difference being that 4 wickets have gone down. Tom Allsop on 46, Ollie Carter on 21. Something of recovery from Sussex, who were at one stage 153 for 4. Haynes for 51, Clark for 58, Vichara and Coles for 4 each. The men out, and 3 wickets for Matt Parkinson, who's taken 3 for 29 in 13 excellent overs, including 2 maidens.
And this partnership 44. Right, we'll be back with you in 20 minutes. I'm going to go and forage for chocolate. That's what I'm going to do.
If not, I'll have to bring a step some. Right, okay. Hello, Steve. Oh yeah, I was just saying where you're at. Huh?
With the dawn of a new era on the horizon, it's time to awaken the sleeping lion. Time to rise and go to war. Hear our cries now, hear us roar. A team with great prospect has now come forth, who fight for our pride and who fight for the North. Together we march, success in our sights, achieving our goals and reaching new heights. Heroes of old and heroes of new, the brave and the bold, they bind us like glue. Stars will be born out on the wicket. Now begins a new chapter at Durham Cricket.
Get ready to travel back in time to the vibrant 80s era at Chesterley Eats. Join us for a weekend of incredible music, mouth-watering global cuisine, and non-stop family entertainment. Immerse yourself in the nostalgia of 80s classics that will keep you dancing all day long. Our talented local celebrity bands will take to the stage, bringing the spirit of the 80s back to life. Indulge your taste buds in a culinary adventure as we bring together a tantalizing selection of global flavors. From sizzling street food to delectable desserts, our hot food traders will satisfy every craving. Chesterley Eats is not just about food and music, it's a celebration for the whole family. Kids can meet their favourite mascots, participate in interactive activities, and create memories that will last a lifetime.
Yeah, my first Ashes memory, probably Alan Border, wearing the 4X Castlemaine hat back in the 89 Ashes and celebrating the win. That was pretty cool. And then obviously Shane Warne doing the balcony with the stump was pretty awesome as well.
I was a big fan of Brett Lee and the way that he went about his cricket. So he would be up there.
Yeah, look, I think the home of cricket is like in England. You kind of think the traditional, you got Lords, you grow up and you've got the Ashes being played in England. I kind of remember that more than the Ashes played in Australia.
I mean, it's hot in Australia that time of year, I suppose, over the summer, so it's different cricket, where over in the UK the weather can chop and change quite a bit. I certainly enjoy the build-up in England a bit more.
Alex, on our long coach journeys to away games, who's someone in the team or dressing room that's going to liven things up on the long trip?
There's one man and one man only, and they sat with us on this couch, riding cars.
I like to bring the energy and make those journeys feel a little bit easier.
We rose from the dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together. With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware.
A professional pathway for boys.
And girls in the north.
And community programs that both enhance.
And transcend the sport in our region. But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society. A welcoming place for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generation.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people. Better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
With a commitment to encourage
Equity.
diversity
And inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
our wider community.
We must be accountable.
Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programs are for everyone.
Seat Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the north for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone. Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North and everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
back after at the start. But it's in an instant. Get the tackle, the ball on the ground. You think they'll pull it off.
Everybody back out in beautiful warm sunshine here in Chesley Street. Gorgeous out the back lane. T-shirt weather very much. The umpires just in their long-sleeved shirts now. They did have waterproof jackets on and whatnot this morning, but certainly not now. And it's a beautiful evening. Parkinson then, or beautiful afternoon. It's only 20 to 4. Parkinson continuing his spell. As he bowls the first ball of the final session of the day to Carter, who's on 21. That's defended. At the other end, Tom Alsop's on 46. Their partnership 44. So play's begun at 3:42. So technically, this session should be 2 hours long. So this ball goes down towards backward point, no run there. So in theory, they should be finishing at around about 20 to 6, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I expect as well, Marty, we'll probably see the quicks come back on, which will slow things down a bit.
Yeah. Parkinson in again, he bowls, defended by Carter.
So over 8 now, say +2.
Yeah.
Right.
Been massaged during tea.
Yeah. I've got a shout out to give actually, which I will do in a couple of moments at the end of the over.
Oh, it's come down the track and they're appealing, and Parkinson looks quite animated here, but probably too far down the track, Carter, for this shot. Possibly going down leg side anyway. You got a shout out to the Hove Massive, have you?
Yeah. I need to find the message actually.
Parkinson bowls. Carter forward to this one. Just nudges it onto the offside, no run. One ball left. 196 for 4. The score's changed. I wrote down 190.
I did as well.
And this is cut hard out towards the covers for 1 run. So you misread it then, did you?
Yeah. Yeah, I wrote it because I said that I did 98, but they clearly hadn't.
No.
Well, I thought it was 198, but there you go. Colin Bowman's been in touch and he says, "Hi Adrian, please could you give a shout out to Preston Nomads Cricket Club, who finished their Sussex League campaign with a clean sweep of victories ahead of the annual end of season party at Falking last night. It turned out into a messy but very enjoyable one," says Colin. Oh, that sounds good, doesn't it? So there you go, Colin. Well done to Preston Nomads, who are Dan Ibrahim's club, I think. Just outside of Brighton, so well done to all involved at Preston Nomads. Here comes George Rizell, running in over the wicket, bowls, and Carter is, well, they're convinced they got him LBW, and Jack Shantry again, he just does this little nod where he looks the wrong way, looks out towards sort of the pavilion, and
he's gone back into his crease there, but I think the ball's hit him on the thigh, the back thigh pad, so possibly just a little bit too high, but Ollie Robinson inquired to the umpire as why are you not giving that, which you're not allowed to do these days.
Yeah. Yeah.
Preston Nomads is indeed
Dan Ibrahim's club.
Yeah.
Rizell in bowls. Forward comes Carter, plays it out into the offside, and a loud shout of no, fielded by Alex Lees, who runs across from cover to field. And there is no run. You've seen it going along nicely in the T20 game, 151 for 2 after 16 overs at Edgbaston. Rizell in, was horrible ball, full toss, which, well, it was a horrible toss. It was a full toss, and Carter looking to play it away onto the onside. It hit the pads of the fielder who's in there at short leg. Is that David Bedingham who's in there?
Yeah.
And the ball bounced back across the wicket, and then it goes down as a dot ball. Rizell in again. Nice flight from Rizell, but Carter's going to get runs here down towards third man. That's not at all where he intended it to go. It was slightly edged down to the third man region. Nonetheless, Carter picks up another couple of runs. He goes to 24, 199 for 4. But just enough there to keep the Drizzle interested. And again, bowls us down the leg side, and that's clubbed away by Carter. Again, he doesn't quite make the most of that slightly short delivery, and picks up a single. And the applause around the ground very sportingly from the Durham public. There's not too many Sussex fans here. Is the 200 up for Sussex, 200 for 4. The 200 coming up in the 66th over. Brings Allsop on strike. Just the one slip in place. Drizzle is in bowls, and Allsop plays that into the covers, fielded by Scott Borthwick, the Durham skipper. There is no run, end of the 66th over. Carter 25, Allsop on 46. These two have now added 47 for the 5th wicket. I think we're going to see Parkinson carrying on. And we've got another 14 overs until a new ball would be available for Durham.
You know, when I was going through my notes yesterday, one of the Sussex players had a spell with Durham seconds, but I can't see it now.
See, of no other interest in Australia, are playing South Africa in a one-dayer today as well. And Travis Head, former Sussex player, at 17 on out in 37 balls. He's enjoying himself in the T20.
Parkinson bowling here, and Carter pulls this off.
Yeah,
towards mid-wicket for 1.
That looked a slightly risky shot to me, Martin. I mean, if he misses that, he's absolutely plumb.
Well, he's in the crease, isn't he? Going back into the crease to give himself a bit of space to pull. Allsop on 46. In comes Parkinson. Allsop drives up to mid-off. No run there. Parkinson balls again. Turned by Allsop towards square leg for 1. 50-run partnership coming in 117 balls.
Yeah, an important partnership for Sussex, because 153 before they were really rocking, having lost those 4 wickets for just 43. Good effort by these two.
Parkinson balls again. Carter plays it into the ground and straight into the hands of Beddingham. This is defended on a length, just roll short on the leg side. One of the Durham fielders at mid-on, absolutely smeared in sunblock. As the ball is played to him, I think it's Alex Lees. In fact, I would say it is Alex Lees the way he's running. That's 1 run at the end of the over, but it's difficult to make out any of his facial features because it's just a big club of white.
Well, it's very warm. I mean, and some of these spectators out here are no tops on of the rest of it, watching and sitting still. But
I was surprised how warm it was when I went in the back lane during tea.
Yeah.
And suddenly, very hot out there. There's a lady coming past with a couple of ice creams which were melting. And I was worried she wouldn't get back to her seat in time to eat them and enjoy them. But guy there still with his top off.
Yeah, he is. He's been there all day like that. George Rizal's going to carry on. 12 overs for 28. He's in and bowls to Carter, who sweeps. Doesn't time it. He's going to get runs, though, down towards fine leg. They've taken 1. They think about 2. That's a really good bit of fielding down there. This prevents the second run being taken. Carter goes to 28. Sussex 204 for 4. Chichish Pupajara is down below us, chatting away to Ashley Wright. That's Luke Wright's brother. Down on the boundary edge. Up here this week, Grant Flower. Not here this week. I think he's away with the second team. Sussex have got a second team match tomorrow against Northamptonshire in Peterborough. I think Grant is away with the second team. That one, as I say, starting tomorrow. presumably in the second 11 championship. I need to have a look and see how things are going in that. In comes Drizel, bowls, all sort of forward defends, played out into the offside. There is no run. Must be a league table for that somewhere, I would imagine. Drizel again. In and bowls, all sort of drives on the bounce to the fielder at short extra cover. There is no run. Borthwick completing the fielding. Drizel in again, bowls, and Allsop plays this one to the onside, and this time picks up a single because Alex Lees needs to move to his left at mid-wicket to field. Allsop goes through to his 48th run. Steady innings from Tom Allsop. 102 balls he's taken for his 48, but really important for Sussex that he stays there. 2 runs off the over. Sussex going along at just 3 and over at the moment. And comes Drizel again, bowls, and Clark plays it back down the onside of the pitch. Drizel fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. Slipping a short leg of the close fielders. This is the 68th over. Drizel in short, and Carter just dabs that away into the offside and picks up a comfortable single fielded by Lees. One more to the total, one more to Ollie Carter. He goes to 29, 206 for 4. Chejishwar Pujara makes his way around the boundary edge. You'll be disappointed today. Just scoring those 4. Oh, maybe that isn't Pujara. Yes, it is. Yep. Just scoring those 4 runs. 206 for 4. Partnership between these two worth 53. Listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex. BBC Radio Newcastle. Adrian Harms, Martin Emerson. And it's going to be Matt Parkinson, who's bowled unchanged now. This will be his 16th over on the spin from the Lumley end.
Literally. Here he comes. Speared down the leg side this time. Dragged around the corner by Carter. They'll run 2. Might get a 3rd here, actually. Potter's chased it from first slip. They will run 3. Will leg byes be signalled, or was that off the bat? It was off the bat. Mike Richardson says, my wife says I should be enjoying the view. And he sent a picture of where he is in Arnesey in Switzerland with the mountains in the background.
Oh, lovely.
Blue Lake. But he said, I'm enjoying the YouTube cricket view.
Beautiful part of the world.
Lake Arnesey.
Yeah.
Parkinson round the wicket this time to Allsop, who plays that off the back foot out through the covers. Oh, he only gets 1. I thought he was going to get 2 then, get to his 50, but he stays on 49.
I was sent out there, Martin, on a news report a few years ago now. I don't know if you remember, there was the dreadful incident of a shooting in the mountains of some people in a car out there.
Oh, from Surrey,
That's
wasn't
right.
it?
Yeah, and I was sent out there. Yeah,
that was round near Mont Blanc, wasn't it? This is pushed away by Carter out through the covers. They were over Chamonix way, weren't they?
That's right. Yeah, it was. Yes, it was. I mean, not. So I was. I remember it being in Lake Annecy, and
no, that's Annecy with an E-C-Y, isn't it?
Yes.
This is Annecy, Annisee.
I think that's a different place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Annecy's in France, yeah. That is defended. I've been to the Annecy Oran about a few times.
Looking at this second 11 championship, it looks like Sussex are 14th. I think Durham are bottom, Marty. Lancashire are top. I have no idea how that is all worked out. They all play a certain amount of fixtures. In fact, Durham only played 3 games. So that doesn't seem very fair.
No, that can't be right.
No. This is on cricket, one of the cricket websites.
Parkinson bowls again. Forward comes the batsman Carter and defends. Me and my wife were driving from Annecy across the mountains to Chamonix. And Chamonix is the town in the shadows of Mont Blanc, where you go through the tunnel to Italy. Parkinson bowls again. Anyway, it's quite a twisty road. It was a lovely sunny day like this, September time, and this car overtook us on a blind bend in a state car, and there's no way on this planet he could have had any idea what was coming around the corner. Just decided to go for it and gamble. Unbelievably dangerous driving, and then about 10-15 minutes later, we got right up the top of the mountain, and there's this car hanging in the trees off the side of the mountain. And he totally misjudged a bend and just shot through the air, and the car was hanging in the trees, and people were trying to attach ropes to it from the roadside to try and stop it falling.
George Drizel comes in, bowls to Alsop, who defends one short of his half-centuries. Tom Alsop.
This Annecy is across towards Liechtenstein, over on the far side of Switzerland.
Just the one slip in place. Drizel round the wicket, bowls, and that's in the air from Alsop, but he's going to get his half-century. Played to backward point, and the third Sussex half-centurion of the innings. Tom Alsop goes through to his half-century, very valuable half-century from the Sussex left-hander. Really holding things together after
1-4.
Those wickets tumbled, I just show you it's been a really hard work.
105 balls, just a 1-4.
Yeah. But the ball will be getting quite soft now, Marty, and I'm just content to use the spinners as in comes Drizel. Bowls to Carter, plays onto the onside, and there is no run, and they're sort of hastening their way towards a new ball here, Durham. I'm sure they'll take it as soon as it becomes available. Potts and certainly Rain hasn't bowled for a little while. Drizel bowls, Carter plays it straight to it on, and that's a giveaway wicket. That's really, really poor. Absolutely no need to play that shot whatsoever, Ollie Carter. He's batted really nicely. He's made 32. He has a slog at George Drizel, and it's straight down the throat of mid-on. And he knows the way he just stayed at the wicket. He couldn't believe he'd played that shot. And the wicket goes down, and I'm afraid that's a real gimme. Yep, caught by Michael Jones off the bowling of George Drizel. And that's a wicket out of absolutely nowhere.
A gimme.
Absolutely. Total gimme. But it just shows how, Durham have just sort of built the pressure here, haven't they? But there was no need to play that shot from Ollie Carter, and no one will be more upset about it than him. It's a long way to wander back to the pavilion. When Carter is gone, it's just as Sussex look to be sort of working their way back into the match.
Carter on this occasion wasn't unstoppable.
Yeah. So you'd have to say, really, that both James Coles, Ollie Carter, and to a certain extent Kashishwar Pujara have rather given their wickets away today. So, a wicket for George Drizel. Didn't do too much for it, really, Marty.
No.
Partnership between that pair of 47 plus 11, 58. Oh.
59 on this scoreboard, according to me.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Which comes to an end. The new man in is Finn Hudson-Prentice. He's had a good season with the bat. There's Finn, 6 half-centuries, averaging 48. You take that from your number 7 player, Finn Hudson-Prentice, but he will know that behind him, Jack Carson, and then Sussex really into the bowlers. So I think having been 110 without loss, Durham would be delighted. Sussex lost 5 for 101. As Hudson-Prentice comes in, and the new ball is sort of lurking around the corner as well, although the way it's going, Durham might just keep going with the spinners. Drizel comes in, bowls to Hudson-Prentice, who's back on his stumps and defends. Played out to backward point. He's definitely not a pitch to be playing back to, Marty. No question about that.
Yes, it's a risky business if you do go back into your crease, isn't it?
Most definitely. Drizel again. On his way, bowls. Hudson-Prentice is stoutly forward, plays out into the offside. There is no run. That's the end of George Drizel's over. His first wicket, 14 overs, 1 made, 1 for 32. Very tidy Durham today. They've recognised it's as Marcus North was saying earlier, it's a decent pitch to bat on. It's Tom Alsop's statistics. Martin's already told us that it was only the 1 boundary to Tom Alsop. He has a natter away to Finn Hudson-Prentice, and Sussex won't want to frit away this good start. 110 without loss now, 211 for 5. And it's going to be Matt Parkinson who's going to carry on.
It's the Parkinson show.
It certainly is.
Here he comes. Ball cut by Allsop out through the covers for one. It was Parkinson who started all the day with that fantastic catch on the
That was amazing.
the boundary, racing round from
Brilliant.
deep square leg towards fine leg to take a diving catch to see off Haynes for 51 off Ben Rain. Then he got Clark for 58, caught at first slip by Matty Potts off his first ball. Then he saw off Pajara for 4, and then he got Coles for 4, and then Drizel's joined in, and he has got Carter for 32. $212 for 5. Parkinson bowls. Oh, that stays low, and he's appealing, but he doesn't look like he's totally in belief of what he's appealing for there.
Yeah.
Going down the leg side, I think. Seemed to bounce up and hit the thigh pad. Comes in again, and that's defended. So Hudson Prentice, who was with Derbyshire for a period, wasn't he, before returning to Sussex?
Yeah.
He was the super sub in Hove in April, morning of day 3. A concussion replacement for George Garton, who
got good memory, Martin.
Hadn't particularly bowled very well, and then he took 4 wickets with Henry Croton taking 4 and Durham all out for, I think it was 182. Turned the game on its head. In comes the bowler again. This is defended by Hudson Prentice.
I think that kept a bit low as well.
His 41st first-class match, 1,587 runs, highest score 99 against for Derbyshire against Middlesex 4 years ago. That was. Bowler comes in again, flights it right up, played off towards the covers. And that is the end of the over, just a 1 run at the start of it. 212 for 5. So Parkinson 3 for 38 from 17. Drizel 1 for 32 from 14. 25 overs to go today. They might, if they were to keep the spinners on, they might actually get there by out of 5. But
yeah, absolutely. Well, George Drizel's going to carry on, and why wouldn't you? He just picked up a wicket of Ollie Carter, a real bonus wicket in all honesty. Drizel in bowls, Allsop defends us into the offside, and there is no run. The run rate is 3 and over. Yet to get to their first batting bonus point. Drizel in bowls, Allsop defends us into the offside. There is no run. Just a slip. Oh, Borthwick does some more juggling. He does enjoy doing that, you know, Scott Borthwick in at that short extra cover position.
He played in the same school football team as the former Liverpool captain.
Drizel in bowls onto the onside ball. There is down. Oh, Jordan Henderson.
Mm-hmm. Both went to school at Plains Farm in Sunderland. He's now in Saudi Arabia somewhere, isn't he?
He is indeed. Yeah. Earning a fortune, I should think. In comes Drizel bowls to Allsop. He nudges that onto the offside. There is no. The only reason I mentioned the over 8, and it's from a Sussex point of view, they need to try and win the game. But in terms of bonus points, they're going to have to go some to get anything like maximum batting bonus points. Drizel in, Allsop defends, plays out into the offside. There is no run. That's probably the last thing on their mind at the moment. That what will be on their mind is therefore they just want to get as many runs on the board as they can. Drizel in the goals. Also, it's not easy out there, you know. He's looking to punch that one down the ground. I think he played it into his foot, did Tom Allsop. There is no run. It is India. I think that's a maiden over from George Drizel. Yes, indeed it is. 15 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 32 for the off spinner. Sussex at the end of the over are 212 for 5. Tom Allsop is on 51. Finn Hudson Prentice yet to score. The spinners continue. 24 overs left in the day, 8 overs until a new ball would be available for Durham. I mean, they might just decide to keep going a little longer with this ball, you know, Marty, because the runs have completely dried up.
Parkinson in here, bowls. That's trickled away down towards fine leg. Potts is chasing after it from first slip. 2 runs.
Oh, what a good throw. Knocks a stump out.
Stump out, yeah.
He did.
Churchy on the boundary there, and he's hit the stumps at the keeper's end and knocked off stump out of the ground. Stumps and bails being replaced. In comes Parkinson. That skids through, and it's kept out just by Hudson Prentice.
Yeah, it's a dangerous game they're playing back, isn't it? You know, he's got to get forward. It did skid through.
Sunderland's Academy have been playing Man U today. I think they were losing 4-0. It's finished 5-5. Glad to come back. Parkinson in. Turn past square leg here. 1 by Hudson Prentice.
So it's been good form with the bat, Hudson Prentice. You know, I think if you've got someone coming in at 70 who's averaging, you know, not far shy of 50 in the Championship, that's a good performance by Hudson Prentice. Sussex needing a bit more of that today as well.
This one's just flicked off the legs by Allsop for 1 towards square leg. Tour of Britain Stage 1's finished in a bunch sprint in Manchester. I don't know who's won, and I'm not spoiling it for you, but Stage 2 tomorrow, Wrexham in North Wales. You been to Wrexham?
I have, many moons ago, watching football.
Parkinson bowls. Hudson Prentice down the track and hits him in the pad. He's a few yards down the track, though.
He was.
Who were you covering then?
I was watching.
Watching?
Yeah.
Who?
Chelsea.
Against Wrexham?
Yeah.
What was that, in the FA Cup, wasn't it?
No, it was a league game.
It was a long time ago.
Yep.
This is turned down the leg side for a couple by Hudson Prentice. Down towards fine leg. So what was that? Old second division days?
Old second division. Chelsea lost 2-0.
Early 80s?
Yeah. Lost 2 late 70s, early 80s. Lost 2-0 from memory. They haven't always been good, Martin. A lot of fans forget that. You know, there was a time when they were pretty rubbish.
I remember Sunderland beating them over 2 legs in the League Cup semi-final in 1985.
Yeah,
there were riots at Stamford
There
Bridge.
was. I was at that game.
Lots of seats were removed from the
They were.
Roker wing stand at Roker Park and hurled onto the pitch.
Oh dear, yeah, I was at that game. 2:18 for 5. George Rizal, Sussex. Durham are really rattling through their overs. The run rate exactly 3 and over. Rizal is in, bowls to Allsop, who clips that to mid on. He's going to move on here, but actually it's a well-judged run, and Ben Rain comes jogging in from mid on field, and there is no run.
Was that the same year Millwall stormed Luton Town? Was that the one?
It was all about that sort of time.
And then they were talking about the Bates put up the electric fence at Stamford Bridge.
All about that sort of time, wasn't it?
I don't think he was ever allowed to switch it on, though, was he?
Sort of, no, all sort of mid-80s.
Then Colin Moynihan, the Minister for Sport, wanted to introduce ID cards for football fans.
That's right. Because Rizal bowls and Hudson Prentice's forward plays out to the offside. And there is no run. I saw Sunderland also play in a cup tie. I think it was the year they got to the cup final, Martin. 91, 92?
Yeah.
Rizal in bowls. Reverse swept by Hudson Prentice. But that's an ambitious shot, and he's going to get 4 runs. Stirring a little bit down the leg side.
Right out the middle of the bat.
Yeah, swept away by Hudson Prentice. Nice looking shot. He goes to 9. I think that's going to click over to 223 for 5.
West Ham? Oh, no, Chelsea.
No,
It was a Monday night game at Chelsea.
Yeah, it was a Monday night. I finished 1-1.
Yeah. And then Sunderland won the replay.
They did.
And got to the semi-final, didn't they? Gordon Armstrong's bullet header at the Roker end.
And comes Rizal bowls, and Hudson Prentice again goes slightly back, plays it to mid-wicket. And there is no run. The sun has momentarily disappeared. Don't worry, it's not going to rain.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of high haze drifting in.
There is. Lots and lots of blue sky. Probably some relief for those who've been sitting in the sun all day. Rizal in again. Bowls. Hudson Prentice drives sweetly right in the middle of the bat. He picks up a single to mid-on, fielded there by Michael Jones. Hudson Prentice set off for the run as soon as he played the shot. And he goes to double figures. He's 10, 224 for 5.
It's been a good drying day, I reckon.
It has. Yep, certainly has. Drizel just waits. Comes in around the wicket bowls. Also using his feet that was right up in the block hole.
Nearly yorked himself there.
Yeah, and also played it firmly into the ground. The ball nearly bounced over the head of George Drizel as he fielded off his own bowling. End of the over, the 74th over of the innings. 6 overs remaining. My feeling is that Durham would take the new ball here, Martin. I mean, I know the runs have almost dried. Well, there were 6 runs off that over, but Sussex going along at 3 and over. 224.5. 22 overs remaining in the day. I guess they may decide to keep the spinners going a little longer and give, Potts and Rain, I don't know, 10 overs or so between them. I mean, often the spinners like to bowl with a harder ball as well, so plenty of permutations as far as Scott Borthwick's concerned.
Sunderland were actually 5-0 down after 47 minutes and then scored 3 goals in 4 minutes and a last-minute equaliser. In comes, this is the academy today. Parkinson bowling here too. Finn Hudson-Prentice, who plays it out to Clark on the covered boundary on the river side of the ground.
In that one day, or the T20, I should say, New Zealand making 202 for 5 in their 20 overs. So the first 2 games have been a bit. I mean, the game here, England won easily, didn't they? They won easily the second match as well. So at least it's a competitive score from New Zealand, you would think. May not be enough.
Parkinson also using his feet, gets to the pitcher. That one, there's a throw at the stumps from Jones from mid-on, misses the target at the bowler's end. It's backed up by Rain, 1 run. Played at Edgbaston a couple of Sundays ago, Durham, and it's a cracking game. They won by 1 run, but the boundary on one side of the ground was the minimum 50 yards.
Right, okay. Yeah.
According to Mark, one of the groundsmen here today, it has to be a minimum of 120 yards across the ground. This is a no ball from a spinner, a rarity. Michael Goff signalling it. So you imagine if you've only got a 50-yard boundary on it was the Priory side of the ground, how big the boundary was towards the Hollies stand on the other side of the ground. It was a bus journey away. Parkinson in again. That's gone up to mid-on. Dot ball. Australia have won.
Yeah, I saw Travis had made 91 in 48 balls. Really didn't do it when he was here for Sussex, but he's done tremendously well since.
Hudson-Prentice places this nicely wide of Leeds at mid-on, and it runs up towards the Health Club boundary for 4.
Well, nice shot by Finn Hudson-Prentice. He's looking to get after the bowling here. He's not prepared to let himself get bogged down, which I guess will give some encouragement to Parkinson. But from a Sussex point of view, at least he's looking to get the scoreboard ticking along. That's a good shot.
Got to the pitch quickly, didn't he? Used his feet well. Parkinson in again now. Lights it up, played to mid-off for 1. Jones with a tumbling stop. Heading towards the first batting point. Changed this year, so batting points from 250 onwards. Up until 450. Used to be 200 to 400. Inside the first 110 overs. Also forward and defends this delivery on off stump. Just plays it short across to the offside end of the over. Durham, next week it would bring them their second bowling point with Sussex 233 for 5.
You know what, Ben Cox, he's keeping for Leicestershire today, I see.
Is he? Has he already gone, has he?
Well, perhaps it's a loan move becoming permanent. So
No,
it's one of these.
those, yeah.
Yeah, I was just watching Gloucestershire 154 for 8 at Grace Road against Leicestershire. So Leicestershire continuing.
Gloucestershire haven't won yet, have they? No. 6 draws, 4 defeats, and a no result.
So George Drizel's going to carry on from this. Glenn comes in and bowls to. Oh, is he caught behind Hudson-Prentice? There's a loud
He didn't
appeal.
offer a shot. I think they're appealing for LBW. Yeah.
Okay. I think that might have turned a little bit,
It's turned a long way, and I think it's clipped his thigh pad on the way through into the keeper's gloves.
Okay.
But he didn't offer a shot. Dangerous.
Yeah, very
But
late.
it has come a long way.
Yeah. So there's suddenly turn here. So Hearing this morning, Marcus North, if you weren't with us, was talking about this pitch and saying he thinks it'd be a good batting pitch initially, but it will deteriorate. He was saying he didn't think till probably days 3 or 4, but there's certainly been some help for the spinners today. No question about that. Rizal and bowls to Hudson Prentice, who defends onto the onside. There is no run.
Damo's not happy, and he obviously didn't hear the reasons why they're playing on this track today, which Marcus told us about this morning.
Yeah. Rizal in bowls. Hudson Prentice sweep, and he's going to get another boundary. Here is Finn Hudson Prentice. A nice looking shot, sweeping the ball away backward of square. I just wonder whether this might prompt this little burst of runs from Sussex. It just might prompt Scott Borthwick to maybe change to his quicker bowlers. Ben Rain hasn't bowled for a little while. Just have a look at there. Ben Rain has just bowled, well, he's bowled 14 overs. Matty Potts has bowled 15. Rizal again just waits. And in bowls, and Hudson Prentice this time reverse sweeps, and he's going to get 4 more. Oh, good attacking play here by Finn Hudson Prentice, who's very quickly moved on to 24 of just 25 balls. And Sussex to 241 for 5. He's certainly taking the attack to Durham, and he's been in good form with the bat. Hudson Prentice, 6 half centuries to his name in the championship this season. And a couple of nice boundaries so far in this over. In fact, yes, just the 2. Is that right? Yeah. It's prompted a bit of a discussion here. It's the first time, really, that the Durham bowling has been under any pressure at all. It just goes to prove, doesn't it? And all of a sudden, there's a long debate going on. Scott Borthwick, George Rizal, I think Alex Lee's involved there as well. Just deciding exactly where they're going to place the field. We're in the 76th over of the innings. Hudson Prentice surveys that leg side field. The result of all of that is just break off as in comes Rizal and bowls, and Hudson Prentice with the flick of the wrists plays that to mid-wicket.
It was nothing, really.
It was nothing. I was expecting a dramatic change in the field, but it didn't really change. There's just the one slip in place, third man, 2 men saving one on the offside. The leg side is fairly well loaded, as you would expect for the off-spinner. He's in and bowls. Hudson Prentice is solidly forward with his left elbow very high, played into the offside. There is no run. Now, I just wonder whether that might be enough to...
Well, they're only 4 overs away from the new ball, aren't they? So
you might decide...
Parkinson's going to continue.
Yeah.
They might change it at this end. We'll see. This will be Parkinson's 20th over in a row.
Yeah, wow.
Balled through, hasn't he, since before?
He has.
Or T.
Yeah, he's bowled unchanged, hasn't he, from that end?
So what was that? He came in the attack in the 39th over, and we're now in the 76th. So getting their money's worth out their low knee.
He is. He's getting his. If you're playing club cricket, you're getting your money's worth for your match fee. What do you pay for match fees at your club, Marty? What do they play? Or don't you have match fees?
Where?
At your club.
Oh, the Village Club. It's Parkinson bowls to Allsop, and Allsop nearly turns that into a Yorker. Has to slam his bat down on it and jabs it down to third man for 2. I don't know what they get.
No, but yeah, well, generally, I mean, the standard that I played, you had to pay a match fee every game.
When I played, it was about £1.
Which included your tea as well.
Oh, tea was on top.
Right, okay.
The tea was about £3 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. These days, a lot of these lads playing in the North East Premier League are being paid to play.
Really?
Yeah. This is defended by Allsop on off stump.
Good standard, though, is it?
Well, the Puritans and the older generation will say it's not as good as when I played. You always get that. Parkinson in. Allsop down the track, plays it back to him on bounce.
Oh, I thought for a moment he'd hold out then.
Didn't stick anyway, did it?
No.
Right arm over from the lonely end. It's played back to him. He dives. He can't quite reach it. It's a single. As Lees comes around to collect the ball from behind the stumps.
He's rolling around on the pitch there, isn't he? Parkinson. He's done a good job here, though, for Durham today.
He's fielding it mid-on there, came round towards mid-off to get that one. Damo says, another day for Durham having the best seam attack in Division 2, another day for producing a featherbed that doesn't play to our strengths. Do they want to go up? The story of this track is this, as Parkinson bowls this one to Hudson Prentice. He flicks it away for one to square leg. One ball left. They shouldn't be playing on this. This is pitch 12. They should be playing 3 pitches up towards the pavilion. But while preparing the track last week and preparing for the T20 International, there was a huge rainstorm last Sunday and some water got on the track. They were planning for this game. And this is the dot ball as it goes off towards square leg from Allsop. So it was decided that they should leave the track. They were trying to prepare for this game and use the one that was used for the T20 International, which they said was hard and dry. And then they've brought in George Drizzell as an extra spinner. They're not, I mean, Johnny Bushnell was probably the man in contention to come in as an all-rounder. Coughlin's been injured again regularly this season, and he's been carrying the drinks today. Bryden Carter's away on international duty with England. There's no Mark Wood either or Ben Stokes, but we haven't seen either of those two this year anyway.
No.
So they're a bit down on numbers in the speed bowling department. Drizzell is going to continue.
He is. From England, he comes in and bowls, and Hudson Prentice is 4 pace to mid on. There is no. And Ben Stokes
he did go for 2 fours last over, but the first ball he nearly got a wicket.
Yes, he did. Has Ben Stokes had an operation on his knee, do we know? Or you see him around? Or?
Never seen him in a long time.
Drizzell in bowls. Hudson Prentice defends down the onside, fielded by Drizzell off his bowling. There is no run. I guess because he's going to go.
To have one,
well, there was a lot of talk when the Ashes finished that he was going to recuperate and he'd have to have something done to his knee.
I know he didn't play in the 100.
Drizzell in bowls. Hudson Prentice forward, plays it down the track. There is no run. But then, of course, he said Ben Stokes is now going to play in the 50 over World Cup, so maybe the knee didn't need any surgery. I don't know. I can see Ben Rain warming up mid-off. So I reckon the new ball will be taken. Drizzell in bowls to Hudson Prentice. He plays it firmly to mid-off, and Ben Rain comes round to field. So 4 dot balls to start the over. This is the 78th over. Sussex 245 for 5. Drizzell in again bowls. Hudson Prentice is beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery from the off spinner coming around the wicket. Wally Robinson just whipped off the off bail just to make sure that Hudson Prentice was in his ground. There is no run. Drizzell in again bowls. Hudson Prentice back on his stumps, plays it into the offside. There is no run. Nice and tidy by George Drizzell, who has now bowled 18 overs, 3 maidens, and has taken 1 for 46. Matt Parkinson is going to carry on. 2 overs left until a new ball could be taken by Durham. Question is whether they will. My feeling is that they probably will. But what do I know?
Jurgen Klopp's 300th match in charge of Liverpool today.
Right.
In the Premier League.
Right.
Because nothing existed before the Premier League. Football didn't exist before 1992. In comes Parkinson. Forward comes Allsop. Ball goes towards first slip, no run.
What's your thoughts on the new ball, Marty?
I think it'll be a deuce. It'll start off quite hard and then it'll soften later in the day. Allsop down the track to drive at Parkinson. 1 run up to mid-off. Yeah, I think they'll go with the new ball. Don't think this ball's now doing as much as it was for the spinners, is it?
No. I mean, there has been a bit of unexpected turn and a bit of bounce as well.
Parkinson in again.
Oh, that's
right. For LBW.
Yeah, that's a good shout, I reckon.
Goff says no.
Good shout, though, because he's A leg spin. I mean, difficult for us to see where that pitch.
It's pitched down the leg side.
Right. Okay.
So even if it's coming back, it's pitched on. It's not on line.
It might have hit. It might well have hit the stumps, but.
Hudson Prentice waits as the next ball comes in, and he plays this off the back foot to silly mid-off. Borthwick hanging around in there, or more short extra cover, really. He's sort of loitering in two positions. Next ball comes in, and that is played back along the floor to the bowler. One ball left for Parkinson off his 21st over, and then I think he might have a breather for a few hours. Haven't done his bit. 3 for 58. There's 1 over left before the new ball's due. After this delivery, he comes in, and Hudson Prentice drives to mid-off. Bit of a misfield from Jones. It hits him on the foot, but there won't be a run. So there you go. So 3 for 58 from Parkinson in 21 overs.
I think we are. No, Bedrain isn't making his way towards. He's warming up.
There's 1 over to go.
Yeah. I just wonder which end he might bowl from, and he's definitely warming up. So I think we're going to get 1 more over of George Drizzell.
Yeah.
I suspect the new ball will be taken, and presumably by Potts and Rain. The over rate now is still +2. I think that says right over on the far side of the ground.
So we've got 1 over to go, then 16 left in the day.
Yeah.
Which is roughly an hour, but it might drift a bit with the quicks back on.
4 to 6, I reckon, Marty.
Yeah.
Your girl's back at school tomorrow, is it?
No, Tuesday and Wednesday from what I gather.
Hopefully not affected by all this business that's going on. And comes Drizzell bowls to Allsop playing to the offside. Have you been away? You've heard about the schools and the concrete and.
But the building's affected a 50-year-old or more. You know, this stuff was being used in the 70s.
Comes Drizzell bowls forward. Comes Allsop defensively down the onside. Sussex are very much playing for the new ball here. I think Allsop being very responsible knows that the new ball is just around the corner. He won't want to expose the lower order if he can possibly help it. But at the same token, they don't want to get themselves too bogged down. Drizzell bowls to Allsop because they get plenty of air and eased by Allsop down to deep backward square. Picks up a single. Does Tom Allsop? He goes to 59. He's faced 127 balls, Tom Allsop. I still think just the 1 boundary.
Yeah, I was going to say, how many fours? Just the other one. Hudson Prentice has hit 4.
Yeah. It's Hudson Prentice who surveys the leg side field. Drizzell waits. And also Hudson Prentice plays it straight back down the onside of the track. Drizzell fields off his own bowling. And again, there is no run. One slipped. Allsop is just a bit of a discussion there between Tom Allsop and Scott Borthwick. Not quite sure what all that's about. Something being brought out from the pavilion, maybe. Just a bit of a delay. There was a chat going on between Borthwick and Tom Allsop. I'm not entirely sure whether that was very amicable. Now there is a change in this. It's still going on, you know. Allsop is chatting on. Right. Now, I think Tom Allsop is actually asking Scott Borthwick if something could be bought out for him. I think it's probably a change of gloves. Then comes Drizzell. Bowls and defended by Hudson Prentice into the offside. There is no run. Yeah, I think he's probably asking for a new pair of gloves, Tom Allsop. Been out there a long time. Came in just after lunch at the fall of Tom Haynes' wicket. I'll have to go at the end of this over. Oh, I can't believe they're looking at the ball now.
Are you
There's 1 ball to
there at 4:30 or not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tend to be a little late on a Sunday, but in comes Drizzell bowls. Hudson Prentice defends into the offside. So there we are. End of the over. I'm going to disappear now. See you in a moment.
Here's a new ball being brought on by Paul Coghlan. He throws it to Michael Goff. So 247 for 5. New ball. 3 runs away from their first batting point. Sussex, new ball taken. Ben Rain will have it in his hands. He's having a tactical chat with Alex Lees, who's Durham's white ball skipper, but it's Scott Borthwick who's the red ball skipper. Chat's over because Lees is heading off to field at mid-off. Left-handed Allsop. Got 2 slips in a gully. Short extra cover as well. Rain, right arm over. First ball driven to the leader in the covers, no run there. So Rain earlier, 14 overs, 1 for 48, so he's a wicket away from 50 in a county championship season for the 3rd time. It would be 50 in a first class season for the 4th time. Leading wicket taker in Division 2 going into this round of matches. With Matty Potts second with 46 at the start of the day. Rain in, Allsop plays this to short mid-wicket. It's a dot ball. Rain bowls. Allsop looks to cut, then changes his mind very late on. The ball flashes past the edge of his bat and through to the keeper. Oh, Borthwick's doing some stretching exercises at second slip. Rain now comes into bowl. Allsop plays the ball back towards Rain. What they're all doing here. Parkinson went to collect the ball there and then did a sort of forwards roll, and then he threw it up to Lees, who caught it, and then he theatrically threw himself onto his tummy. 2 balls left of the over. Rain from the Lumley end. Allsop drives up towards Parkinson, who takes a tumbling stop. Sidewards roll to his left-hand side. Run rate is 3.1 and over. There was roughly an hour of play to go when the new ball was taken. Day 1 of this game, Sunderland at Durham's next 2 matches will start on Tuesdays. A couple of weeks' time at Worcester. Could still be a lot riding on that game. Worcester in second spot going into this round of games. Durham did have a 40-point lead. Rain in, and Allsop drives, and he's caught behind, and he punches the air in anger at himself there, and that was a very clever over from Ben Rain. The new ball has taken just 6 deliveries to get a wicket. Allsop caught for 59, and Rain bowled line and length off stump, and then just dragged one away from the batsman and lured him in. Clever bowling, and that is 50 wickets for the season in the county championship for Ben Rain.
Well, as you say, it's a good bit of bowling, and Tom Allsop's furious with himself, isn't he? He was so keen just to see Sussex through. I mean, he's done a good job for his county today. Tom Allsop, he's pulled away. It's not been easy out there, but he'll just be annoyed to get out, particularly to the first over with the new ball. Fully justifies taking the new ball. And Jack Carson, yeah, there we are. They were a bit behind you there, Marty. And applause for his 50th wicket of the season for Ben Rain, who gets some congratulations for his teammates. I saw the umpire go have a word with the ground staff just a few moments ago. I think they're just doing some repairing of bowlers' footmarks. But now this lower order for Sussex is exposed. I mean, Jack Carson can bat. There's no question about that. But you wouldn't consider him a front-line batsman. And Sussex might do well to survive through to the close here with this new ball being taken, because no doubt we'll get Potts bowling as well. And I think from 110 without loss, Sussex will feel that a good position has rather slipped their grasp, Marty.
Well,
I mean, we never know till Durham have batted, of course, but... So, 247. Tom was not making this. He was dropped. A caught and bowled chance off of Parkinson. A new ball taken, wicket taken, and I think Durham will be pleased. And there's quite a long delay here, actually. With the ground sufferer, they've got a big club hammer out there. That's banging
the mallet.
Yeah, banging some sort of
loam or something.
Yeah, something just to repair the hold to the bowler's foot. By having a bit of a laugh and a joke there to Matt Potts. But I think all is well. But an important wicket. Robinson taking the catch. The three Sussex players have gone in the 50s, but no one's gone on to make that big score. Haynes 51, Clark 58, Allsop 59.
What were Worcestershire doing today? Have they had any batting points or not?
I don't think they were going to get any batting points, or they were creeping up towards one, possibly. They're 239 for 7 against Glamorgan.
Right, so they
Brett Oliver on 64.
So at the minute, Durham's lead at the top's gone up to 42 points.
Right.
From 40.
Well, Matthew Potts is going to be coming into bowl to Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's 25 not out. He's only faced 41 deliveries. I mean, Finn Hudson-Prentice will trust Jack Carson here. I mean, say Carson can bat, there's no question about that. Potts comes in, bowls to Hudson-Prentice, who lets that go outside the off-stump. That rather died as it went through to Ollie Robinson. And there is no run. But there's certainly a bit of help in this pitch for the spinners. We've seen that today, and Ben Rain comes back with a new ball. He'd been out there a long time, Tom Allsop. He'd batted off 4. I don't know exactly how many minutes he'd batted for. 168, so yeah, just a bit less than 3 hours. Potts in again, bowls. Well, that's a rash shot by Hudson-Prentice. Well, it was a half volley. I guess it's one of those, isn't it? That if you crunch the ball through the covers before, everyone says, well, a lovely shot. But when you don't and it goes past the outside edge, you think, But it's a slight conundrum here for Finn in terms of how he plays from here. Does he carry on playing the way he has been playing, which has been quite aggressively? I think you probably do, to be honest.
Ben Rain was on 207 wickets for Durham at the start of the day. He also finished his Leicestershire career with 207.
Oh, good stat. Potts in bowls, and good shot by Hudson-Prentice, that's 4 runs. Slightly over pitch by Matty Potts, and Hudson-Prentice drills the ball down through mid-on for 4 runs. The ball literally rolls over the boundary markers right down below us, and Hudson-Prentice goes to 29, 250 up for Sussex, 251 for 6. Hence the applause.
His best season, he got 61 wickets in 2015, took 51 in 2018 and 60 in 2019.
Well, he's been an excellent county cricketer, hasn't he? In comes Potts. Bowls to Hudson-Prentice, he's at it again, but this time he pulls a short ball, which goes straight to Alex Lees at mid-on. He was going to pull that one away through mid-wicket, and I think Hudson-Prentice has decided here that attack is the best form of defence. I think he fancies hanging around. He's obviously got Jack Carson at the other end, I say, who can bat. Perhaps he's just feeling that I don't want to get myself bogged down here. Looks at the bottom of his bat, because that did come rather off the bottom of the bat. He's on his way again. Running away from us in and bowls. Oh, that kept a bit low, and Hudson-Prentice looks to pull that one on the leg side. He gets a single actually down to fine leg and picks up one more. Hudson-Prentice, he goes to 29. I don't think that'll bother Durham too much. It gives Matthew Potts the opportunity to bowl at Jack Carson, who's yet to face a ball. I have a feeling in the opening game of the season, I may be wrong. Oh no, he made 29 in the first innings. And he was not out naught in the second innings when Sussex won the game. Ollie Carter really steered Sussex to victory in that game. So Potts with 2 slips and a gully. Bright sunshine runs away from us. In and bowl to Carstew's forward. Again, that kept a little low, played into the offside, footed by Ben Rain, who can't wait to get the ball in his hands and run in to bowl the next over. Matthew Potts, 16 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 44. Ben Rain, 15 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 48. It's been very tidy here by Durham today. Sussex have never really got away. They're going along at 3.1 and over. And they've just got to their first batting point.
Potts has 169 wickets in first-class cricket. Yet to get one today.
They've come pretty quickly, haven't they, Marty?
Fairly, yeah, because his debut was in 2017.
Right.
Rain is on 209 wickets for Durham. 50 for the season in the Championship.
We'll get another email.
And in all, when I find it, where's he gone? I'm looking in the wrong column here. 416 in his career. Potts was in gully, and he's brought him out. He's got 2 slips in place, but he's now brought Potts into a short point for Hudson Prentice, who's on 30. Beddingham's in at short mid-wicket. Hudson Prentice finds Beddingham. In fact, it's Clark, because he's wearing a wide-brimmed hat. Beddingham's just behind him at mid-on.
Sorry, Martin. Email from Gary Knight that I'll read at the end of the over. Gary, good to hear from you. He signs off by the Happy Hammer. Gary, he's a big West Ham fan, and they've had a good start to the season.
Gary Knight and the Pips.
But he's a big Sussex fan, is Gary, so I'll read your email at the end of the over.
Next ball has gone quite a long way down the leg side. Stopped by the keeper at full stretch.
I've got to make up my mind about this pitch, Martin. One part of me here is thinking, well, 252 for 6, Sussex have got a score on the board. They've got some runs in the bag, and on a pitch which has given a bit of help to the spinners. Perhaps that's a good place to be. On the other hand, you think from 110 without loss, maybe Sussex have rather missed a good opportunity to build a big score here today. We shall see when Durham back tomorrow.
Rain in, and that's gone off down towards a long leg for 1 from Hudson Prentice. Collected by Parkinson. So Worcestershire are 2, 4, 5 for 7 now, so they are 5 away from the first batting point. 80 overs gone, so I imagine Glamorgan will be taking the new ball there.
Yeah.
Imagine they lose 3 wickets on 2, 4, 5. I don't get the 250. Carson, the Irishman, on strike now. From Craig Gavin in Northern Ireland. Plays this one up off his toes and out through past square leg for 1 run.
He's perfectly capable, Jack Carlton. Let's look at his...
He's got 650s, and he's got a higher score of 87 against Worcestershire.
Yeah.
59 against Worcestershire in a draw in the last match last year.
This season he averages 36 with the bat, which is, pretty respectable for a number 8. I think you'd take that. Hasn't been quite as successful with the ball as he'd have hoped this year, Jack.
Rain. That's defended by Hudson Prentice.
18 wickets, but those wickets have come at 52. So he has been expensive. Jack Carson took 5 for 79. I think that was the game against Yorkshire from memory. Second match of the season. 5 for 79, second match of the season. So if you take those 5 wickets out, he's only taken 13 in the remaining games.
Rain comes in, 2 slips in place. Hudson Prentice forward to that, plays it out short on the offside end of the over. 2 runs from it, 2, 5, 4 for 6 here on the BBC. We've got 13 overs to go tonight. Might finish on time, who knows?
Look, Gary says, I've been out and about today, so apologies if you've already covered this earlier, but do you have an update on why Ollie Robinson is not playing in this fixture? That is the Sussex Ollie Robinson.
He's on the beach.
I recall Paul Farbrace saying in a recent interview that he hopefully would play in at least 2 of the final 4 matches, so I would have thought playing him in this game makes sense as the weather may turn against us later in the month. I know from his social media he's been out enjoying some time on Spanish golf courses recently, so he's clearly not injured. With him missing the majority of the Ashes and not playing any one-day cricket, I would naively thought he would be allowed to play in all the remaining championship fixtures, particularly with no England cricket scheduled until January next year. In comes Potts, bowls to Arsenal's up on his toes, plays into the covers, there is no run. He could prove the difference in us being promoted this season. Kind regards. Yeah, I'm going to endeavour to speak to Paul Farbrace after the close of play, because a lot of people have been asking why Ollie Robinson isn't playing. Is it an injury? Is it an England commitment? Or an England saying he can't play? But I would have thought that if there was a choice of playing in matches, this would have been the game they would have wanted Ollie Robinson to play in. As Potts runs away from us. Comes in and bowls, and forward comes Carson, plays into the covers, there is no run. So the answer is I don't know the answer, Gary, which isn't desperately helpful. But my own view would have been, and you know, I think it was an interview that I did where he did say, Paul Farbrace, at least 2 of the matches. Because if Sussex were to lose here this week, I'm not saying it's done and dusted, but I think the chance of promotion would be very slim indeed. Potts wants a change in the field. Likewise, a few people have been asking about where George Garton is in this game. Having played in pretty much every game for the Southern Brave in the 100. Now, I know that's only 20 balls they can bowl, but presumably if you're fit to play in that. So 1 or 2 questions for the coach, which we'll try and get answered later on tonight, Gary. As in comes Potts, bowls to Castle with a flick of the wrists, plays that back to the square on the leg side and picks up a single. Does Jack Carson, he goes to 2, the total to 256 for 6. Sussex with 3 games left to play after this. 2 home games, Leicestershire and Gloucestershire. My understanding for the Gloucestershire game is that certainly Cheteshwar Pujara isn't around. I think his last game will be at Derby. I'm certainly a little uncertain about Yadev Unadkat, whether he will be playing or not. In comes Potts, bowls, and played by Hudson Prentice to backward point, there is no run. The other away game is at Derby, where I know pitches have been very flat. Certainly the game Sussex played there last season, it was a bit of a bore draw, to be honest. So I think that's going to be a tough place to get a result. So, although in September, of course, you never know, maybe with a bit of nip in the pitches. In comes Potts, bowls, and driven elegantly, beautifully by Hudson Prentice, who looks in really good touch here. Played out into the offside, fielded in the covers, and there is no run. So thank you for your email, Gary. And well done to West Ham on their start to the season. If you were at the Amex last week, we were talking about Wrexham going there to watch football, and Michael has been in touch. So he was there in 1992 when Arsenal were dumped out of the FA Cup. I remember that. I think Mickey Thomas, I think.
Yeah, with a free kick.
In comes Potts, bowled short. Hudson Prentice pulls, and he's going to be caught down at fine leg. And I'm afraid that is a gimme. And Matthew Potts just stands in the middle of the pitch, and he just waves at Finn Hudson Prentice to say bye-bye. And I'm afraid Sussex are contributing to their all downfall here, and Hudson Prentice just cannot believe that he's been suckered into playing that shot. He's played really nicely. It was a short delivery, and he's just helped the ball down to fine leg, and he's caught. And that's another wicket that's been given away. James Coles gave his wicket away. Ollie Carter gave his wicket away. Pujara didn't play a great shot, and you have to say Sussex just haven't helped their own cause here. Batted really nicely. Someone else who's got in, got out, and Sussex are 7 wickets down, and Matt Potts just stood in the middle of the pitch and waved to him. as if to rub salt into the wounds. Hudson Prentice goes. I'm afraid, Martin, that's another really soft dismissal.
Well, Clark didn't have to move, did he? I mean, he's down at long leg there, and he never had to move. It just came straight to him. Didn't have to go right or left, just straight into his hands. So Hudson Prentice out for 31. And just 8 runs added for that wicket, 36 for the previous one with all soft.
Well, I think there's a chance now, Martin. I don't wish to do Ari Cavalos, Henry Crocombe, or Yadev Unad. I can't get my head around how I pronounce it.
Unadkad.
Unadkad.
Yeah.
Unadkad. All right, we'll go with that. I don't know what he bats like, but there has to be a chance, you know. It's not beyond the realms of possibility that Durham might have a couple of overs in tonight. We'll see.
The Greek international steps out to the middle.
Well, he's Sussex's highest wicket taker in the championship this year, 31 wickets. Nips the ball around a little bit. He's certainly not quick, Gary Cavalos. But he comes into bat. And I'm afraid Sussex have rather thrown this one. They've lost 7 for 145.
So you just know him as Ari, do you, instead of Aristides?
Yeah, we call him Ari. Yeah.
Ari up Ari.
Yeah. Was that Sham 69?
I think so. some kind of that type of genre. But in rain then, Durham need 2 more wickets for the final bowling point. And this is turned by Carton down towards Parkinson at long leg for 1.
I mean, it has been a reoccurring theme for Sussex this season, and it's something Paul Farbrace has spoken about a lot, about getting into good positions in matches and just not being able to carry it through and get themselves into good positions. And you have to say today, really, I mean, it's not a criticism, but it's just a fact that Coles, Carter and Hudson Prentice have all given their wickets away. To a lesser extent, maybe Tom Haynes. Pujara hasn't played a great shot. And it's, Paul Farbrace spoke a lot about, when you're in good positions, you need to force it home, not let it slip.
Get it forced.
Yep.
Rain in to Cavalis, and that's away. That might go for 4 down to vacant third man.
Yeah, he's got
Borthwick's chasing after it. The ball's going to win.
Yep.
Ball wins. Just down to our right-hand side. Hyde Wagtails are chasing each other down onto the field for some scran.
He's got a half century to his name, Ari Cavalos.
Yeah. It's Middlesex last year. He got 57.
That was on, Martin, that ridiculously hot day.
Where I hid in the house.
Right, well, we were at Lord's.
Yeah, well, England played South Africa here, and the staff were having to bring out bottles of water.
That's right. Was that a one-dayer? Yeah, it was, yeah. And Middlesex won the toss and decided to field.
Yeah. Rain balls. He's appealing, and he's out.
Yeah.
He's played right across the line. That's wicket number 51 for Rain. Cavalis has gone for 4. Goodbye, Harry. He was in a hurry. He played 2 balls.
Well, I said we might see Durham back tonight. And I also said he was the Sussex's highest wicket taker this season. He isn't. I'm sorry, he's got 28. Nathan McAndrew has got 31, but Nathan McAndrew went back to Australia some time ago, and I'm afraid this is turning into a rather dreadfully familiar performance from Sussex. It all started off so well, 110 without loss and on a flat pitch. Marcus North was with us early this morning, if you missed it, the Durham Director of Cricket, and was saying it's a pitch he felt might deteriorate as the game went on, but he said for 3 days this will be a good batting service. And I'm afraid Sussex have rather missed the boat here today. That's to take nothing away from Durham, who have bowled really well, and I think Udand Cat.
Yes. Worcestershire have clawed a point back on Durham. The lead's now 41 at the top.
But they bowled well, Martin, Durham, and they've been skippered well. I've been really impressed by Scott Borthwick. They've changed the field around, they've changed the bowling around. And it might have been even worse for Sussex because Tom Clark was dropped when he was on 22. He went on to make 58. Tom Alsop was dropped on 24. He went on to make 59. So it actually could have been worse for Sussex. But I think Durham have showed today on a flat track, you lose the toss, you bowl first. They've shown why they're top of the table.
Vinod Khat then, the new man. He's 31 years old. He's played 4 tests for India, the last against the West Indies in Port of Spain in July, which is now 2 months ago, of course. He's played 8 one-day internationals, 10 T20s. He's played 103 first-class games. He has a 1,855 runs and a high score of 92. Saurashtra against Jammu and Kashmir in 2015, but he does have 8 half-centuries to his name, so useful-ish. What will Ben Rain do about that? First ball is played away, up towards mid-on. So he's the skipper of Saurashtra and plays there with Pujara. They've won the Ranji Trophy twice in the last 3 years.
Well, he's primarily in the side because Sussex will want him to take some wickets, certainly in the absence of Ollie Robinson, but I'm sure the plan would have been to have had Robinson and Vinod Khat bowling in tandem. Or maybe they will next week, but it may be a bit too late by then, we shall see.
Saurashtra's on the Gujarat Peninsula. He plays this up to mid-off. I have to say I've never been to India.
No.
So I don't know my geography there particularly well, and a number of places have changed the names in recent years as well, haven't they?
A friend of ours, actually,
also known as Kathiawar.
Their daughter's getting married next year in India.
Yeah.
And we have been invited to go.
Right, where to?
I'm not sure. But the celebrations go on for 3 days.
Do they?
Yeah.
It's a big place. I would get the address before you said, just in case. Rain balls and an offensive shot there, and that's gone to point.
He looks very confident. Looks slightly more confident than Harry Carvelos did. Anyway, well done, Ben Rain. He's done a good job for his county. 3 for 55 in 17 tight, accurate overs. Sussex 260 for 8. I've lost 8 for 150.
We were talking this morning about Father's Day and Mother's Day, because it's Father's Day in Australia, so Marcus North was wishing his father well. Robbie Stoker says, in reference to Mother's Day this morning, he said, I'm watching this on catch-up in Thailand, where I live. He said, Mother's and Father's Day falls on the King and Queen's birthday.
Oh.
I suspect quite a few countries do this. Well, Mother's Day's in March in this country, isn't it?
Yeah, generally, yeah.
It's normally about a few days before my mum's birthday.
Yeah. Matt Potts is going to come into bowl to Jack Carson, who's 3 not out. He's in on bowls and Carson up on his toes and plays that to backward point. And there is no run. England are 30 for 3. They're now 55 for 3. I apologise. Needing another 148 in 11.5 overs. Bairstow out for 12. Jacks for 11. Milan for 2. Harry Brook 8 not out. Joss Butler on 21. Butler batting at 5. That's unusual in T20. And comes Potts again to bowl to Carson. Carson plays very straight to mid-off, fielded by Rain. There is no run. I'd imagine if Harry Brook gets a score in that game, there will be a clamour, even more of a clamour for him to get in this World Cup squad. Elsewhere, Gloucestershire bowled out for 159 at Grace Road by Leicestershire, so maximum bowling points to Leicestershire, who in reply are 20 for 1. Sol Budinger out for just 3. Leicestershire having a good season. They come to Hove next week. Yorkshire bowled out for 297 by Derbyshire at Scarborough. Potts in, bowls to Carson up on his toes, plays it onto the onside, fielded by Beddingham. And there is no run. But as Marty was saying, Worcestershire 258 for 7 against Glamorgan. That's something of a recovery, actually, because at one stage they were 110 for 6. Brett D'Oliveira leading from the front. He's 68 not out. Worcestershire with 4 wins in the Championship, another win this week, and they will feel they're almost over the line as well, although they only have 2 games to play after this. Potts in again, bowls. Carson is forward. Potts fields off his own bowling. There is no run. And just for reference, in the First Division, leaders of the First Division, Surrey are 310 for 4 against Warwickshire at the Oval. Ben Folkes, 95 not out. Cameron Steele on 57. Former Durham?
Yeah.
Yeah. A wicket there for Chris Rushworth. Surrey going along very nicely there. In comes Potts, bowls short, and Carson took his eye off the ball. Whistled past his helmet, through into the gloves of Robinson, and there is no run. The GS Bowl, Hampshire 226 for 6. against Somerset. Liam Dawson isn't good form with the bat. He's on 76. Ben Brown missing out. He hasn't had a great season in the Championship, Ben Brown. Hampshire through to the final of the 50 over. Ben out for 4 today. And in the other game, Northants 232 all out. Lancashire 11 without loss in reply. Potts in bowls, another short delivery, and Carson Place is much better, just bends at the knees and watch that go through to Robinson. There is no run. Matt Potts 1 for 45 in his 18 overs. And that's his third maiden. Gets applause. Now here come the ground staff again, marching out from their shed on the right-hand side of the ground. And they're coming out with all sorts of paraphernalia. I can see a spade. I don't know if there's a brush there as well, almost certainly I would think, but they're marching out and they're doing some more repairs to the potholes. This time, at the far end of the ground, they've already been out with all their bits and pieces to this end. But now more repairs need doing. How many more overs we've got tonight, Martin? 10 more overs tonight. One horrible minute, I thought I missed an update. But what are the Durham lads doing? They're all doing their Pilates now. Look at them. Rolling around on the grass. Some rather less enthusiastically than others. We have got a delay in play as the repairs are taking place. If you're just joining us, and I know people perhaps been out for the day, it's been a beautiful day right across the country. I'm sure it's been lovely down in Sussex today. Probably plenty of people down on the beach enjoying the delights of, wittering or wherever you go on the beach. Sussex winning the toss here this morning, off to a great start. They put on 110 for the first wicket. Both Tom Haynes and Tom Clark making half centuries, but then it all went horribly wrong for Sussex after lunch. They reached lunch 100 without loss. They lost Tom Haynes for 51, Tom Clark shortly afterwards for 58. Clark had been given a life, he was dropped on 22. James Coles and Ketchwell Bajara both made 4 apiece. Tom also made 59. Ollie Carter 32, Finn Hudson-Prentice 31 and Ari Carvelos 4. Sussex 110 without loss, then finding themselves 260 for 8. And not helped by some poor shots. Certainly you'd have to say Coles, Carter, Hudson-Prentice really almost giving their wickets away, really. As Ben Rain is in from the Lumley end, bowls to Nadcat, who lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Ollie Robinson, and there is no run. It's already, it's only 5 o'clock, but it's that sort of time of year when the light the light isn't going by any manner of means, but it's the sort of light you get in the height of summer about 8 o'clock, isn't it?
Well, the sun's just gone in, hasn't it? It's just you're looking through tinted windows.
Oh, right, okay. So that probably makes it slightly darker than it actually is.
We might see the floodlights come on.
Rain in again, bowls, and Cat drives to mid-off, and there is no run. I think what Durham have also done very well here today, Martin, is even when Sussex got off to that good start, 110 without loss, that Sussex never really got away. They weren't sort of rattling along at 4.5 fives and over and putting Durham under pressure. And what Marcus North said when he came in has proven to be absolutely right. He said Durham won't panic. They'll just, they'll keep chugging away, bowling, waiting for something to happen. And that's exactly what they've done. And I think they'll be pleased with their day's work. All the home side. Rain is in bowls. Short. Bernard Cat looks to pull a short delivery taken by Robinson down the leg side. And again, there is no run. Ben Rain wants a change in the field. That's been signalled as the short ball for the over. A gentleman away to our right hand. We still got his top off in the seat, so it's obviously quite warm out there. Those that are in the shade have, there's no bad torsos over there. In comes Rain again. Bowls and Cat is forward and plays into the offside. Still yet to score. 260 for 8. Two slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, 2 men set back on the leg side. There's a deep backward square and a fine leg. And Rain is already back to his mark at the far end of the ground, running in bowls. Nedcote is driving nicely, pleasantly into the covers. And that's a very good piece of fielding in there, actually. It's short extra cover. The Durham ground fielding has been very good today. That was George Rizal fielding, diving away to his right-hand side. A shot that probably Unad Cat thought was worthy of a couple of runs, but not to be. He's faced 8 deliveries so far. Coming in at number 10, Henry Crocombe will be the final man. Rain in. Unad Cat looks to play that one on the leg side. He pulled out of that hook shot. In the end, the ball goes through to keeper Robinson. There is no run. 9 overs left in the day. 260 for 8, a maiden over from Ben Rain. 18 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 55 for Ben Rain, who's passed 50 wickets in the championship this season. And together with Matthew Potts, you put those two together, best part of 100 wickets. And that's what you need is pace bowlers to do. I was looking at Sussex, Harry Cavalos 28, Nathan McAndrew 31, so those two 60 between them.
They're just one from 100, these two, aren't they?
Right, and Bryden Cass, the other part of this trio, not playing in this game. He's away with England at the one-day matches. England actually, just to say now, 66 for 4. Harry Brook out for 8.
Here's Potts then from the Finkel end.
Shot.
Over pitched and driven through the covers for 4 as a half volley, and it was there to be dispatched, and Carson has done so. Let's put it towards the pavilion steps. The sun's come out again now.
Yeah.
Derek says his daughter Ellie has been selected to play for the North East Warriors under-18s in the county T20 national finals in Loughborough. Or as a colleague once said on Air Lowborough. He says, this was her main mission and we're going to support them anyways, but she shall share the field with a lot of her favourite players in ladies cricket.
Right. Good stuff.
A lovely occasion to be cherished, no doubt. Before going on that sponsored walk with her dad. Be October half term, I think, when they do that walk from Dunfermline down to Alnmouth. Potts in bowls, and that is defended by Carson. Balls up to Rain. Well, that one pops on Carson.
I reckon that might prompt Potts to bring in a short leg, you know.
Yeah. Lydia Jane's not at the cricket today. She's up on the Northumberland coast at Druridge Bay with her dog, and they've got the whole beach to themselves. She just posted a little video.
Lovely.
Our former presenter, John Hall, has seen this, and he said, I always remember going to Druridge Bay during the school holidays, and it was deserted. We had miles of beach to ourselves. Then another couple arrived and set their picnic blanket up about 10 feet from us. Couldn't believe it. That's a shortish ball. Right of off stump, and it goes through to the keeper. Back in the 60s, my mum and dad were walking along a deserted beach in Cornwall, and their next-door neighbours appeared in front of them from hundreds of miles away of all of the beaches and all of the places. Comes Potts, forward comes Carson, bat and pad, and the ball rolls out to Parkinson. Short extra cover. He tries to flick it up with the outside of his right foot, but doesn't quite get it right. So he's probably going to be signed by Man U instead of Man City. Or maybe even Bolton. They're from Bolton, the Parkinsons. I think that rings a bell. Potts in. That's a drive out towards point by Carson. No run there.
Got Martin 8 overs left tonight. It's one of those situations that I'm sure Durham will quite like to finish the day knowing that they're going to bat sort of first thing tomorrow morning and you can get yourself all set in tune for that. By the same token, I'm sure they probably won't fancy coming out for a couple of overs tonight if they can avoid it. But Sussex aren't really going anywhere here.
The doldrums now, aren't they? It's when did they get to 250? 82nd over, and they're now only 264 for 8.
Yeah.
6 overs later.
Yeah, there's been a boundary in there.
They lost 2 wickets in that spell.
Yeah. Well, it was the right thing. It was the right thing to take the new ball. No question about that.
Parky is a trotter. He is from Bolton.
In comes Ben Rain to bowl to Nadcat, who plays that down the ground to mid-on. There is no run. Still yet to score a run.
You covered a game at their ground at Bolton's?
Bolton, not... yes, I've been there with Brighton.
I commentated on a few Sunderland games there a few years ago.
It's the Reebok. Is it the called the Reebok?
Yeah, I don't know who sponsors it now, but it was unusual in that it had 2 tunnels, one for the home team and one for the away team.
Oh, right, okay. 2 slips go down. Lovely sunshine now. Rain is in bowls. Pulled by an account, and it's the umpire at square leg.
Jack Chandry had to dive out the road then, ended up on his backside.
He did, and it's his first run in Sussex colours for Yadav Nadcat. And Sussex go to 265 for 8. Sussex just with the 1 batting bonus point. Durham honing in on 1 more wicket. They'll have their full allocation of bowling bonus points. The 2 slips in place. Someone's chuckling away down below. It's Marty. Lovely evening here. Gorgeous, lovely blue sky. A few wispy high-level clouds, but it's been a glorious day. In comes Rain, bowls, and forward comes Carson and plays to mid-off. There is no run. Keeper Robinson has a little knacker away. I was extolling the virtues of Ollie Robinson today, and until I did that, he put down Tom Clark earlier on today. Looked like it could be a very expensive miss. It cost Durham a few runs because Clark was only on 22 when that chance went down. He was eventually out for 58. There's Rain. He's on his way again. Bowls to Carson. Short delivery, and Carson plays it well. He just sways out of the way. The ball goes through to Robinson, and there is no run. Keeping an eye on events elsewhere. England now 76 for 4, needing another 127 in 9 overs. Well, that's going to take some doing to get there. Joss Butler's there on 38, and there's Moeen Ali. So still hope for England. Liam Livingstone, Chris Jordan, Adil Rashid, Luke Wood, and Gus Atkinson to come. Rain bowls to Carson, who whips this one away off about middle stump down to fine leg, picks up a single, does Jack Carson. He goes to 8, and Sussex to 266 for 8. 1 more ball to go in Ben Rain's over. This is his 19th over today. Very good figures of 3 for 57. And after this, there will be 7 overs remaining in the day. So England struggling in the one day, but you never know with Joss Butler and Moeen Ali around. That could change round very, very quickly. Worcestershire have lost a wicket down at New Road. They're now 275 for 8. Brett Dolliver is still there on 71. Ben Allison, the man out for 37. In comes Rain, bowls. Nadcat just ducked underneath. That goes through to Ollie Robinson, and there is no run. And, I mean, just watching these 2 bat, Martin, you know, Carson and Nadcat. Bear in mind, we've got the 8 and number 10 in here. I know Ben Rain may be a bit tired at the end of a long day, but, you know, it just sort of looks to me like it doesn't look really to me like a 266 for 8 pitch, if I'm being perfectly honest. I think Durham would be well pleased with their efforts. So Worcestershire and the other team, Leicestershire, playing Gloucestershire today. Leicestershire 43 for 1 in reply to a Gloucestershire total of 159 all out. So another good day for Leicestershire, who have not counted themselves out of promotion either. So lots going on in Division 2 of the County Championship.
Potts comes in and bowls, and that is defended by Carson. I'm just trying to remember going back to when Coles was out, which was just before tea, end of the 47th over. That was Parkinson's third wicket. I'm just wondering how many Parkinson had taken at that point. At tea, he'd taken 3 for 29 in 13.
Yeah.
In comes Potts again, and that is defended. So that was, when would tea have been then?
Tea was after 64.
So there were still a few overs after that, weren't there?
But the Sussex run rate is now, is it below 3? No, but it's just been about 3 all day, hasn't it, Martin?
Yeah.
Sussex at this rate might sort of squeak himself up maybe to a couple of batting bonus, but we'll see. They need to go some, though.
In comes Potts, such a short one, which Carson nearly ducks into.
He did, took his eye off that, didn't he? Light aircraft making its way somewhere, Marty, around?
Yeah, well, there's a landing strip somewhere near here on a farm just on the outskirts of Chesley Street. That used to be a few years ago. Over Pelton Way. There's also, you've got Newcastle Airport to the north, Teesside to the south, and there's another one at Shotton at Peterlee. This is bowled by Potts and played towards mid-on, no run there. And the one at Shotton is, it's a parachute centre.
Okay.
So depending which way the wind's going, they sometimes take off from there. It's not too far behind us. Drift over this way, and then the skydivers leap out and gradually float back down towards Peterlee.
Lovely.
Rather them than me.
Yeah. Done it once, Martin. But,
have you? What's to Carson again? It's another short one, and he's out. He's lofted it straight to point, and Master Lader, I think it is, has taken a diving catch there. He's been buttered up nicely by Potts, who now has 2 for 49, so he's on 48 for the season.
Well, we said that we might see Durham batting tonight, and we might actually. Well spotted, Martin.
266 of ground to a halt, and they're losing wickets.
Well, they've lost 9 for 156 on a good batting track. I mean, they're
lowish batting track, I would say. I don't think it's that straightforward.
No, I would agree. Certainly the spinners caused some problems, but Sussex haven't helped themselves today, have they? I think when you get to 110 without loss, you're looking to do a little better. We've got, so 1 ball remaining in this over. If a wicket fell now, Durham would have to bat for 4 overs. I mean, I don't think Durham would be desperate to bat here tonight, do you? I mean, you know, if you have to, you have to, I guess.
Might get Potts opening as a night watchman.
Well, yeah, you never know. But it's been disappointing from a Sussex perspective. He's been roaring in here, Matt Potts, hasn't he? Yes, I did a it was a what they call a static line jump, Martin.
Oh yeah.
You jump out yourself at 2,000 feet, and you hope the parachute opens for you, which clearly it did.
Mm-hmm.
And it was an amazing thing to do, but I'm not sure if I fancy doing it now. That was back in that was down in Peterborough. I did that. Matt Potts wants a change in the field. So he must be honing in. So I think he was 45 wickets I saw before this game. So he's approaching 50 as well. As a wasp tries to make its way inside the commentary box. Oh, he's going to come in through the open window. No, he's not. He's gone the other way.
What's in to Crocombe? That is a big bee, or is it a wasp?
No, it's a wasp.
What would you rather be, or a wasp? End of the over. A wicket maiden from Potts.
Very good indeed. Well, I think you'd have to say this is Durham's day, Martin. I know we know tomorrow, who knows, perhaps the wicket will really misbehave and this will look a good Sussex score, but I just think, having won the toss, deciding to bat on a good day, beautiful batting day, 110 without loss. If you'd have said to Durham, end of the day, 266 for 9, Parkinson's coming back into the attack, I think.
He is.
What's he on? I think Durham would have bitten your hand off for this.
Parkinson's on 3 for 13 after 5 overs.
He's going to come in from the Lumley end. So we've got 6 overs remaining in the day. If wicket goes down in this over, then Durham will have to face 3 overs tonight. In comes Parkinson bowls, and defending is Cat plays it down the onside of the track. There is no run. Tom Haynes, I need to look out when Tom Haynes was out, which over we were in.
Tom Haynes was out in the 34th.
Thank you.
It's the start of the 34th.
Right. Parkinson bowls. Cat is forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. Yes, Sussex is not really going anywhere here. You almost wonder whether you're better off thinking, well, I'll tell you what, why don't I just try and smack a few quick runs here, because it's just ground to a halt. Bungs it in bowl to Cat, who hits the ball down the ground, and he's going to be caught at long on. And there we are. Parkinson picks up his 4th wicket. Cat is gone for a single. And that's very, very disappointing for Sussex. They've been bowled out here for 266. They've lost 10 for 156, having at one stage been 110 without loss. It means that Durham are going to need to face 3 overs tonight, which I'm sure they would rather not do. But I think the hosts will feel they've had a very, very good day. And Michael Jones taking the Cat way out in the deep. And the Sussex innings comes to an end. And although you have to say, well bowled, Durham, I think they've been really well skippered by Scott Borthwick. I think that's been very impressive. Pat Parkinson, 4 for 58. But I think that's a desperately disappointing performance from Sussex, having been 110 without loss.
Well, the other thing is, they were 247 for 5 when the new ball came.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So they've lost 5
in 10.5 overs.
5 for 18?
247. 19.
19. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, they were 247 for 6. They lost 5 for 19. So, I think Martin and I just have 5 minutes to update our records and such like. We'll be back with you with Durham needing to face 3 overs tonight here in the sunshine in Durham.
strongly worded letter. Hello, coffee written. Dear sir, and after that it goes downhill.
Every time I walk.
Look at this game. Yeah. I'll take it to him instead of game too. And it just looks yeah. He's gonna have a look at that little dog. Chesterfield. Oh, is he from Chesterfield? Right. Yeah, he wants to spider legs.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Well, not very effective. Still.
Yes. I think on a straight it out by now. I've got plenty of time. Is it fun? Yeah. It's good. Everyone can Chesterfield. The two rings, the small one, yes. Yeah.
Well, Durham, our out there in brilliant sunshine in Chester Street. 266, so Durham picking up 3 bowling points. And as things stand, Worcestershire in their game against, where have they gone? They've disappeared off my scorecard. Screen's flying along. Worcestershire was second, but they were 41 points behind Durham. They're 281 for 9, so they've picked up 1 batting point. So Durham have taken 3 bowling points. So Durham increased their lead over them back to 42. And Adcad is the man who will open the bowling. He made his first-class debut in England way back in 2010 at Grace Road, of all places. He's a left-arm seamer, quick bowler, bowling to left-handed Alex Lees. And on his first-class debut, playing for India A against the West Indies A, he took 7 for 41. He's played for more than 10 teams, but this is his first stint in England. Plays his state cricket for Saurashtra in India with Cheteshwar Pujara, skippers them. And he's bowling here to Alex Lees. Lees plays this ball to point. Lees was on 65 not out at Scarborough. Durham were just a wicket down when that game ended effectively with bad light at the end of day 2 because they didn't get on day 3 or 4. And at that point, he was on 699 runs in 6 championship innings. So 1 away from 700 runs in 7 innings. And he got centuries in both innings at Leicester, and he got a century in the next match. Second Durham player to get 3 centuries in a row after Sean Dixon did it last year, and he played and missed at this one. Had a decent time of things with the bat in the one-day cup as well, but Michael Jones struggled in that format. Lee's the first player this year to 1,000 runs in the country and is the leading run maker in Division 2. He turns this out towards mid-wicket. It's stopped. No run there. He starts the day with 1,152 runs and an average of 72. This is his 56th first-class match for Durham. He's 157th in all, and he starts the day with 9,496 runs. So nearly at the 9,500 mark. As an Adcad comes in and bowls, Lees leaves that one. It's wide of off stump. So in recent matches, he became the 6th Durham player to score 100 in each innings. He got 101 and 145 at Leicestershire a few weeks ago. That was at the end of June. 246 runs in the game. And he was the second behind Sean Dixon to get hundreds in 3 consecutive innings. Dixon got 100 in the second innings at Hove last year, and then hundreds in each innings for Durham in the next match at Worcester. So Lee's following up those centuries at Leicester with 195 against Gloucestershire. And then he got 171 against Derbyshire and 65 not out at Scarborough. Also 62 this year against Glamorgan at home, 70 against Worcestershire and 79 at Sussex. Now at the end of the first over, it is a maiden from an Adcad. There are 2 overs to go.
That's quite sharp, doesn't he? But that's quite brisk.
He's a test player, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
He played in Port of Spain against the West Indies. Didn't actually take a wicket in the test series, but did get some in the one-dayers.
Yeah.
So we've got Greek international Ari Kavalis bowling to Scottish international Michael Jones.
Yeah. Well, Durham will just be glad to see out these final 12 balls of today, won't they? And they'll feel they've had a good day. Kavalis. 28 wickets to his name this season, running in from the Lumley end bowls to Jones, who's forward and plays to mid-on, fielded by Nadcat. And there is no run, so 3 slips in place. Wood point, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Beautiful evening here up in the northeast of England as Avalos is in bowls and Jones is forward. He's to mid-wicket. Can't see these two taking too many chances in these final few deliveries of the day. Those just joining us, Sussex 110 without loss at one stage. 247 for 5, using their last 5 wickets for just 19 runs.
After the new ball was introduced.
Yep. We speculated whether Durham would take the new ball, and they did, and Watson Rain did the rest, pretty much. Cavalis in bowls to Jones, who plays firmly to mid-on. There is no run. He's making them play. Here is Harry Cavalis.
Derbyshire are at Scarborough today, and Yorkshire were bowled out earlier. Where's it gone? 297. Derbyshire 22 for 1, and Anuj Dal has taken a 5-for. Becomes, according to David Griffin, the photographer and Derbyshire statistician, the 4th Derbyshire player to get a 5-for at Scarborough. That's a niche stat.
Cavalis in, down the leg side, taken Mike Carter, no run. England in all sorts of trouble in the T20, 113 for 8. So they're going to lose that heavily.
You see, once you go down to the dampness of the wet Midlands, anything can happen.
Moeen Ali's still, in fact, Moeen Ali's just gone out, so they're now 113 for 9. So having won the first 2 matches, they've been royally thumped, or are going to be thumped down at Edgbaston.
Is this the final in this series?
I think it is. I think it's just a 3-matcher, isn't it? In comes Cavalos. Bowls. Oh, that's a good. That looks like it could be out. That's a good shout from Harry Cavalos.
That's hurt Jones. I think it's wrapped him just behind the knee roll.
That was a good shout. That cut back in to Michael Jones.
Well, he got an inside edge there, you know.
Yeah, he wandered away, didn't he, Jones, as if he was... but, you know, you might do that anyway, just to try and make the umpire think that you've got a little nick onto something. But good delivery by Cavalos. 1 more ball to go in this, the penultimate over of the day. He's in and bowls, and Jones is solidly forward. These will be the first runs of the innings. It's going to run down to 3rd man. It's going to go for 4. Is it? No, just pulled up a yard inside the boundary, fielded there by Tom Clark, who gets in the throw. But Michael Jones is on his way. He's on 3, and Durham are 3 with us. I thought I saw Sean Hunt warming up, or in the sort of the warm up before the players came out. He isn't playing in this game, but he doesn't seem to be out there now. So it looks like there's a full complement of Sussex players out there at the moment.
1 over to go here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Sussex and Surrey. We'll be back with you in the morning, 10:30 start, remember. As long as we don't have any technical glitches, I will play in the close of play interview first thing tomorrow morning. Couldn't get it on air this morning because we weren't on air initially on the BBC stream. Something happened to the line between Newcastle and Salford, and it took quite a while to remedy it. So apologies for you if you were trying to tune in this morning. I think we lost the first half hour on there, but we were on the club live stream. Bernard says, mentioning earlier about trying to prepare wickets for this game and the fact that the track they should have been playing on got damaged by rain last week. So they've used the track which was used for the T20 International. He says, you only need to look at the scores for the one-day semi-finals to realise how difficult it's been to prepare a wicket in August. If bad weather comes at the wrong time, a pitch might not be properly prepared, and it might be one where low scores are expected. As Unadkad bowls to Jones, this is played back to him. That one nipped in towards middle and off. Too many people think they know how a pitch will play, and you'll find they never win the lottery whenever it's drawn. He said, I'd be surprised if they've prepared a pitch themselves over many years, yet alone a higher number of them. Well, it's funny enough because Victor Main, the groundsman here, he says he never has a clue how a wicket's going to play. He prepares them, he nurtures the square all year, and he doesn't know what it will produce. Jones firmly behind that one. Bit of kidology from the slip cordon here for Sussex at the moment. Stephen Evans emailed, "Hi lads, loving the commentary as always. These half centuries today reminded me of my highest score, a 50 not out. Or was it?" he says. Playing for Gateshead Fell Juniors away at Whitburn, brackets my favourite ground, on a Friday night, we were batting second and going along quite nicely. I was slogging the ball around, luckily as usual. Quite unusually, there was no scoreboard on show. Nevertheless, I rattled up the runs, 1 over to go, several runs needed. I hit a single. As an Adcad bowls to Jones, as is played short towards the covers. I hit a single to which all my teammates, spectators and everybody else started clapping. I raised my bat for the first time, proud as punch, having scored my first half century. We fell 2 short of a victory, but still I walked off proud and happy, only to be informed by the young scorer that they'd made an error, and in fact I finished on 49 not out. I never did get a half century. There's Steve, aged 57, who is not a junior anymore.
That's a great story.
And Paul and Alison Chubb, who are normally here as an Adcad bowls again, that's left by Jones. Missing this match because they're on a cruise off Iceland, and
lovely.
They sent us some pictures of the fjords and the mountains there.
Oh, beautiful.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Which Paul described as their final cruise, because Alison's not in the best of health these days. So I hope they're enjoying themselves. Very nice indeed. Have you done a cruise, April?
I have. This time last year, I went to Norway.
Oh, nice.
And that was really lovely.
Was that all you could have fjord?
Yeah. Well, probably sailed up past the coast in,
Well,
Harvey.
yeah.
Yeah, from Southampton.
Yeah. 2 balls left of the day, and Adcad round the wicket to Jones, who plays that wide off the slip cord and down towards vacant third man. And it's not going to go for 4. It holds up. They'll run free instead. So on ball to come. We went on our first cruise last year. It was just before the cricket season started. We flew out to Gran Canaria and then did all the islands, and then had a jaunt up to Madeira, which I thought was lovely. I'd never been there before. And then a day at sea after that. So we had a late night in the nightclub, went to bed about 3 o'clock. Got up about 3 o'clock in the afternoon the next day. Breakfast was tea. And then settled down to watch Belfast in the cinema on the ship. A very relaxing day. Last ball of the day, and it's 6:15, so they're 15 minutes late.
Yeah, that's good.
So not too bad. Lees is on strike, yet they get off the mark. As an Adcad bowls, he defends this, and he'll be on non tomorrow as well. So Durham close on 6, the deficit 260 after they bowled Sussex out earlier for 266. Sussex had been 110 for non. Then they were 153 for 4, 196 for 4 at tea, 100 for none at lunch. And then it fell apart after tea. The new ball was introduced, and with the 6th delivery of it, Allsop fell for 59 to the bowling of Ben Rain, caught behind for Rain's 50th wicket of the season. And then they fell apart. They lost 5 for 19 in 10.3 overs, all out for 266. Rain, 3 for 57. He has 51 for the campaign. Matt Potts 2 for 49, so he has 48. And then Matt Parkinson took 4 for 58, his best figures for Durham in his 6th appearance for them on loan from Lancashire. Durham closing the day on 6 for none. So that is your allotment from the sunshine of Chester Street. We'll be back with you tomorrow on air, hopefully 10:15, previewing the day's play, reviewing today's play, and bringing you the post-match interview from tonight as well. From myself, Martin Emerson and Adrian Holmes.
Thanks, Martin. Lovely day.
Good night, and that thanks as well to the Durham Director of Cricket, Marcus North, who joined us earlier.